Chapter 36:19. He rested for more than half a month. Lin Fei had underestimated the damage inflicted by the mixed-element beastmen. Even though his body had become very strong, he was still severely injured. Whoosh! Lin Fei opened his eyes. The last of his injuries had been healed. The mixed-element beastmen are indeed powerful. It took me half a month to suppress and expel the injuries left behind after their death. Lin Fei felt the vigorous power in his body again, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's time to improve the second level of the 13 levels of Golden Body Incantation. After fighting with the mixed-element beastmen, Lin Fei understood the gap between him and the mixed-element beastmen. The Azure Divine Nation belonged to the Divine Demon Clan, but in fact these mixed-element beastmen might be the strongest existence. Lin Fei flipped his hand and a heavenly profound divine fruit appeared in his hand. Break the limit of my body starting now. The remaining power of the mixed-element beastmen did not dissipate. Without any worries, Lin Fei swallowed the heavenly profound divine fruit, and a wave of heat instantly spread through his body. Boom! A ball of purple fire appeared around Lin Fei's body. It's so hot. The heat was beyond Lin Fei's expectations. It seemed that his whole body was going to burn. Hold on, I have to hold on. The blazing aura burned his body. Lin Fei could feel the changes in his body. The original limit had changed slightly. It was not very obvious, but he could feel it. Lin Fei used the first level of the 13 levels of Golden Body Incantation to resist the waves of burning. 5 minutes. 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours. Half a day, 1 day. The powerful effect of the heavenly profound divine fruit lasted for 7 days. I broke through. It's indeed a spirit treasure. The moment he broke through the limit, Lin Fei was ecstatic. This meant that he could continue to absorb the power of the divine God and successfully break through the second level. As soon as the limit disappeared, Lin Fei felt like a fish returning to the sea. 10,000 Essence Divine King Pill. The 10,000 Essence pool flew out, and a large number of 10,000 Essence Heavenly Divine Pills came down. Lin Fei extended his hand and grabbed. The Myriad Origin God King Pill exploded and a black current surged over. He opened his mouth and swallowed, all of it surging into his body. In that instant he turned into a giant, expanding and expanding until he was on the verge of exploding. Boom, boom, boom. The aura on his body began to break through. The Heaven God's power was also increasing. 8,500. 9,000. 10,000. 11,000, 13,000, 15,000. The torrent of Myriad Origin God King Pills in the Myriad Origin pool was completely absorbed and refined by Lin Fei. With just a few thoughts he easily refined these things completely. This was something he couldn't do before. Now, when Lin Fei did it, there was no difficulty at all. It was as easy as floating clouds and flowing water. 16,000 wisps of Heavenly God power. That was a total of 8,000 streams of Heavenly God's power. 13-fold Golden Body Incantation disperse. Boom! Lin Fei's body decomposed and began to break through to the second level of the 13-fold Golden Body Incantation. As for the second level, it took him a whole year. Under Lin Fei's reasonable use of the 16,000 streams of Heavenly God power, he finally broke through to the second level. There should be no difference between my physical body and that of the mixed origin beastmen now. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. At that moment his body was filled with a domineering aura. Boom! With a punch, the void in front of him was pierced. The power did not spread at all. It was like a beam of light, and the surrounding void did not collapse because of it. This is true power. Perfect, flawless, and extremely powerful. This trip was worth it. After the second level of the 13-fold Golden Body Incantation, Lin Fei could clearly feel that his body had broken through the level of a river, as if he had stepped into the level of an ocean. The Heavenly God power did not cover everything. Now, I want to condense more Heavenly God power. Ordinary God Fiends probably won't feel much, but the mixed origin beastmen here contain a large amount of heaven and earth energy. They are the best targets for me to refine. Lin Fei was not satisfied with 16,000 streams of Heavenly God power. Sir God Myriad Flow was a powerful mixed origin beastman from the Jade Turing mountain range of the Jade Turing Divine Nation. He was at the peak of the first heaven of the Divine Lord realm. Your Majesty, bad news. Someone has barged in. Sir God Myriad Flow was entertaining a few good friends, all of whom were mixed origin beastmen from the Jade Touring Mountain Range. In the Jade Touring Mountain Range, those who could become mixed origin beastmen were all divine lords. Those who were not divine lords could not be called mixed origin beastmen at all. As soon as he said that, the door outside rumbled loudly, and thousands of fragments flew in. Who's causing trouble? Sir God Myriad Flow waved his hand. Thick power like a mountain blocked in front of him. Layers of flowing water swept away all the attacks. Mixed origin beastmen are indeed mixed origin beastmen. Whoosh! A figure rushed to the front of the barrier. With a rumble, the barrier shattered, and a figure like a stream of light punched Sir God Myriad Flow's face. Sir God Myriad Flow smashed into the palace wall behind him. The expressions of the other three mixed origin beastmen changed suddenly. As mixed origin beastmen, even divine lords of the human clan or godfiend clan did not dare to attack them. Human. This is a human expert. How is this possible? There doesn't seem to be any human in the Jade Touring Divine Kingdom who has broken through to the God King realm. I was punched by a human expert. The punch landed on his face, and half of his face caved in. Fortunately, he was a mixed origin beastman, or he would have been killed by this punch. Mixed origin beastmen are indeed mixed origin beastmen. I admire this strength. A figure pounced at Sir God Myriad Flow again. This person was Lin Fei, who had been searching along the way. After killing some foreign experts in the mountain range, he had obtained quite a lot of information, including information about mixed origin beastmen. Human, you're courting death. Sir God Myriad Flow roared angrily and broke free from the wall. His eyes were spewing fire, and he punched out with an overbearing and invincible punch. The void in front of him collapsed. This punch contained a terrifying tearing force, like thousands of swords. It was extremely mighty. With this kind of power, even a fifth sky of King God Realm expert would be smashed into pieces with just one strike. The collapse of the void did not stop the figure from approaching. The punch collided with the opponent's fist. A torrent of energy burst out, and a phantom appeared. An unparalleled punch with an unstoppable momentum landed on Sir God Myriad Flow's body. You still dare to injure? Sir God Myriad Flow did not care about this punch, but when this punch completely burst out, his expression changed drastically. Impossible, how can you're human? The phantom's punch penetrated Sir God Myriad Flow's body, and he was smashed into the wall again. Thousands of energy ravaged his body, and Sir God Myriad Flow was on the verge of death. Withdraw. The Myriad Essence Pool flew out, and Sir God Myriad Flow was sucked in with a swoosh. One down. Lin Fei was very satisfied. Now it's your turn. Boom. Lin Fei punched out, and once the phantom appeared, it was unparalleled and invincible. Run! The torrent swept out, and the three mixed origin beastmen were smashed out like sandbags, crashing through the cave abode. The Myriad Essence Pool followed up, enveloped them and sucked them in. In the blink of an eye they were refined. The black torrent flowed into Lin Fei's body, and his aura rose again. Chapter 36:20. Inside yet another cave abode. There was a loud rumbling sound. A figure was smashed out, a large hole in his chest. That was the result of someone's fist piercing through his body, the power surging violently. No, how can a human injure a mixed element beastman? The mixed element beastman lying on the ground looked terrified. He was injured by a human expert, and the other party's strength was beyond his imagination. There's no why. I can only say that I'm stronger than you. A figure rushed out like a stream of light and punched the mixed element beastman, sending him flying again. A cauldron appeared in midair and sucked the mixed element beastman in with a whoosh. The last weak mixed element beastman in this mountain range. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and allowed the torrent to enter his body. If I go in again, those mixed element beastmen are powerful, at least in the 4th or 5th level of the Divine Lord realm. The higher the realm of these mixed element beastmen, the stronger they are. Their physical strength is terrifying. Lin Fei's strength had a great breakthrough, but he did not dare to fight them now. 20,000 streams of heavenly god's power. This was Lin Fei's current limit. After consuming the heavenly arcane divine fruit and breaking through the limits of his physical body, the 13-stage golden body technique had also successfully reached the 2nd level. increasing his heavenly god's power by more than 10,000 streams. It's time to meet the divine demon master. With a smile, Lin Fei's body tore through the air like a beam of light. The void rolled to the sides like flowing water, but it did not collapse. At this moment, Lin Fei's control of power had reached an extreme. It could be said that he could move at will, hard or soft, all in an instant. Divine Demon City. This was another big city in Jade Roving Divine Kingdom, and it was also the only big city apart from Jade Roving Demonic City. The Divine Demon City occupied a huge area. This fiend god city wasn't built on a plain, but on a mountain surrounding a huge mountain heavily. And on the peak of the mountain was the most influential Divine Demon Palace. The Divine Demon Master was in the Divine Demon Palace. The Celestial Demonic City is filled with experts. Unfortunately, they pose no threat to me now. Lin Fei came out of the void and looked at the palaces of various sizes, as well as the god-fiend experts who emitted powerful life auras. He had to admit that the god-fiend race was indeed powerful. That should be the God-Demon Palace. I can feel a very obscure aura emerging from the underground of the mountain. It should be the God-Demon Lord. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and took a step forward, arriving in the sky above Fiend God City. God-Fiend Master, I'm coming. Boom! His fist blasted downwards. The power was like a black torrent, crashing into the sky above the demonic god city. Whoosh! A wave of ripples appeared, and then more and more of them appeared. With a crack, the defenses of the demonic god city, which they were so proud of, were easily broken. Lin Fei swaggered in. A human expert is here. Our demonic god city's defenses have been breached. Oh no, that's Lin Fei. How is this possible? How dare he come? A deafening sound rang out, and powerful auras rushed out. However, when they saw Lin Fei, they all felt unwell, and fear filled their hearts. The God-Fiend experts suffered heavy casualties, all because of one person. Even the God-Fiend Master had no choice but to retreat. That scene was unforgettable for the God-Fiend experts. When the other party's fist broke through the God-Fiend's defenses, the supreme power seemed to bombard the hearts of the God-Fiend experts. Fear surfaced in their hearts. None of the God-Fiend experts dared to make a move. Human Lin Fei, how dare you come? An angry roar sounded above the demonic god palace. You're dead this time. The divine power palm pressed down, its might even greater than before. Lin Fei didn't even look at it. He raised his hand and met it with a palm. With a loud boom, a shockwave soared into the sky and swept in all directions. God-Fiend Master, you really can't do anything to me if you don't come in person. Lin Fei walked towards the demonic god palace. Wherever he passed, the God-Fiend experts pushed him away. Little God-Fiend, who had been undercover in the God-Fiend palace, reported the news immediately. The 5 godly monarchs also received the news immediately. What? He went to the God-Fiend city? He even broke through the city's defenses with a single punch. This strength. It's a draw after exchanging blows? The 5 godly monarchs rushed out of Jade Wandering Demon City and rushed to the God-Fiend city. One thing they couldn't adapt to was how Lin Fei's strength increased so quickly. Even with the myriad essence pool, it might not be that fast. God-Fiend Master, I'm here personally. Aren't you going to come out and welcome me? You have to know that it's very rude. Lin Fei came to a spot not far from the God-Fiend Palace. He reached out and slapped the God-Fiend Palace. Terrifying power poured down and struck the God-Fiend Palace. Similarly, the faint ripples on the God-Fiend Palace's defenses instantly shattered. Boom! Boom! The God-Fiend Palace was instantly destroyed. A terrifying force permeated the mountain, and the God-Fiend experts could only hear cracking sounds. Not good, something happened. The mountain collapsed. How is that possible? The God-Fiend experts were horrified. They couldn't believe the scene in front of them. Rumble. The cracks grew larger and larger, covering the entire mountain. After a loud boom, a heart-palpitating aura erupted from the depths of the mountain. But under Lin Fei's palm, that power collapsed silently. The God-Fiend mountain collapsed with a rumble. The mountain cracked and flew in all directions. The entire God-Fiend city was filled with earth-shattering rocks. Each piece contained tremendous power, smashing the God-Fiends in the city into a sorry state. The original location of the Godfiend Mountain was replaced by ruins. Countless Godfiends wept. That was where their faith was. Now everything was gone. No one had ever been able to collapse the Godfiend Mountain with the power of a palm. But today someone did it. Furthermore, it was a human. He subverted the Godfiend race's understanding. But they were powerless and could only watch helplessly. Why aren't you coming out yet? Lin Fei stood in midair. Then I can only visit you personally. Deep underground, an aura rushed out and condensed into a figure. It was the mighty Godfiend Phantom. Human, if you leave now, I won't pursue this matter. The Godfiend Master's words shocked countless Godfiend experts. Phantom, you have no right to speak to me. Lin Fei shook his head. With a wave of his hand, power surged and violently lashed at the Phantom. With a crack, it shattered into pieces. This scene dumbfounded countless people on the spot. The powerful Godfiend Phantom was destroyed just like that? Lin Fei casually destroyed the projection of the demonic God Master. The opponent's strength was simply too weak. Not everyone could withstand the power of 26,000 strands of heavenly God power. Godfiend Master, I'm coming down. Lin Fei rushed down and punched the ground. The entire earth shook, and the Godfiend experts couldn't stand steadily. Impudent. Chapter 36:21. That Lin Fei is even more powerful. Even the projection of a Godfiend Master can't withstand the power of a casual strike. Outside the Godfiend city, when the 5 human godly kings saw this scene, they gasped. Then they were filled with joy. The human race had finally produced a powerful expert. An existence that could fight against a Godfiend Master. In fact, they felt that Lin Fei's strength was above that of a Godfiend Master. The human race is lucky. Godly King Nie Qing's gaze flickered. Boom boom boom. Lin Fei rushed underground. The black energy crashed against the pressure below, collapsing along the way. Godfiend Master, I'm here. Lin Fei charged straight into the ground. He thought that the Godfiend Master projection would come out to stop him, but it didn't. He was somewhat disappointed. Was this Godfiend Master afraid? Boom! Lin Fei landed on the ground, thousands of feet above the ground. The sound of his landing was amplified infinitely, spreading all the way. In the silent underground, it was very loud. Lin Fei of the human race, you're courting death. A beam of light flashed in front of Lin Fei. Lin Fei didn't even look at it. He punched out directly. The light flashed for a moment, then dimmed. Projection, you are not qualified to speak. Every time you appear, I will destroy you. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and looked around. He realized that this underground place was filled with intersecting passageways, and cold winds blew. Mesa Ray? Lin Fei shook his head. It can stop others but not me. With the ancient Hung Glove's senses, he faced one of the passageways and strode in. Hua! A terrifying white cold wind came crushing over. Lin Fei couldn't react in time and was sealed by the white cold light, turning into an ice sculpture. With a crack, the ice shattered. Lin Fei's lips curled up, and the cold intent was shattered, unable to approach his body. What a good setup. Lin Fei smiled as he walked forward. Unfortunately, it's useless to me. This cold chi could kill a 5th sky of King God Realm warrior in just a blink of an eye. Even if it was a divine Monarch Realm warrior, if he didn't have an extraordinary body, he would be hurt badly. On the other hand, Lin Fei's strength was immense, and he cultivated the Fiend God race's top cultivation technique, so he was naturally unable to kill him. Godfiend Master, what other tricks do you have? Feel free to use them. In the depths of the tunnel, the phantom of the Godfiend Master had an ugly look on his face. That damned human brat. How did his strength rise so quickly? And that fleshly body of his is even stronger than that of a Godfiend's. Even the heaven's frigid ice can't harm him at all. That's a top-grade ice attribute treasure. Human brat, you win. The illusory figure of the demonic God Master disappeared and reappeared in the depths of the passageway. I don't think you want both sides to suffer. Even though you are very strong, if the Lord is angered, you bastard, how dare you? A flow of energy came, smashing the phantom of the demonic God Master again. I'm in here, and you're still talking nonsense. Doesn't it mean that you, the demonic God Master, are cultivating in seclusion? Haha. Lin Fei leisurely stormed in. All the attacks in front of him were smashed. Ha ha, turns out it's here. Lin Fei walked out of the passageway and came to the end. A cave mansion appeared. Inside the cave mansion, a powerful aura was faintly discernible. Besides, he could feel the parts of the Emperor armor, which were just a few feet away. Human brat, if you dare to act recklessly, you will be consigned to eternal damnation. The phantom of the demonic god master appeared at the entrance of the cave mansion. At that time, you will be consigned to eternal damnation. Eternal damnation? I'm not afraid of that. Lin Fei shook his head. He took one step forward and punched the cave mansion. 10 times his strength exploded. The phantom of the demonic god master suddenly screamed. No. The black flood current hit the cave mansion. The phantom of the demonic god master was smashed into pieces, turning into nothingness. The cave mansion also collapsed. The light cage couldn't hold on for more than 3 breaths before collapsing. A tremor came from the entire underground. Human, how dare you spoil my plans? In the ruins, an angry roar was heard. It was filled with hatred. A figure rushed out, followed by an overwhelming pressure. His blood-red eyes looked at Lin Fei. Nirvana hand. A palm smashed down violently. Endless power gathered. Divine Monarch expert. Lin Fei laughed. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Punch met. God-slaying fist 10 times the strength. When the fist and palm collided, a loud rumbling sound reverberated between heaven and earth. The walls around the two began to collapse. Then a sinkhole appeared. Demonic God Master, your strength isn't enough. Did you go into seclusion for too long and didn't recover? Lin Fei pounced forward and smashed his palm. Use your strongest move, or you're dead. Impudent. The aura around the demonic god master surged. A black shadow smashed down. It was the myriad essence pool. The demonic god master screamed and was smashed into the ground. You're dead. Underground, a power bombarded the myriad essence pool and sent it flying. The demonic god master rushed out and smashed the myriad essence pool with a punch. Shameless guy. As his voice landed, Lin Fei broke through the distance and punched the demonic godmaster's left cheek. Half of his face caved in and he was smashed into the wall. You're too weak, too weak. With the support of the ancient hung glove and the god-slaying fist, Lin Fei's strength was domineering and invincible. One had to admit that the demonic godmaster's body was really tough. One punch was enough to kill a 5th heaven god king. But when it hit the other party, it was like hitting a mountain. That was the truth. The domineering punch only left the demonic godmaster with a bruised face and blood at the corner of his mouth. Ancient hung glove, god-slaying fist. The demonic godmaster broke free from the wall, his blood and chi in a mess. You do have the capital to be impudent. You spoiled my plans, so I'll use my strongest killing move to kill you in one blow. With the ancient hung glove, I can more or less make up for my losses. Lin Fei also wanted to see the demonic godmaster's power. The other party's strength was inferior to his, and he did not have much of an advantage in terms of physical strength. Space-time chaos. A necklace around the demonic godmaster's neck suddenly flew out. A pearl on the pendant emitted a terrifying aura, and the surroundings instantly changed. A transparent river descended soundlessly. It was mysterious, strange, and mighty. The demonic godmaster was like an emperor. He stood above the river and looked down at Lin Fei, who was entangled by the torrential water. Human, although you have the ancient hung glove and have mastered the god-slaying fist, you don't know that I have the ancient hung god pendant. It can activate the river of space-time. No one can stop me within the river. Whoosh! The chaotic aura crushed Lin Fei's body. He realized that his strength was starting to weaken. He could not resist at all, but he did not panic at all. So the number 1, the arch armor, has so many uses. I'm really equipped with a full body of divine artifacts. Sorry, you've underestimated me. Lin Fei shouted. My strength is not limited to this. Boom! 10 times the strength exploded. Chapter 36:22. The ancient eternal god pendant was extraordinarily powerful. It could cast the river of space-time, making it impossible for others to resist. Unfortunately, the God Fiend Master underestimated Lin Fei's strength. He had condensed 26,000 heavenly god powers. With the increase in strength, a black torrent appeared and struck the river of space-time. The river collapsed continuously, and large pieces flew out, giving Lin Fei a chance to catch his breath. The second punch followed closely, followed by the third. Lin Fei threw out 3 punches in a row. The power of all 3 punches was exactly the same. The river of space-time shattered chaotically. The God Fiend Master's mind was severely injured. The power of the second punch swept across his opponent's body, causing a large area of light to appear. This is impossible. You're just a human. The God Fiend Master roared angrily, activating the ancient eternal God pendant in an attempt to maintain the river of space-time. Unfortunately, Lin Fei's power was too powerful and domineering. It was not something the God Fiend Master could resist. Boom! The myriad essence pool descended from the sky and smashed into the God Fiend Master. Lin Fei's third punch followed up. The majestic and domineering power penetrated the God Fiend Master's body. The violent power exploded in his body, wreaking havoc in the God Fiend Master's body. After 3 punches, the God Fiend Master vomited blood, and his powerful body became tattered. You won, but you also offended the God Fiend race. You will soon taste the pain. Whoosh! The God Fiend Master's body shattered. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lin Fei panted heavily. After 3 punches, his heavenly god powers were almost completely exhausted. The myriad essence pool flew out, and large amounts of heavenly god powers poured into his body. He recovered a lot of his energy. I've finally killed the God Fiend Master. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed. Pendant flew over. It was the ancient eternal god pendant. The second, the arch armor part. Lin Fei secretly rejoiced that he was powerful. Otherwise, he would have suffered greatly from that wave. Chaotic space-time. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. I really wonder what killing moves the other 6 parts have. Under the trap, God Emperor Ancient Eternal must be an immortal expert. Outside the God Fiend city, the 5 human god kings were trembling in fear. That terrifying aura even made them feel like they were invincible. Too scary. Divine King Nieching's face was slightly pale. He did not participate in the battle, but from afar, he could sense that the threatening aura could easily kill them. I wonder who won. In this kind of battle, they didn't dare to rashly go up to take a look. Just the aftershock alone was enough to seriously injure them. I hope Lin Fei can win. The 5 godly monarchs thought to themselves. If the God Fiend Master were to win, then from this day forth, the Jade Turing Divine Kingdom would be ruled by the God Fiends. The human race would have to retreat completely. An ancient eternal gauntlet could allow a God Fiend Master's strength to reach a state of invincibility in the roving Jade Divine Nation. They're out. A figure rushed out. It's a human expert. Where are the God Fiend Masters? Impossible. The God Fiends of God Fiend City couldn't accept this scene. In their eyes, the God Fiend Lord was the strongest, someone that humans couldn't defeat. I'm sorry, your God Fiend Master has been killed by me. Lin Fei stood in the sky and took out the myriad essence pool. Collect. The myriad essence pool kept expanding, covering the sky and enveloping the God Fiend city. All the God Fiends that reached the Heaven God level were sucked into the myriad essence pool. In less than a dozen breaths, all the experts of God Fiend City were wiped out. Godly Monarch Nieching, God Fiend City has no experts. You can do whatever you want with them. Lin Fei left a sentence and entered the void, vanishing. After a long time, only then did the 5 godly monarchs react. Really? I didn't expect that the God Fiend City that we couldn't defeat would suffer a crushing defeat at the hands of Lin Fei. Godly Monarch Nieching returned to his senses. Lin Fei is such a good man. There's no time to lose. Let's work together to suppress the God Fiend City. The 5 godly monarchs reached a rare consensus. They would first suppress the God Fiends in the God Fiend City. After this battle, the God Fiend City completely lost its position as the overlord and was suppressed by the 5 godly monarchs. All the God Fiends were captured, and the God Fiend City was occupied. The news of Lin Fei defeating the God Fiend Lord spread among the upper echelons of the Jade Turing Divine Kingdom and the major factions outside. When everyone wanted to find Lin Fei, they realized that Lin Fei had long vanished. No one knew where he was. At that moment, Lin Fei was cultivating in seclusion. First, he refined the primordial divine pendant and obtained the ability to drive the river of spacetime. He had to admit that this treasure and the primordial divine gauntlet allowed Lin Fei's strength to increase exponentially once again. The only thing that Lin Fei couldn't bear was the expenditure of the power of celestial gods. When these two items augmented him, it resulted in a huge expenditure. I have 30,000 wisps of the power of celestial gods. Lin Fei sensed the power of celestial gods in his body. There's quite a lot of power of celestial gods, but it's a pity that using the necklace and gauntlet consumes it even faster. I can only maintain it for 10 breaths at most before all the power of celestial gods in my body is drained. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he came up with this number. If an ordinary celestial god or godly monarch obtained it, they would probably be drained dry in an instant. When that happened, they could only wait for death. 10 breaths is not bad. Lin Fei smiled bitterly, but he was still very satisfied. At the very least, no one can withstand such an attack. To withstand the attack of the river of spacetime, one has to be strong enough. No one below the Divine Lord level can withstand it. Even Divine Lords can't withstand it. Now that he had obtained 2 out of the 8 parts, Lin Fei was looking forward to the remaining 6. I should take this time to study the arch armor's effects and absorb some power of celestial gods. I'll try to break through to the 3rd stage of the 13-stage golden body art. Die. Deep in the mountain range, a dangerous and terrifying aura was punched through the chest by Lin Fei. The mixed element beastman is only SOSO. The myriad essence pool descended from the sky and sucked the heavily injured mixed element beastman into it. The last mixed element beastman. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. He could no longer sense the mixed element beastman's aura. My trip to the 13 godly nations is finally over. After obtaining 2 parts of the arch armor, especially after activating the primordial godly pendant, the mixed element beastman was almost unable to resist and was quickly injured. It's time to prepare to leave the 13 godly nations. 5 months later, Lin Fei came out of seclusion. He had cultivated the 13-stage golden body art to the 3rd stage as he wished. During this period, it was also thanks to the primordial godly pendant that he could control his cultivation, which allowed Lin Fei to break through easily. The 2 parts of the arch armor had become more sensitive. There were no more parts of the arch armor in the 13 godly nations. With the 3rd stage of the 13-stage golden body art, my body's defense has become very strong, and my power of celestial gods has broken through to 31,000. It's extremely difficult to condense each strand, but I'm still improving. Now it's time to go out and find the other 6 parts. I can even sense the existence of that arm and verify my thoughts. Whoosh! Chapter 36-23. Inside a forest, a figure fell out of the void. A different aura rushed towards him. I'm finally out. The black figure looked around and couldn't help but smile. He lifted his head to look at the faintly discernible divine nation. This person was naturally Lin Fei. I don't seem to be in the Lifefire Empire anymore. Lin Fei released his divine will. The surroundings were very unfamiliar. That's good too. After all, there's no point in returning to the Lifefire Empire. In Lin Fei's eyes, it was a place for transition. Now that his strength had grown, he could roam anywhere in the wind cloud weave. With my current strength, I can even put up a fight against a Sir God expert. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. There's nothing to be afraid of. As for those God Emperors, they probably don't have the mood to deal with me. No, perhaps those God Emperors have their eyes on me. After displaying the ancient eternal glove in front of the Sky Temple and the Zhan family, Lin Fei absolutely believed that they would have designs on him. After all, they were top-notch forces. Let me sense where the remaining 6 parts of the arch armor are. Lin Fei's mind was immersed in the treasures. In his mind, light spots appeared one by one. Compared to before, the 2 parts of the arch armor seemed to be more useful. It strengthened Lin Fei's senses. As expected, the remaining 6 parts are already taken. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. I can sense the general direction. As for who it is, I'll have to spend some time. The parts existed. Lin Fei's next task was to obtain the remaining 6 parts. As for the arm, Lin Fei couldn't sense it for now. He guessed that the arm should be sealed in an extremely special place. With his strength, he should be able to sense it. The complete set of the arch armor became Lin Fei's hope. Gathering the remaining parts temporarily became Lin Fei's first task. As for his second task, it was to increase his strength. Through the Fiend God race, Lin Fei had a general understanding of the myriad essence pool's refinement function. The stronger the race, the greater the amount of heavenly God energy they could refine. I'm alone now. Although my strength is amazing, I lack information. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. It's time to build my own force. Once the news of the ancient Hung gloves spread, Lin Fei believed that the wind cloud weave would be thrown into chaos for a period of time. What Lin Fei could do was to lie low for now. Go, you ants. Trash. Darkness suddenly appeared in front of him. The darkness was completely black. The entire world seemed to have been dyed black. Other than black, there was no other black. Lin Fei's figure unknowingly arrived at such a place. He didn't think about where to go, he just followed fate. He had never expected that darkness would appear in the world. There was a terrifying aura hidden in the darkness. The end of the wind cloud weave. As he stood in the void, Lin Fei looked ahead. His ears kept ringing with shouts. Along the way into the darkness, there were constant roars. To the current Lin Fei, these sounds were extremely sensitive. So they're escorting captives. Lin Fei looked down and quickly understood what was going on. This was a caravan. They were escorting captives to the world inside the darkness to be sold. These captives were humans, demons, and even alien races. This was an eye-opener for Lin Fei. The wind cloud weave was indeed extraordinary. Of course, this only made his eyes light up for a moment. It seems like the world ahead is very interesting. Lin Fei traversed the void and arrived in front of the darkness at the end of the world. What an interesting place. Lin Fei glanced at it and flew into the darkness with a whoosh. Traces of a different kind of power reverberated in the surroundings. There were no restrictions in the world inside the darkness. Apart from the constant blowing of the black wind, nothing else affected him. Lin Fei flew for more than half a month and landed on a plane. At the same time, he did not see anyone. This made him feel rather regretful. Why didn't he go down and capture a few people to interrogate? There's a life aura. After almost a month, Lin Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. There was a life aura heading in his direction. No, it's not one life aura but 6. Although it was a life aura, Lin Fei could sense that it was extremely weak. It was so weak that he could almost ignore it. I'll capture it and interrogate it first. Lin Fei went in search of it. You're dead. How dare you kill me? When my father comes out of seclusion, all of you will die. At this moment, a wretched figure was fleeing. His body was covered in wounds and blood flowed continuously. Behind the young man were 5 fellows with powerful auras. They were following behind him unhurriedly with evil smiles on their faces. There was even a hint of disdain on their faces. Young Master Gu, you're really naive. As the person in charge, Wen Guan laughed disdainfully. Your father was killed by the joint forces of several lords. Otherwise, why would we chase after you? Gu Tianming roared angrily. Impossible. My father can't be dead. As the young master of the Darkness Judgment Center, Gu Tianming had a powerful father who was a god monarch expert. In the wind cloud weave, he was a reputable person. Gu Tianming's life had been smooth sailing since he was young. However, he did not expect to be ambushed by these 5 god monarchs when he came out of the mystic realm. All the people he brought with him were killed, and even he was severely injured. Gu Tianming still could not accept this news. Although the possibility of the other party's words being true was very high, he still could not accept the fact that his father was killed. Escape strike. When Guan suddenly laughed sinisterly. Taking advantage of Gu Tianming's mental shock, he executed a killer move. His entire body disappeared with a swoosh. When he reappeared, he slammed his palm on Gu Tianming's chest. God Monarch energy surged. Gu Tianming vomited blood and was sent flying, landing heavily on the ground. Young Master Gu, you are still too inexperienced. When Guan laughed. This place is not bad. What do you think about using it to bury you? When Guan and the other 4 were here to deal with Gu Tianming. As long as this young master died, those stubborn old fools of the Darkness Judgment Center would completely accept their fate. You guys are finally willing to stop. Just nice, I want to ask you a few things. Just as when Guan was about to kill Gu Tianming, a figure walked out from the darkness in front of them, smiling at both sides. "Oh right, you can put aside the matter of killing for a while." Such a person appeared quietly, giving everyone quite a fright. Courting death. A figure behind Wen Guan whizzed forward, swinging the long saber in his hand. The sharp saber radiance slashed down, landing on Lin Fei's shoulder. Sparks flew everywhere. "Killing? That's so boring," the person said indifferently, grabbing the long saber on his shoulder. With a twirl, the treasured saber was twisted into a dough twist. Then a hand reached out and easily grabbed this god monarch expert. With a snap, he died and his corpse was casually thrown to the side. Chapter 36-24. The expressions of Wen Guan and the others changed drastically. It should be known that those who came to hunt Gu Tianming were all at the God King realm. It was because of this that they sent God King experts. But the current situation was completely out of their expectations. A God King expert couldn't even last one round in front of the other party and was directly killed? "Who the hell are you?" Wen Guan was fearful. "We are from the Darkness Judgment Office. He is a fugitive that we are chasing. We hope that you can leave." To be able to kill a God King expert in one move, he was at least a fifth Sky God King expert, even if the other party only revealed the aura of a fifth Sky God. "Seems like you are the leader." Lin Fei didn't care about the fugitive at all. He just wanted to know where this place was. In layman's terms, Lin Fei lacked a guide. "Senior, I am Gu Tianming of the Darkness Judgment Office. As long as you can save my life, the entire land of darkness will become Senior's friend." Gu Tianming pleaded for help. This was the only chance at present. Darkness Judgment Office. Land of Darkness. Lin Fei looked over. "Seems like you don't know a lot of information about yourself." Gu Tianming nodded repeatedly. The person in front of him was so powerful and could kill a God King expert casually. He would definitely be able to save him. Yes. In the entire Wind Cloud territory, no matter how big or secret it is, there is nothing that our Darkness Judgment Office doesn't know. Gu Tianming said loudly. "And I am the young lord of the Darkness Judgment Office." Lin Fei smiled. His status isn't low. Wen Guan heard this and realized that he should let Gu Tianming continue. "This brother." Lin Fei waved his hand, and his strength came crashing down, crushing them. "Brother, you are not qualified." Gu Tianming was shrouded by a great terror. Wen Guan and his group who were chasing him were actually killed just like that without any ability to resist. Only a god sovereign could do this. "You are safe now." Lin Fei really didn't care about these god kings. With his current strength, he could easily kill a god king, especially after refining Gu Heng's glove. "However, you better behave. If you have any ideas, I don't mind killing you." Gu Tianming nodded his head repeatedly. "Senior is my benefactor. If Senior has any requests, feel free to tell me. As long as I can do it, I won't blink." How could Gu Tianming dare to have any other thoughts after being able to easily kill Wen Guan and a few other god kings? This was a Divine Lord powerhouse. In the Wind Cloud Weave, the number of Divine Monarchs could be counted on one's fingers. Only when one reached the Divine Monarch realm could one be considered a true figure. "It's good that you know," Lin Fei said. "Tell me what this place is and what the Dark Adjudicator is." Gu Tianming suspected that he had misheard. Was there anyone who didn't know about the Dark Judgment Hall? After witnessing the other party's prowess, Gu Tianming did not dare to show any hostility. He explained in a low voice. In order to let the other party feel his sincerity, he deliberately explained in detail. "Senior Lin, if we go any further, we will reach the Dark Judgment Center. I reckon that their people have already sealed off the perimeter." Gu Tianming stood behind Senior Lin. His emotions were very complicated, but he quickly steeled himself. "You asked for it, don't blame me for being ruthless." Lin Fei's face was calm. From Gu Tianming's words, he knew that the waters in the Wind Cloud Weave were very deep. The Dark Judgment Center was a first-rate faction in the Wind Cloud Weave. They were still very far from being a top-notch faction. However, they controlled the land of darkness and were very famous in the Wind Cloud Weave. Compared to the top 10 factions, they were actually not much different. Now that the Dark Judgment Center was in chaos, Lin Fei realized that this was an opportunity. His luck was not bad at all, especially with the existence of the Dark Judgment Center's young lord. Lin Fei planned to go to the Dark Judgment Center to take a look and see if it was worth his time. It's the young Lord Gu Tianming. Ha ha ha, our luck is too good. Quickly take him down. What bullsh *T young lord. He's just a fugitive now. Just as they approached the periphery of the Dark Judgment Center, more than 10 auras rushed over with arrogant words. They planned to capture Gu Tianming and earn a great merit. Gu Tianming was just about to get rid of these trash. After all, he was also a God King expert. If he had not been injured by Wen Guan and the others, he would not be in such a sorry state. There are quite a number of experts in the Dark Judgment Center, Lin Fei said indifferently. With a wave of his hand, a tyrannical force swept over. It was like a violent gale crushing over their bodies. Only a series of explosions could be heard. The Dark Judgment Center was a large city. The entire city was shrouded in darkness, exuding a solemn aura. At this moment, the Dark Judgment Center's internal strife had just ended. In a large palace, the atmosphere was oppressive. Elders, do you really want to accompany the young lord to death? At the highest position of the hall stood a valiant aura expert. He was the number 2 figure of the Dark Judgment Center, Su Quan. He was currently in charge of the Dark Judgment Center. Su Quan, you have the ambition of a wolf. As long as the young lord is still alive, we will not recognize your identity in the Dark Judgment Center. You want to order us around? Don't even think about it. If you have the ability, then kill us. Su Quan was dressed in black armor, his eyes cold. A bunch of old things, do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? I might as well tell you that I have arranged for someone to go over to Gu Tianming. If nothing goes wrong, you will see Gu Tianming's corpse very soon. Su Quan, you will die a horrible death. How could you do that? Su Quan really couldn't bear to kill these old things. Once they were killed, the strength of the entire Dark Judgment Center would plummet. That was the reason why he didn't want to kill them. After all, a Sir God had died, including some of the Sir God's trusted aides. If he were to kill them, Sun Shu would be too arrogant. What's that sound? Suddenly, messy noises could be heard from outside. Bang bang bang. A few figures smashed in. Sir, it's bad. Gu Tianming has brought an expert in. Even our experts can't stop them. That person is too scary. The 3 people who smashed and spat out blood. Their faces were filled with fear. Expert. Su Quan was stunned, then his gaze turned cold. I have really underestimated you. You actually left an expert to protect Gu Tianming. It's a pity that your son doesn't live up to expectations. If Gu Tianming ran away, Su Quan really couldn't do anything. But he shouldn't have brought an expert back to the Dark Judgment Center. Did he really think that he could do whatever he wanted with the backup he left behind? Su Quan, I am back. Gu Tianming rushed in, his eyes filled with hatred and murderous intent as he stared at Su Quan. Gu Tianming, you are really stupid. Su Quan laughed. Do you really think that the expert your father left behind can help you turn the tables? Gu Tianming took a deep breath and said to his back, Senior, as long as you help me kill Su Quan, I am willing to be your servant. The entire Dark Judgment Center will be handed over to you. His voice was sonorous and powerful, abnormally firm. Senior? Su Quan looked outside the door. At this moment, a figure walked in unhurriedly. It was actually a young man. Are you sure? Gu Tianming knew how terrifying this Senior Lin was along the way. The experts of the Dark Judgment Center were like ants in front of him, completely crushed. Even God Kings were the same. I am sure. Gu Tianming knelt on one knee. As long as I kill Su Quan. All right, I understand. Lin Fei had a calm expression on his face as he looked at Su Quan. I heard that you are a Sir God expert. I hope you won't let me down. Hua. Chapter 36-25. The terrifying suction force of the 10,000 essence pool enveloped Su Quan's entire body. As a God Lord in front of this treasure, there were faint signs that he could not withstand it. This was just a treasure. Su Quan could not believe it. Open. Su Quan's aura surged as he roared. His punch was like a beam of light, crashing onto the 10,000 essence pool. The 10,000 essence pool merely shook and continued to envelop Su Quan. It seems like the 10,000 essence pool is still too weak against God Lord experts. A voice suddenly appeared beside Su Quan. A huge fist landed on Su Quan's body. Boom boom boom. Boundless power exploded in Su Quan's body, blasting him out of the hall. Godlord Su Quan can't even withstand one punch. The experts in the hall all sucked in a cold breath. They did not dare to move at all. Gu Tianming revealed a look of delight. He had guessed correctly. This senior Lin's strength was unfathomable. Cough, cough, cough. Su Quan lay in the ruins vomiting blood. I'm a Godlord expert. In front of that power, he could not resist at all. In front of that fist, his spirit collapsed instantly. The 10,000 essence pool broke through the void and arrived in front of Su Quan. You can't kill me. Once the suction force came, Su Quan, a Godlord expert, could not even struggle as he was sucked into the 10,000 essence pool. After Lin Fei threw another punch, he did not throw a second punch. One god-killing fist was enough to kill the opponent. Moreover, he realized that with the help of the 10,000 essence pool, a Godlord expert was not as strong as he imagined. Pada! The 10,000 essence pool flew back and Su Quan fell down. At this moment, Su Quan was on the verge of death. His strength had disappeared without a trace. He was no different from an ordinary person. I'm giving him to you, Lin Fei said indifferently. Do whatever you want to do. Oh right, arrange a quiet room for me. 3 days later come and find me. I will arrange something for you. Gu Tianming lowered his head. Senior Lin, don't worry. Within 3 days I will definitely settle today's matter. Moreover, today's matter will not be spread out. After Sir God Su Quan had fallen into Gu Tianming's hands, he had been executed on the spot. The expressions of the people in the Dark Judgment Institute changed. Then, with the help of the elders, the internal strife was quickly quelled. Everyone thought that young Lord Gu Tianming had a great master behind him, so everyone gave up and became well-behaved. In just 3 days, the Dark Judgment Center returned to normal. Gu Tianming also became the new ruling master. Senior Lin, I'm here. Gu Tianming walked out of the courtyard and retracted his aura. Come in. Lin Fei rested well for 3 days. His nerves had been stretched taut in the 13 divine nations, but now he could finally relax. Looks like you've regained control of the Dark Judgment Court. Lin Fei laughed. Gu Tianming cupped his hands and said, This is all thanks to Senior Lin. If it wasn't for you suppressing Su Quan and deterring those guys, this kid wouldn't have been able to turn the tables so easily. I'm not interested in the Dark Adjudicator, Lin Fei said. However, I need you to do something. Once you're done, you'll still be the master of the Dark Judgment Court. Senior Lin. Gu Tianming hurriedly tried to explain. There's no need to explain. Lin Fei said. Your current task is to collect all the information about the top forces in the Wind Cloud Weave, including the first-rate forces. At the same time, information about the number 1 Emperor God Gu Hong. Besides that, the whereabouts of the arch armor parts. I want them all. Gu Tianming's expression changed slightly, especially the information about Emperor God Gu Hong. However, he quickly regained his composure. Senior Lin, I'll arrange to collect it immediately, but it'll take some time. No problem. Lin Fei stayed in the Dark Judgment Court just like that. Gu Tianming immediately activated the Dark Judgment Court. Now that the Dark Judgment Court had lost its top experts, Gu Tianming could only count on Senior Lin. He didn't dare to be negligent in his request. The first thing that was sent was information about the top forces in the Wind Cloud Weave. In order to become a top force in the Wind Cloud Weave, it must have a God Emperor expert. Without a God Emperor expert, it could only be called a first-rate force at most. There are a total of 9 God Emperor experts in the Wind Cloud Weave. The number 1 God Emperor Tianfeng, is from the Sky Palace. He is a perfected 5th Heaven God Emperor. He is the strongest. The number 2 is Zhang Tianjue of the Zhang clan. He is at the 4th Heaven God Emperor realm. The information collected by the Dark Judgment Court was very detailed. Lin Fei read it very seriously. The remaining 6 parts were most likely in the hands of a God Emperor. Of course, they could also be in the hands of a 5th Heaven God Monarch. Lin Fei had to understand it clearly first. He had obtained 2 parts of the arch armor left behind by the number 1 God Emperor. If he could collect the remaining 6 parts, not only would his strength skyrocket, he could even complete the task and leave the Wind Cloud Weave. After obtaining the complete star chart from Tianji Hall, Lin Fei hoped that he could step into the immortal realm. At that time he would have the strength to cross the real starry sky world and return to Earth. Lin Fei had never forgotten his dream of returning to Earth. Now that he had the complete star chart, all that was left was to increase his strength. The arch armor left behind by God Emperor Gu Heng was the best way to increase his strength. From Lin Fei's perspective, God Emperor Gu Heng was able to dominate the wind cloud weave back then because he had relied on the power of this set of the arch armor. This set of the arch armor should be an immortal realm treasure. With a glove and a necklace, Lin Fei had seen how terrifying it was. This time, no one could stop him from snatching the remaining 6 parts. After Lin Fei digested the information about the forces in the wind cloud weave, the information about the 6 the arch armor parts was presented to Lin Fei. He had to admit that Lin Fei had made the right move. Without needing to do it himself, he had obtained the information he wanted. Lin Fei was very satisfied with Gu Tianming's ability to handle matters. It was not in vain that he had made a move. Let me see where the remaining 6 parts are. Lin Fei was looking forward to the information that was delivered to him. Only by knowing the specific information could he have the confidence to break through them one by one. After all, he had 2 the arch armor parts, which were his trump card. Sky Palace God Emperor Tianfeng had one of the arch armor parts, Gu Heng's armor, which could reduce damage by 70. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. In fact, he was shocked. It is indeed a good item. Reduce damage by 70. Where did God Emperor Gu Heng get such a good item? Lin Fei was shocked himself. Terrifying, it was really terrifying. With this armor, there is no doubt that God Emperor Tianfeng will be the #1 God Emperor. Lin Fei felt a certain amount of pressure. Chapter 36-26. All 6 pieces of the arch armor were in the hands of the God Emperors. The first piece was on God Emperor Tianfeng, a perfected 5th heaven God Emperor, the strongest expert in the wind cloud weave. The second piece was on God Emperor Zhan Tianju, a peak 4th heaven God Emperor. The third piece was on God Emperor Yuan Heng, a 4th heaven God Emperor. The fourth piece was on God Emperor Gong Tianya, a 4th heaven God Emperor. The fifth piece was on God Emperor Fangju, a 4th heaven God Emperor. The sixth piece was on God Emperor Six Paths, a 4th heaven God Emperor. Lin Fei could not help but sigh at the strength of these 6 God Emperors. Each of them had 1 piece, and they could unleash the full power of the piece, becoming the 6 strongest God Emperors in the wind cloud weave. Only the 3 God Emperors ranked behind them had advanced in the past few thousand years. Be it strength or influence, they could not compare to the 6 veteran God Emperors. Looks like I have to take them down one by one. Lin Fei squinted. He was not surprised by this news. God Emperor Tianfeng is the last one. What I need to pay attention to now is God Emperor Six Paths, a 4th heaven God Emperor. Even though the other party was a 4th heaven God Emperor, he was not too nervous. With my current strength, it is not a problem to fight against a God Monarch expert. After all, as long as I use the God-killing fist, coupled with the spatial chaos, a God Monarch expert will definitely die. As for a God Emperor, it might be difficult. The most important thing now is to break through the limits of the corporeal body. After Lin Fei had a rough understanding, the key was how to quickly improve his strength. To snatch the arch armor piece from God Emperor Six Paths, Lin Fei felt that he had to have the strength of a God Emperor. Little Gu, come here. The 13-stage golden body technique was a top corporeal body cultivation technique of the God-fiend race. It was difficult to cultivate. Lin Fei knew that this body cultivation technique was extraordinary, so he did not plan on changing it. Gu Tianming was constantly on tenterhooks. After all, the other party was terrifyingly strong. If he had any ideas, the entire Darkness Judgment Institution would not be his match. Gu Tianming had been passing the days between happiness and pain. Senior, what is it? Just tell me. Gu Tianming came to the yard. Help me gather all the treasures in the wind cloud weave that can allow one to break through the limits of one's body. I want the top-grade ones, said Lin Fei. Also, get me information on the top-grade races in the wind cloud weave. Gu Tianming secretly heaved a sigh of relief. I'll arrange it immediately. As long as it was information gathering, Gu Tianming wasn't that worried. Not long after, Lin Fei saw the information about treasures that could help him break through his body's limits. The Dark Adjudicator's intelligence network was very powerful. Where did you get all this information from? Lin Fei was quite curious. To be able to gather so much information in such a short period of time was not something an ordinary force could do. Gu Tianming explained, Senior, this information was actually bought by us. In the Wind Cloud Weave, there is a special organization called Dark Star. This special organization has all the information in the Wind Cloud Weave. As long as you can afford it, they can obtain any information you want. They can even help you collect the weaknesses of any expert, even if it's a god emperor. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. There's actually such a special organization? Gu Tianming nodded. They are indeed very special. The higher the level of the secret, the more expensive it is. Fortunately, we can use natural treasures to trade for it. The existence of such an organization had both advantages and disadvantages. There are 3 types of treasures in the entire Wind Cloud Weave that Senior wants to break through his physical limits, Gu Tianming said. The first is the Infinite Gold Pill, which is specially used to break through the physical limit. The second is the Profound Origin Divine Grass, and the third is the Heaven-Breaking Divine Flame. Lin Fei saw these 3 items that could break through the physical limit. In the 13 God nations, he had used these treasures to break through once. Now the only things that Lin Fei cared about were top-grade treasures. Ordinary treasures that could break through the physical limit were basically useless. The Infinite Gold Pill exists in the legends. It hasn't appeared in the Wind Cloud Weave for a very long time. Gu Tianming said. The Profound Origin Divine Grass grows in a place of extreme yang. Only God Emperor experts can go there. As for the Heaven-Breaking Divine Flame, it's in the hands of the Skirich God Emperor. He's a newly ascended God Emperor and is ranked 9th. Gu Tianming explained in detail. Be it the Infinite Gold Pill or the Profound Origin Divine Grass, there was nothing they could do for now. It seemed like only the Heaven-Breaking Divine Flame could break through the physical limit. The number 1 Heavenly Flame. It can refine everything, including the physical body. Lin Fei looked at the information. This Heaven-Breaking Divine Emperor's strongest technique should be the Heaven-Breaking Divine Flame. Gu Tianming nodded. That's right, Senior. Only God Emperors can withstand his Heaven-Breaking Divine Flame. It's famous in the entire Wind Cloud Weave. If Senior wants to obtain the Heaven-Breaking Divine Flame, there will be a chance in the near future. The Heaven-Breaking Divine Emperor's Heaven-Breaking City will give out a quota every 100 years. What do you mean? If he wanted to obtain the Heaven-Breaking Divine Flame, Lin Fei couldn't use force. He had to take a shortcut. After Gu Tianming finished speaking, Jiang Yi's eyes lit up. This was really good news. What about the peak-level races? Lin Fei asked about another matter. Breaking through the physical limit was the key. Similarly, he needed a large number of peak-level experts to refine. Forget about the human race. They were too weak. He had to look for some powerful races. Lin Fei believed that the powerful races in the Wind Cloud Weave would not disappoint him. The first race, the Dragon race. The second race, the Heaven Devil race. The third race, the Azura race. The number of peak-level races had exceeded Lin Fei's expectations. There were more than 10 of them. These races had never produced a God Emperor before. Although they didn't have the battle power of a God Emperor, they were extremely close to it. Even a true God Emperor would not dare to offend these peak-level races. It seems like my luck is not bad. Lin Fei was in a good mood. That's all for now. Later, send me a map of the Wind Cloud Weave. If there's nothing else, don't come. With the relevant information in hand, it was time for Lin Fei to take action. He wouldn't give those fellows any chance. Gu Tianming didn't dare to ask anything and left. Then I'll start with the Fiend race. The Fiend race was formed from the Undying race and had innate spiritual bodies. They didn't have a good reputation in the Wind Cloud Weave and could be said to have done all sorts of bad things. It was perfect to start with them. Moreover, the Fiend race had more than 10 divine monarchs and at least 100 god kings. He wasn't afraid that news would spread if he killed them. They simply had too many enemies. With such strength, he would definitely be able to contribute a large amount of heavenly god power to him. Lin Fei had to continuously accumulate and improve his strength. The stronger he was, the more powerful the arch armor parts would be. Chapter 36-27. The Fiends. They were a special race. They didn't cultivate their fleshly bodies, but rather their spirit bodies. Therefore they were very special. However, the fiends were very powerful. Even though many people cared about their spirit bodies, no one dared to hunt them. Years ago, a divine sovereign had tried to kidnap a fiend disciple, but the fiends had retaliated. Not only had the divine sovereign been killed, but his entire clan had been buried with him. In the end, a god emperor had intervened to stop the fiends. The fiends lived in the Great Dark Swamp. It was a place that exuded a cold and gloomy aura. That was because there was a special earth vein under the ground, where endless Qi gathered. Only fiends would be able to live here. In the dark night, a figure walked out of the void. In a little more than a month, Lin Fei had arrived at the fiend's outskirts. He didn't alert anyone when he left the Dark Judgment Center. Over the past month, Lin Fei had heard quite a bit of news. For example, the news of the 13 godly kingdoms had spread like wildfire. As the one who had gained the most, his name had spread throughout the entire domain of wind and cloud. Fortunately, not many people had seen him, and Lin Fei had been very careful. However, the news that he had obtained the primordial gauntlet, which had been left behind by the strongest god emperor, had spread like wildfire. No matter who it was, they were all looking for him. Lin Fei couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency. Such rich Qi. And there's a special substance in it that can destroy heaven god's power. No wonder only fiends can live here. As the black wind landed on Lin Fei's skin, it started to corrode. However, that was all. The special substance that could destroy heaven god's power was instantly destroyed. I can sense that there are more than a dozen powerful auras among the fiends. They must all be divine emperor experts. Lin Fei took a step forward and charged into the Great Dark Swamp. In the next moment, an overwhelming wave of nether wind blew towards him. When the Yin winds were a few dozen feet away from Lin Fei, they were blown apart like a tidal wave. Not a single one of them could get close to Lin Fei. Who's there? Someone's intruding. It wasn't long before a fiend patrol discovered Lin Fei. Lin Fei's eyes lit up as soon as he laid eyes on the fiend. It's indeed a spirit body. Such pure power. The myriad essence pool appeared in the sky and sucked them in. I'll wipe them out tonight. My long journey won't be in vain. After being discovered by the fiends, Lin Fei didn't plan to hide anymore. He picked up his speed and charged into the depths of the fiends' headquarters. In the depths of the swamp, there was a huge city called U City. A human expert has broken in. In the depths of U City, 12 strong auras suddenly opened their eyes at the same time. When they opened their eyes, their auras became one. They surpassed Sir God Realm and stepped into Emperor God Realm. The 12 figures all revealed disdainful expressions. Once we master the cultivation technique, all the humans will have to step aside. That's right, when the time comes, we'll sweep through their great human cities, devour them, completely refine them. This is U City. The myriad essence pool kept sucking in fiends as Lin Fei rushed over. When he saw U City, he wondered if he had come to the wrong place. The outer perimeter of U City was filled with mountains of bones, which were very eye-catching in the dark of night. According to the information, the fiends often attack large cities and steal humans for food. I didn't expect them to stay after eating them. Lin Fei didn't want to waste time talking. He controlled the myriad essence pool and flew over U City. A black vortex enveloped the city. Spell formation. Lin Fei snorted coldly. He took a step forward and punched out with his god-slaying fist, which bombarded the spell formation like a pillar of light. Whoosh! 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 The spell formation shook violently, alarming countless fiend experts. Again, Lin Fei wasn't surprised that his punch hadn't broken the fiend's protective spell formation. The fact that they could survive for so long meant that they had their own strengths. Boom! 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 3 pillars of light bombarded the spell formation. After that, a large gap appeared in the spell formation. Lin Fei morphed into a streak of light and dashed in, followed by the myriad essence pool. Whoosh! 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 The myriad essence pool unleashed a terrifying suction force that sucked the fiends into it. In the blink of an eye, one black figure after another was sucked into the vortex, unable to break free. The fiends suffered heavy losses. Let's go. That treasure is too terrifying. Even the God King can't stop it. Go get the patriarch. Lin Fei stood there and didn't move. He controlled the myriad essence pool to draw in the fiend experts in the city. None of the heavenly gods or god kings were able to resist the myriad essence pool's suction force, and fell into it. This was why Lin Fei had considered attacking the fiends. Weak. From weak to strong. By the time everyone realized what was going on, Lin Fei had already collected enough heavenly god power. Facing these powerful races, he wouldn't be stupid enough to attack the dragons. That would be foolish. Besides, the dragons' appeal was unquestionable. The fiends had never thought that they would encounter such a terrifying scene. A human expert had wiped out all of their experts with a single treasure. Even the god kings were powerless against the suction force, not to mention attacking. Impudent! Impudent! Boom! Boom! Loud furious roars echoed out from underground. Every shockwave struck the myriad origin pool. After 12 consecutive shockwaves, the whirlpool formed by the myriad origin pool shattered, finally coming to a stop. You're dead meat, human! Let the god king out of there! The fiends were overjoyed. Their patriarchs had joined the fray, and they were the 12 patriarchs. They were the fiends' strongest fighting force, a force that could shake the entire human race. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth rose. 12 divine sovereigns. Boom! A powerful aura soared into the sky, tearing through the dark night and piercing through the heavens. 12 figures walked out of the ground. The moment they walked out, Lin Fei sensed that they were extraordinary, and even threatened his life. Spacetime chaos. Lin Fei felt that they were a whole. One of them could mobilize the power of 12 people, so he decided to strike first and destroy their formation. Whoosh! The pendant was activated. The river of spacetime descended, passing through the entire fiend race. The 12 fiend patriarchs instantly encountered a terrifying aura and fell into the river of spacetime. Their auras kept weakening. Not good. This is an attack left by God Emperor Gu Heng. Break the river of spacetime or we'll all die. But before they could rejoice, the scene in front of them made their expressions change drastically. God-slaying fist. Lin Fei rushed into the river of spacetime and punched out with his Gu Heng glove. He infused his power into it, and a phantom appeared. It reached out and grabbed the river of spacetime. Bang! Chapter 36:28. As soon as the river of time and space appeared, it suppressed the 12 fiend patriarchs, causing their power to drain rapidly. What shocked them even more was the killing move that followed. The pure power contained a supreme will that impacted their souls, and increased the power of the river of time and space. Bang! 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 The 12 fiend patriarchs were sent flying. The fragments of the river of time and space also pierced into their bodies, causing their power to continuously drain, causing them to drop from the Divine Lord realm to the God King realm. I didn't expect the combined power of the arch armor parts to be so great. It's just that it consumes a lot of power. This was the most domineering punch in history. You're Lin Fei. The 12 fiend patriarchs' auras weakened, and they were filled with fear and uneasiness. As a fiend race that had been passed down for generations, they had records of God Emperor Gu Heng, especially his the arch armor, which was considered a top treasure. Because of this, the competition for the arch armor parts was extremely fierce. You also got 2 the arch armor parts. The fiend patriarchs were terrified. The river of time and space and Gu Heng's gloves had always been regarded as the 2 most powerful treasures. One was the river of time and space, the other was Gu Heng's gloves. One was a support while the other was an attack. Their strength was greatly affected by the river of time and space, and they couldn't withstand a blow from Gu Heng's gloves. You guessed it right. Unfortunately, there's no reward. The myriad origin pool reappeared and sucked the 12 fiend patriarchs in. I still underestimated the power of the 2 the arch armor parts. Lin Fei had thought that it would be a fierce battle. He hadn't expected it to end so quickly. It's just that it consumed a lot of power. However, I have the myriad origin pool to support me. If I use it 3 times in a row, no Divine Lord expert will be able to withstand it. Without the 12 fiend patriarchs, Lin Fei controlled the myriad origin pool to sweep across the entire fiend race. He didn't let go of any god kings or heavenly gods. He sucked them all into the myriad origin pool and turned them into pure power. Lin Fei casually entered the fiend race's treasure vault, and took away all the treasures of heaven and earth, as well as the other items. He also obtained a large number of books and records, which he took away as well. At that moment, Lin Fei was very sure that the arm that Kong Lin had asked him to bring back was definitely Emperor God Gu Heng's. It was extremely likely that this Emperor God Gu Heng was a top-notch expert from the territory he was from. Even though it seemed like he had been suppressed in Wind Cloud territory, he had not actually died. That God Emperor Gu Heng was an immortal rank expert. Even if he wasn't far from it. Facing such a top-notch existence, Lin Fei naturally had to be careful. At that moment he had to raise his abilities to the limit. The arch armor that Emperor God Gu Heng had left behind was one of the best shortcuts. The next race will be the bone race. This was also a special race. In any case, Lin Fei wasn't someone from the Wind Cloud Weave, so he wasn't afraid of anything. After Lin Fei left, a strand of consciousness emerged from the ground of the fiend race, twisting and struggling. My fiend race Lin Fei, you will definitely pay a heavy price for your actions this time. You have 2 parts of the arch armor, and they are the strongest. You will soon become the target of the entire Wind Cloud Weave, and all 9 God Emperors will attack you. This strand of consciousness was filled with monstrous hatred as it rushed into the void with a whoosh. Lin Fei didn't know that the fiend race had left behind a trump card. After leaving the fiend race, Lin Fei first took elixirs to replenish 1/3 of the energy he had consumed. It took him more than 10 days to do so. Under normal circumstances, he would have no problem using the myriad essence pool to deal with heavenly gods and god kings. It could be said that he had wiped out all of them. The ones that really consumed the most energy were divine sovereigns. Have you heard? The fiend race has been annihilated. Yeah, I know. It was Lin Fei who rose to fame. It is said that he has 2 parts of the arch armor of the arch armor. I really don't know how he got them. It doesn't matter how he got them. In any case, everyone is heading for the fiend race now. They are looking for Lin Fei everywhere. A few figures turned into streaks of light and flew across the sky. After they left, Lin Fei walked out of the void frowning slightly. Then, he stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion that blotted out the sky. Ah! Oh no! They were all God King experts. In the blink of an eye, they were grabbed by a hand, and their energy was suppressed to the point that they couldn't move at all. Lin Fei! You are Lin Fei! The God Kings exclaimed in shock. Lin Fei grabbed them and flew away. He landed in a forest and casually threw them to the ground. If you don't want to die, answer my questions honestly, Lin Fei said indifferently. A boundless pressure crushed down on them, making them pale with fright. Don't kill us, Senior Lin. We'll tell you everything. We won't dare to hide anything. Lin Fei asked about himself first. After hearing their answers, his eyebrows furrowed slightly. It seems that I've underestimated the fiends. I can't believe they actually have such a trump card. But the fiends are also very cunning. They didn't tell me about the pendant. Did they set each other up? After relaxing his eyebrows, Lin Fei's lips curled into a cold smile. None of these special races are easy to deal with. Afterwards, Lin Fei went on to learn more about the situation. Who would have thought that I would attract the attention of all the major forces and sects in this domain, just because I killed the fiends? Lin Fei's fighting spirit soared. Even if I become a wanted criminal, it doesn't matter. No one can do anything to me unless a God Emperor makes a move. After killing the 12 fiend patriarchs, Lin Fei had a much deeper understanding of his own strength. If a God Emperor didn't show up, no one would be able to contend against him. Now Lin Fei had the confidence to shout such a slogan. In the entire Wind Cloud Weave there were 9 God Emperors. 6 of them were veteran God Emperors, while the other 3 were new God Emperors. Pulling one hair could affect the rest. In Lin Fei's opinion, only the 3 new God Emperors would make a move. The 6 veteran God Emperors wouldn't allow each other to make a move. Whoever obtained Ancient Heng's gauntlets, with their own the arch armor, would be like adding wings to a tiger. As long as the 6 veteran God Emperors weren't out of their minds, they wouldn't allow any of them to make a move. But it was different for the 3 new God Emperors. Even if they obtained the gauntlet, they would at most have the ability to fight against them. It was impossible for them to surpass them. Lin Fei was very reassured. Those ants would come if they wanted to. They would become nourishment for him anyway. You can go down and join me now. The myriad origin pool flew out and sucked them in. I still have to go to the bone race. Lin Fei continued forward. No one knows my goal. I just want to attack them head-on and waste a little more time. When they get here, I'll kill them. Lin Fei wasn't frightened by this news. Chapter 36-29. The news of the fiend race being wiped out spread like wildfire. The experts of the Wind Cloud Dominion all took action. All kinds of searching treasures emerged one after another, all searching for Lin Fei's whereabouts. The arch armor part left behind by God Emperor Gu Heng appeared again. Whether one snatched it themselves or gave it to a God Emperor powerhouse or a major faction, one could obtain unimaginable benefits. Those peak fifth-layered heaven godlords were the most active. To be able to wipe out 12 fiend race godlord powerhouses, one could imagine the strength of this Lin Fei. Even though Lin Fei was powerful, the godlord powerhouses still thought that they could take down Lin Fei. The arch armor part left behind by God Emperor Gu Heng was not what anyone could activate. Once or twice was normal, but what about 3 to 5 times or more than 10 times? And this was the chance for the godlord powerhouses. The bone race is ahead. Over the past few days, Lin Feijian had sensed the presence of many experts. Every time Lin Fei would avoid in advance. The bone race had not been wiped out yet, and he did not want to alert the enemy so early. A vast white bone mountain appeared before Lin Fei's eyes. This was the famous Bone Mountain. The bone race lived in the Bone Mountain. And this Bone Mountain spanned hundreds of millions of miles. It was a supreme treasure. Even God Emperors had to be wary of it. The bone race is much stronger than the fiend race. Under his perception, Lin Fei sensed more than 20 tyrannical auras. Currently, only godlord powerhouses were qualified to be recognized by him. Divine kings could only stand aside. In the central region of the Bone Mountain, a group of experts was eating and drinking to their heart's content. Don't be fooled by the bone race's horrifying name. In fact, they also had flesh and blood. Do you think that Lin Fei will come to our Bone Mountain? In the main hall, more than 10 experts were sitting, streams of tyrannical aura flowing. If Lin Fei dares to come to our Bone Mountain, we will make him unable to return. The fiend race was unprepared. Our bone race is different. That's right. Even if he has Gu Heng's glove and another one, he also wants to be impudent in the Bone Mountain. The expert from Bone Mountain said disdainfully. In terms of strength, the bone race was far stronger than the fiends. Even the fiends had to bow their heads in front of the bone race, not daring to act presumptuously. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a terrifying suction force appeared above the palace. The palace began to crack and crack. Then, with a cracking sound, the roof was broken and the weak people around were pulled out on the spot. A vast river of aura rushed over and crushed the bone race master. His strength dropped drastically on the spot. Not good. The bone race experts were shocked. In front of the space-time river, their strength continued to fade away. It was so terrifying that their expressions changed again and again as they struggled to break free. A figure walked out of the void and quickly punched out 3 times. The first punch caused them to vomit blood. The second punch greatly damaged his vitality. The third punch caused his strength to plummet and he was heavily injured. The moment the river of space-time collapsed, the bone race experts were sucked away by the suction force. All in one go, not bad. Lin Fei turned around and left, not planning to stay for long. He would leave after making a fortune. This was what he had analyzed on the way here. This was the only way to avoid being entangled. The arch armor parts left by God Emperor Gu Heng consumed a lot of energy. So Lin Fei had to be careful. Lin Fei, let go of our bone race experts. 3 tyrannical auras rushed out from the depths of the bone race. Terrifying killing intent filled the sky above the bone land. Let go or not, you have no right to say that. Lin Fei laughed loudly, put away the myriad essence pool, rushed into the void and left. Chase! The faces of the 3 bone race experts darkened when they saw more than half of the bone race's members had disappeared. How long had it been? And they actually dared to act presumptuously in the bone race. The human Lin Fei was too crazy. At this time, hundreds of millions of miles away from the bone race, the aura of the ancient Hung gloves left by God Emperor Gu Heng has appeared. This was an inconspicuous place. But at this time, The 6 human experts all stared at one person with joy. Brother Gao, where is it? The human expert called Brother Gao was a 4th-layered Heaven Divine Lord powerhouse. He was currently controlling a compass treasure in his hand. An aura condensed on the compass. Gauda said proudly. That Lin Fei would never have thought that I would have this kind of treasure to lock onto his position. According to the information on the compass, the current Lin Fei should be in that region of the bone race. Great. Let's hurry over. Lest someone beat us to it. These 7 people were all Divine Lord powerhouses. In order to capture Lin Fei and seize the ancient hung gloves in his hands, as well as another treasure. It appeared. On top of a tall mountain in wind cloud territory, a figure was sitting cross-legged. All of a sudden he opened both eyes. A cold light flashed, cutting open the void. The gale turned to ashes, turning into a temporary vacuum zone. Ancient hung gloves. The figure closed both eyes again. Wind Cloud 13 Swordsman, it's time for you guys to take action. The ancient hung gloves appeared in the bone race. You guys follow this Emperor's divine sense and head over to retrieve the ancient hung gloves. He pointed a finger and a stream of light shot out. Understood. 13 auras and sword intense soared into the sky, following closely behind. It's been a long time since the wind cloud territory was so lively. A faint voice reverberated endlessly. Similar incidents kept happening in various places in the wind cloud territory. Lin Fei could avoid everyone's tracking, but the ancient hung gloves aura could not be controlled. When the ancient hung gloves aura appeared, it would be sensed by the other people who had the parts. Lin Fei, you can't escape. Put down the experts of our bone race. The 3 bone race divine lords kept chasing after Lin Fei. They were fast, but compared to Lin Fei there was a huge gap. They could not catch up even if they used all their strength. They kept a certain distance from him. Lin Fei's physical body shuttled through the void. The bone race divine lords are indeed very powerful. They are much stronger than the fiend race. Lin Fei thought to himself. He turned back and smiled. If the 3 of you like to chase me, you can keep chasing me. I have no objections. Bastard. One of the bone race divine lords snorted. He raised his hand and slapped down. Don't even think of escaping. Lin Fei's body glowed faintly. He did not dodge. He took the attack head-on. His body swayed. I've experienced your palm technique. It's just a so-so. Lin Fei was not affected by the Divine Lord's attack. The Fiend God race's top-notch body tempering technique was indeed awesome. Most importantly, this was only the 3rd stage of the 13-stage golden body technique. There were still 10 more stages. Just thinking about it was terrifying. He actually withstood it and is completely fine. Damn it, he is a body tempering cultivator, and he even cultivates a top-notch body tempering technique. The bone race divine lord's face turned ashen. The other party was only a peak 5th stage celestial god. This was too much of a blow. Continue attacking. Even if he is a body tempering expert with a strong physical body, we can still destroy this kid's body if we join forces. The 3 bone race divine lords' expressions changed. Their eyes became determined. Chapter 36:30. Bang! 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 The 3 bone race divine lord powerhouses attacked Lin Fei non-stop. Lin Fei relied on his powerful fleshy body to withstand their attacks from start to finish, and was completely fine. Instead, he tired out the 3 bone race divine lord powerhouses until they were unbearably exhausted. A powerful fleshy body is awesome. Enduring all the way, Lin Fei rejoiced that he made a trip to the 13 divine nations and obtained such a powerful body tempering cultivation method. The Fiend God race was really a good person. Aren't you guys tired? Lin Fei smiled and said, the exhaustion isn't small, right? If I were you guys, I'd choose to go back right away. If by any chance you run into an enemy, you guys might be doomed. 3 bone race divine lord powerhouses, what kind of experts had they not seen before? People like Lin Fei they really had not encountered before. Too monstrous. This human's fleshy body is powerful, can't break it. Originally thought that under joining hands, the other party could not hold on for long. In the end, chasing several 100 million miles away, the other party was still alive and kicking. Instead, it was they who exhausted a lot. Want to threaten us? No way. Not handing over our bone race's experts plus the ancient hung glove on your hands, and that pendant you can forget about escaping in front of us. The 3 bone race divine lords took out medicinal pills and continued chasing. This time they learned to be wiser and did not attack Lin Fei anymore. With the strength of the other party's fleshy body, continuing to fight was also a waste of effort. They could only stare fixedly at the other party. There's someone ahead. Lin Fei was really not afraid of being chased. One should not look at how he erupted with power in the bone race. Actually, he restrained his strength, waiting for more people before unleashing it. He could absolutely wipe out the people chasing him in one fell swoop. Furthermore, what a powerful aura. It's peak 5th firmament divine lord again. From taking action in the bone race, Lin Fei knew that he would be targeted. Especially those divine emperors, they absolutely would not miss such a good opportunity. Come on, all come on. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. It'll be time for you all to regret right away. Whoosh! An aurora arrived, infinitely magnifying in front of Lin Fei's eyes, getting brighter and brighter. A blazing hot aura exploded in front of Lin Fei, instantly sweeping out. The void was evaporated, and a vacuum zone appeared. Not good, the experts of the Blazing Sun clan are here. The 3 bone race divine lords chose to retreat as they took out their treasures to protect themselves. The fiery energy surged towards them in waves as the expressions of the 3 bone race divine lords constantly changed. They were filled with fear. They're here. Our chances are slim. The worst situation had occurred. We'll wait. The Blazing Sun tribe was famous for their violent tempers, and they would start a fight at the slightest disagreement. Everyone in the wind cloud weave knew about this. At the same time, they cultivated the great celestial sun divine fire, which could burn anything. It was extremely terrifying and could suppress the Bone Clan. Bone Clan, Sir God, I'm really sorry. I'm afraid that Lin Fei will belong to us. In the distance, 2 fireballs flew over, dragging a trail of flames behind them. Before they arrived, a blazing hot aura swept over. The entire void was covered in flames, forming a sea of fire. After the fireballs stopped, they turned into 2 red-robed experts, each with a fire mark between their eyebrows. This was the unique symbol of the Blazing Sun tribe. And this fire mark contained a terrifying killing move of the Blazing Sun tribe. In the wind cloud weave, very few people would attack the Blazing Sun tribe. Not only were they strong, but they were also very vengeful. Moreover, the Blazing Sun tribe's backer was a God Emperor expert. I've already said that Lin Fei can't even jump around in front of our Blazing Sun tribe. The red-robed expert, Lai Jiao, said disdainfully. He's indeed a little weak. The other red-robed expert, Lai Qing, laughed. I thought we'd have to make a second move. The 2 Blazing Sun tribe experts did not give the 3 bone race divine lords any face. The Blazing Sun tribe did not need to give the bone race any face. You 3, why are you still here? Lai Jiao shot a cold glare at them. Do you want to have a taste of the Blazing Sun tribe's great celestial sun divine fire? A fiery light erupted from Lai Jiao's body, burning fiercely. Even from a distance, the 3 bone race experts could feel the terror of the threat. Let's go. The great celestial sun divine fire restrained them, so the 3 bone race experts had no choice but to retreat. Even though the 3 of them had fought with them, they would not be able to gain the upper hand at all. In fact, they would even have to pay a huge price. Spineless fellow. Lai Jiao sneered. Let's see if that brat Lin Fei has been beaten to death or not. The Blazing Sun tribe had come to kill Lin Fei to obtain the ancient gauntlets and offer them to the God Emperor behind them. River of Spacetime. Boom! Just as Lai Jiao finished speaking, a vast and ancient aura descended, instantly enveloping them. The information was wrong. This is the River of Spacetime, damn it. The flames around Lai Jiao burned the sky as he resisted the River of Spacetime's attack. His expression changed drastically as he cursed the fiend race for not releasing the important information. It's too late to know. Lin Fei walked into the River of Spacetime and punched directly at Lai Jiao and the other divine monarch. Waves of energy exploded on their bodies. The 2 divine monarch experts of the Blazing Sun tribe were very strong. Under the River of Spacetime's attack, they were able to resist quite a bit of the power. To be able to withstand a punch, it's really not bad. Lin Fei moved like a stream of light. Another god-slaying fist smashed through the 2's bodies, breaking their defenses. The power of the river of spacetime invaded their bodies, disintegrating their energy and rapidly draining them. Withdraw. The myriad essence pool descended and suppressed them. The three bone race divine monarchs who had not run far gasped, their expressions changing drastically. The human race is really cunning. We were almost tricked. If not for the blazing sun tribe's unlucky bastard, we, as divine monarchs, they had felt the terrifying threat just now. They had not been able to resist at all, and their hearts were pounding. The human race was really bad. Do you still want to chase me? Lin Fei smiled and said, I don't mind if you continue to chase me. Only by doing so will I feel pressured and motivated. Do you really think we are 3-year-old kids? Previously, they did not know that Lin Fei had an ancient eternal pendant that could display the river of spacetime. Now that they knew, who would be so silly as to go up? The ancient eternal pendant and the ancient eternal gloves were the strongest existences. Didn't they see that the blazing sun tribe's expert was suppressed after being complacent for a short while? If it were them, they would not end up the same. They were scared. If you don't come, then I'm leaving. Lin Fei chuckled, punched the void and rushed into the void. Let's follow him. The bone race divine monarch expert was unwilling to give up just like that. Even if they were beaten to death, they wanted to see the results. As long as we don't go up, his river of spacetime will not have a chance to cover that far. The blazing sun tribe's attack is rather domineering. Can actually burn my body. I have really underestimated them. Lin Fei thought to himself. Since the blazing sun tribe has appeared, I'm afraid other experts are also on their way. Furthermore, boom! Suddenly 13 sword lights appeared in the void. The sword lights crisscrossed and enveloped them like a huge net. Chapter 36-31. The sword net came without any warning. At the same time, the sword net contained terrifying sealing power and turned the surrounding area into a vacuum zone. Arcs of light crisscrossed with sharp aura and spread out endlessly. Before they got close, there would be sword-intense slashing and filling the void. Another expert. Not bad. Lin Fei punched out. The power of the god-slaying fist collided with the net of swords. The tyrannical power swept across, but surprisingly, the net of swords did not break. Instead, it became extremely sturdy. Lin Fei, not everyone is qualified to make a move against us 13 brothers, said Lin Fei. A figure walked out of the void. After the first figure appeared, a second, a third, and a total of 13 figures appeared, covering every direction and completely sealing off Lin Fei's path of escape. Lin Fei, accept your fate. Ancient Heng's glove isn't something someone like you can have. The sword net continued to surround him. Lin Fei quickly punched out 3 times. However, he was unable to break through the net of swords. Strands of sharp aura continuously cut into his body, leaving behind white marks. I've met an expert. It was the first time Ancient Heng's glove wasn't able to break through a huge net. The 13 experts in front of him were impressive. For you to mobilize 13 experts, I really want to know who sent you all here so that I can accept my defeat. Lin Fei seemed to have given up on resisting. We are the 9th Emperor God's disciples. The 9th Emperor God Fluttering Snow, was an Emperor God expert 9,000 years ago, and was considered a rising star. However, compared to the veteran Emperor Gods, he was still far behind. Oh, it's Emperor God Fluttering Snow. Lin Fei didn't expect an expert from an Emperor God to come so soon. In order to deal with him, he used a big move. It's good that you know. In the wind cloud weave, the influence of a God Emperor was extremely terrifying. Furthermore, the prestige of a God Emperor's disciples was even greater. No matter where they went, everyone would treat them with respect. Actually, I have to thank Emperor God Fluttering Snow for sending you here. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. I love experts. Wow! The river of spacetime surged as the power of a heavenly god rapidly depleted. The 13 divine monarch experts were instantly hit. His strength was rapidly draining away. Before the net of swords could reach Lin Fei, it completely vanished. It had completely collapsed and disappeared. God-slaying fist. The black flood rolled over them. Poof, poof, poof. The divine lords vomited blood one after another. The river of spacetime's power kept crushing them. Retreat. Sword Intense shot out, tearing holes in the river of spacetime. It was clear that their strength was extraordinary. At the very least, they could shake the river of spacetime. Myriad essence pool. While they were struggling, the suction force of the myriad essence pool enveloped them. So. He suppressed 2 of them on the spot. The expressions of the remaining 11 experts changed drastically. While they blocked the myriad essence pool's attack, the river of spacetime also attacked. Under the pincer attack, they were completely defeated. The river of spacetime is still the best. Lin Fei quickly put away the myriad essence pool and continued to move in the void. The Bone Race Divine Lord, who had been following him, widened his eyes. The 13 swordsmen under God Emperor Fluttering Snow were subdued just like that. It's really terrifying. Who would believe this? The 2 divine lords did not dare to continue chasing. If they were ambushed, they would definitely be dead. 2 of God Emperor Gu Heng's strongest treasures are in this person's hands. If a true God Emperor does not appear, who can compete with him? His accumulation is really terrifying. The Bone Race Divine Lord shook his head and left. After the ambush of the 13 swordsmen under God Emperor Fluttering Snow, Lin Fei was constantly ambushed by experts. They were all Divine Monarch experts from the Windcloud Weave. Each of them was very powerful. It was a pity that they encountered Lin Fei, who controlled the river of spacetime. Basically, no one could withstand the attacks from both sides. The news spread. The 13 swordsmen under God Emperor Fluttering Snow were completely annihilated. The first news was about God Emperor Fluttering Snow's subordinates. Many people were shocked. No one dared to underestimate the formation of the 13 swordsmen. Once they attacked, all 13 of them would attack together. It was terrifying to imagine. While everyone was still in shock, a question appeared. Was Lin Fei really so powerful that he could ignore Divine Monarch experts? No one knew how the 13 swordsmen were killed. No matter how powerful Lin Fei was, he could not fight against the 13 swordsmen. Not long after, another piece of news came out. 3 experts under God Emperor Whitebones, who was ranked 8th, were also defeated by Lin Fei. Just like the previous news, no one knew the whole process of the battle. This was thought-provoking. 2 groups of experts were defeated by Lin Fei. They were all famous existences. Undoubtedly, the Divine Lords who were preparing to take action were extremely fearful. No matter which of the experts who came from the God Emperor's side, they were all exceptionally powerful and terrifying. But in the end, they were all summed up by Lin Fei. At the same time, in a special space, a figure passed through space and came to this place. Finally, he stopped in a courtyard. Fluttering Snow, you are still holding back. The moment the person appeared, he sat down and said straightforwardly, "Why must I take action?" Emperor God Fluttering Snow was ranked 9th. His sword intention was extremely sharp and he showed off his ability. Those who weren't Emperor Gods wouldn't dare to look him in the eye. Fluttering Snow is Fluttering Snow. His words are still so interesting. The person sitting opposite him was Emperor God White Bones. He was as skinny as firewood and he looked as though he would die at any moment. Did you guess something? After all, they are the 13 swordsmen that you nurtured with great effort. As a swordsman, death is inevitable. Emperor God Fluttering Snow said. There's nothing to be surprised about. But you, Whitebones, you came from afar. Do you want me to take action? Emperor God Whitebones was ranked 8th. It didn't mean that he could definitely defeat Emperor God Fluttering Snow. His sword intention attack was unparalleled in the world. At most there was a 40 to 50 chance. Whitebones had 40% and Emperor God Fluttering Snow had 50%. It's so boring to talk to you. Emperor God Whitebones humphed. I suspect the other treasure is the ancient eternal pendant that can control the river of spacetime. Emperor God Fluttering Snow's expression didn't change. Then why did you look for me? The river of spacetime is extremely domineering. The kid has a strong foundation. If an Emperor God doesn't take action, no one can do anything to the kid. Emperor God Whitebones said. If we team up, even other Emperor Gods have to be wary of us. Forget it. Emperor God Fluttering Snow shook his head. Whoever takes action first will be unlucky. It's the river of spacetime. Emperor God Whitebones was really jealous. However, he wasn't willing to give up just like that. Chapter 36-32. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lin Fei controlled the river of time and space to kill the guy who ambushed him again. Ever since the news had spread, the experts of the major powers had rushed over. Lin Fei had lost count of how many waves of experts he had killed. It was a pity that no one could hurt Lin Fei. He had a better understanding of Emperor God Gu Heng's treasures. For example, he could control the river of time and space to isolate all attacks. Time would destroy everything. Any attack would be infinitely weakened. This was not something that just anyone could do. With this move, Lin Fei almost never met an opponent. Even if a God Monarch expert fought with him, they would either be defeated or flee. Another race is dealt with. Lin Fei rushed out. Even though he was ambushed, he didn't forget to suppress and refine those powerful special races. Now it's time to pay a visit to that heaven-breaking divine emperor. Recently, the emperor gods hadn't taken action. Lin Fei was sure that the 9 emperor gods were restraining each other. They wouldn't dare to take action now. If they were to take action, the 3 new emperor gods would be the most likely. Until now, Emperor Fluttering Snow, Emperor God White Bones, and Emperor Breaking Heaven hadn't been sold. Lin Fei was even more sure of his guess. Every day there was news about Lin Fei. After confirming that the emperor gods wouldn't take action easily, Lin Fei didn't hide anymore. Instead, he swaggered around. At the beginning, there were god monarchs taking action constantly. However, they were all killed by Lin Fei every time. Killing 1 or 2 didn't make much of a difference. However, as the number of god monarchs increased, everyone started to feel afraid. A god monarch was a big shot in the windy wind weave. When an emperor god didn't take action, a god monarch was invincible. But now Lin Fei was cutting them up like vegetables. Everyone was numb. It turned out that even a high and mighty god monarch could be killed one day. The god monarchs who were about to take action stopped temporarily. Now was not a good time to strike. That fellow Lin Fei was the nemesis of god monarchs. Under the protection of the space-time river, they were unable to attack him at all. Moreover, his fleshly body was terrifyingly tough. Such an opponent was no less than a hard rock, and no one had any way to attack. Unless the God Emperor made a move. Lin Fei has gone to the heaven-breaking city. The expert who had been following Lin Fei all this while sent out another shocking piece of news. The heaven-breaking city was located in the land of extreme yang. The temperature here was extremely high. If a heavenly god expert entered without the corresponding treasure, they would be roasted into a corpse in a dozen or so breaths. Moreover, it would be a dried corpse. Normally, no one would dare to enter this land of extreme yang. Only God King powerhouses could barely withstand it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Fei stood at the exchange point. He couldn't be bothered to deal with the God King behind him. He was too weak. The land of extreme yang truly lives up to its reputation. Before he entered, a blazing aura struck Lin Fei's body. Traces of energy seeped through his skin, trying to enter his body. Lin Fei's current fleshly body was very strong, and this energy was futile. From this aspect, this land of extreme yang was not ordinary. Lin Fei rushed into the land of extreme yang, and the blazing aura swarmed over. Instantly, it was as if he had fallen into a furnace, and his entire body felt like it was about to be charred. The information on the information should not be wrong. The power of this ordinary fire is already so strong. I'm afraid that this heaven-breaking divine fire can really improve my body to a certain extent. He had used a treasure to improve his fleshly body in the 13 god nations. Lin Fei was very clear that it was very difficult for ordinary treasures to improve his body. Once the 13-stage golden body technique broke through to the 4th stage, Lin Fei believed that he would have the confidence to fight against God Emperor powerhouses. The 4th stage of his fleshly body would definitely be able to withstand the power of a God Emperor. After cultivating the top-notch body tempering technique of the God Demon race, Lin Fei was very confident that his body would be able to accommodate more heavenly God energy. In the land of extreme yang, there was a place that constantly spewed out lava. It was a huge volcano. Every once in a while, the huge volcano would spew out heavenly fire. And not far from this huge volcano there was a huge fiery red city. This city was Heaven-Breaking City. The construction of Heaven-Breaking City was done using local materials. Huge red rocks were the specialty of this place, and they could withstand the blazing heat. The Heaven-Breaking City was built because of these huge rocks. As for the rocks outside, none of them could withstand the heat in this land of extreme yang, and they would be melted in a moment. City Lord, it is rumored that Lin Fei has already entered our land of extreme yang. Should we arrange for someone to ambush that person? In the fiery red palace, a god king walked in with an anxious look on his face. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Recently, Lin Fei's ferocity could be said to be known by everyone. The number of god emperors that died in his hands was more than 10, and even 20. This was a nightmare for god emperors. He's really here. Pelayong stood up, a trace of worry on his face. Why would he come to our heaven-breaking city? Wherever this guy goes, good things happen. The fiend race, the bone race, and so on were all unlucky. You guys keep an eye on him, don't let him make the first move. Pelayong said. Everyone had seen Lin Fei's strength for themselves, so Pelayong did not dare to really fight Lin Fei. In the end, it would be heaven-breaking city's experts that would be lost. First, Pelayong went inside the huge volcano. The temperature here was extremely high. Even a god monarch like Pelayong had to summon a treasure to form a barrier and enter the depths of the volcano. In the depths of the huge volcano sat a red-haired middle-aged man. He exuded a supreme aura that made people's hearts shiver. This person was the 7th God Emperor Patian. Ancestor, that Lin Fei is here. What should we do? If it were an ordinary person, Pelayong would deal with him personally. But this Lin Fei, Pelayong really did not have the confidence. After all, he had 2 parts of the primordial the arch armor on him, and he was not to be trifled with. Moreover, the other party's accumulation as a 5th firmament celestial deity was even more terrifying. Pelayong could not make the decision. To think that he really dared to come. God Emperor Patian opened his eyes, which were like fire, constantly jumping. It's good that you can come and report. That person's strength has reached the level where if a god emperor doesn't come, he is invincible among god emperors. Unless dozens of god emperors attack together. Dozens of god emperors attacking. This was the first time Pelayong heard the ancestor say this, and he was very shocked. If these words were to spread, the entire Windcloud Dominion would probably go crazy. A very high evaluation. Chapter 36-33. Lin Fei's movements were very fast. Land of extreme Yang's scorching high temperature could not stop Lin Fei's footsteps at all. Very soon, a huge volcano appeared before his eyes. Apart from that, there was also a huge city, completely made of fiery red stones, very attractive. The one who came is Divine Lord Lin Fei. Even though Lin Fei's realm was 5th firmament celestial deity, no one dared to look down on him now. They all treated him as a Divine Lord powerhouse. Furthermore, he was a peak existence among Divine Lords. Lin Fei was prepared for battle. I'm Lin Fei. The voice went far away. Several figures flew out of the city, stopped not far from Lin Fei, and said to him with cupped hands, I'm Pelayong, Heaven Shredding City's City Lord. Lin Fei was quite surprised and then returned the greeting with cupped hands. So, it's City Lord Pu. I've heard a lot about you. When Pelayong saw that Lin Fei was so young, he was actually abnormally shocked in his heart. Back then, when he was at this age, he probably did not even have 1/10 of the other party's combat strength. This was really infuriating to death. Pelayong also sensed a terrifying aura from the other party. Especially the glove on his left hand. It was Ancient Heng's glove, and there was a pendant on his neck. Old ancestor wants to see you, follow me. Pelayong said. Okay. Lin Fei agreed readily. As for scheming against him, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. Even divine emperors had to pay the price too. He was not to be trifled with. The news of Pelayong, this city lord personally going to welcome Lin Fei, still caused a huge uproar in Heaven Shredding City. Many people felt that this crazy guy should be killed. Their Heaven Shredding City had a divine emperor holding down the fort. Who dared to behave atrociously in Heaven Shredding City? No matter who came, they all behaved themselves. Even if Lin Fei caused a bigger commotion, it was still nothing in front of a divine emperor. Someone behind retorted, shouting, If you have the capabilities, go. He's invincible under divine emperor. Could it be that you wish for Heaven Shredding City's divine lords to all die in his hands? Because of this, everyone immediately lost their temper. He was invincible below the God Emperor realm. No one was unconvinced. My ancestor is inside the volcano. Pelayong brought Lin Fei to the entrance of the volcano. He admired how Lin Fei didn't reveal the slightest bit of unease. After all, there was a god emperor in the volcano. Even though he was only the 7th god emperor, a god emperor was still a god emperor. He was a peak existence in the wind cloud weave and everyone had to look up to him. Even if a divine lord powerhouse came to see the patriarch, which one of them wouldn't be fearful and uneasy? Lin Fei's performance was not something those god monarchs could compare with. I won't be accompanying you, Pelayong said. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and smiled. This volcano is not bad. Is it here to test me? Interesting. He walked in with a single step. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Just as he entered the volcano, flames filled the sky, and a sea of fire appeared. Lin Fei was instantly caught in it, and the raging fire attacked him. The temperature was terrifying. Lin Fei circulated the 13-stage golden body technique. The blazing waves battered his body, and Lin Fei's entire body turned fiery red like a heated crab. Traces of burning power invaded his body. The heavenly god power in Lin Fei's body was vast and mighty like a vast ocean. The power that seeped in was instantly minced into pieces. This kind of test is just bullying ordinary experts. Lin Fei shook his head as he strode forward with large strides. In the depths of the volcano, the heaven-breaking divine emperor, who was sitting cross-legged on a stone platform, opened his eyes. Such a powerful body is indeed rare. With Gu Heng's gloves and Gu Heng's space-time pendant, he's fully deserving of being the strongest person below the God Emperor realm. The heaven-breaking divine emperor's eyes pierced through the void, and Lin Fei's every move appeared in his eyes. Not long after, Lin Fei sensed a vigorous life aura. Senior heaven-breaking divine emperor. After passing through the boundless sea of flames, Lin Fei saw the heaven-breaking divine emperor and cupped his hands. A god emperor was the strongest expert in the windy wind weave. Lin Fei still had some manners. You're not bad, the heaven-breaking divine emperor said. You're quite bold, aren't you? Aren't you afraid that this emperor will suppress you? Lin Fei said in a serious tone. If senior heaven-breaking divine emperor wanted to fight, he wouldn't have let me in. If he really wanted to fight, this lowly one would fight to the death. I believe that senior heaven-breaking divine emperor will be very disappointed. The heaven-breaking divine emperor snorted coldly. You talk big. Lin Fei was not afraid. Because I'm confident in my own strength. The heaven-breaking divine emperor had seen countless geniuses, but none of them could compare to Lin Fei. At least Lin Fei couldn't be so calm when facing him. Tell me, why did you come to Heaven-Breaking City? The heaven-breaking divine emperor said. Lin Fei was overjoyed. He knew that he had passed the first test. Since the heaven-breaking divine emperor didn't fight, he definitely wouldn't fight next. I want the heaven-breaking divine flame. The heaven-breaking divine emperor glanced at Lin Fei. You want to break through the limits of your body. Interesting. Lin Fei didn't plan to hide it from the heaven-breaking divine emperor. Why should this emperor give it to you? The heaven-breaking divine emperor said indifferently. Why Lin Fei didn't know what to say. This question was a bit tricky. Because I'm stronger than them. As long as I'm in Heaven-Breaking City, they don't have the qualifications. Lin Fei suddenly laughed. Moreover, I can find them one by one and kill them all. At that time, no one would want the heaven-breaking divine flame. If it's not mine, who else could it be? I think the previous tragedy wouldn't want that to happen either. You're acting like a hooligan. This was the first time the heaven-breaking divine emperor heard such words. No. To deal with trash, I always think that it's better to kill them with one punch. Lin Fei said. After all, it's a shame to be alive. I'm a heavenly god and they aren't even my match. What's the use of keeping them? The heaven-breaking divine emperor had never seen such an arrogant fellow. If these words were to spread, the heaven-breaking divine emperor was sure that this brat would cause public outrage. However, on second thought, it seemed normal. This fellow's strength was indeed tyrannical. The accumulation of strength in the heavenly god realm was also very terrifying. It surpassed a major realm. This was a super battle. It was because of this foundation that he could activate two supreme treasures. Those geniuses outside couldn't do it. Well said. The heaven-breaking divine emperor said. I can give you the heaven-breaking divine flame, But what can you give me? Lin Fei could see that the heaven-breaking divine emperor was very calculative. I heard that Senior doesn't have a good relationship with the Six Paths God Emperor. I can guarantee that once I'm strong enough, I'll help you kill the Six Paths God Emperor, Lin Fei said in a low voice. You're bold. Not bad. Then I'll wait and see. The heaven-breaking divine emperor laughed and waved his hand. A ball of flame appeared in his hand. As soon as the ball of flame appeared, Lin Fei felt an aura of death. This place is very safe. You can refine the heaven-breaking divine flame here, or even go into seclusion, the heaven-breaking divine emperor said. The flame in his hand floated in front of Lin Fei. Chapter 36-34. Everyone in the wind cloud weave knew that Lin Fei had entered Skybreaker City. No one dared to charge in and capture them. That was the territory of the heaven-breaking God Emperor. Apart from the God Emperors, no one would dare to act recklessly. The spies that were paying attention to the heaven-breaking city kept sending out news. The heaven-breaking divine emperor didn't make a move. Instead, it was Pelayong who personally came out to welcome them. It was unknown how many people were stunned. This was different from what they had imagined. Shouldn't he make a move? This Lin Fei had massacred several races and suppressed and refined their experts to strengthen himself. If this wasn't a method of the devil Tao, then what was it? Why didn't the heaven-breaking divine emperor make a move? For a moment this question agitated many people. Patriarch, why don't we capture Lin Fei? Inside the volcano, Pelayong looked at Lin Fei, who was engulfed in flames, in confusion. What benefits do you think our heaven-shattering city will obtain if we capture Lin Fei? The heaven-shattering divine emperor said with a smile. Forefather, as long as you get the ancient Hung glove and the ancient Hung space-time pendant, your power will increase tremendously. Even the few emperor gods will have to be polite to you. Pelayong said. Our heaven-crushing city's influence will also increase. In the future, Old Ancestor might even become the #1 god emperor. The heaven-breaking divine emperor shook his head and said, You're too narrow-minded. Who said that I can challenge them just because I took 2 pieces of the ancient emperor's armor? You're too stupid. If they really get their hands on the 2 treasures, the 6 veteran god emperors will definitely attack immediately and destroy our heaven-crushing city, including you and me. Pelayong's eyes widened. Impossible, how dare they? There's nothing to be afraid of, heaven-breaking divine emperor said. Do you really think that Lin Fei is so easy to suppress? You're thinking too easily. Have you seen a 5th firmament celestial deity who can kill a divine monarch? Pelayong fell silent. As long as Lin Fei is alive, he will benefit the most, the heaven-breaking divine emperor said. Although a mere heaven-breaking divine flame is precious, using it to befriend Lin Fei won't do our heaven-breaking city any harm. Pelayong lowered his head in shame. His vision was still too shallow. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The heaven-crushing divine flame was more domineering than Lin Fei had imagined. He was constantly tempering his body. Fortunately, Lin Fei had cultivated the 13-fold golden body incantation and was used to that kind of pain. Compared to that, the pain caused by the heaven-crushing divine fire was actually about the same. Time passed day by day. Half a year passed. Lin Fei continued to sit cross-legged, allowing the heaven-splitting divine fire to temper his body. The heaven-splitting divine flame also gradually weakened from its initial domineering nature, and its effect on tempering the physical body also decreased. Almost there. On this day, the Empyrean God's power in Lin Fei's body shattered the remnants of the heaven-splitting divine fire. He slowly opened his eyes, and a fierce aura appeared in the depths of his pupils. This aura is too shocking, too shocking. Pelayong was very far away, but even he was shocked by this aura. This aura is comparable to an emperor god. Pelayong was shocked. This guy's body has become even more terrifying. I really don't know how he cultivated. With the help of the heaven-splitting divine fire, Lin Fei had indeed broken through the limits of his physical body. At this moment, his physical body was infinitely close to the emperor god level. It's still a little short of a true emperor god's body. Sensing the changes in his physical body, Lin Fei took out the myriad essence pool, and a large amount of Empyrean God's power surged into his body. As soon as the power entered his body, Lin Fei's aura increased. The amount of Empyrean God's power also increased. 31,000, 32,000, 36,000, 38,000, 42,000. Finally, it broke through to 50,000 before stopping. All the Empyrean God's power in the myriad essence pool was refined by Lin Fei, and he successfully increased the amount of Empyrean God's power to 50,000. Lin Fei's aura was full of pressure. This strength. Pelayang was shocked. It's even stronger than before. Lin Fei was overjoyed. With 50,000 strands of Empyrean God's power and the first level of the God-slaying fist, I can explode with the power of 500,000 strands of Empyrean God's power in a single breath. In a short time, he had increased his strength by more than 10,000 strands of Empyrean God's power. This was a huge increase in quantity. Its power had also become terrifying. It's still not enough to fight a God Emperor. Now I'm just one step away. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. If I raise the 13-stage golden body technique to the 4th level, my physical body will definitely be at the God Emperor level. With the God Emperor level physical body and the help of treasures, Lin Fei would truly be invincible below the God Emperor level. He's still cultivating. Pelayang had thought that Lin Fei would come out of seclusion. After all, he had stayed here all this time to wait for Lin Fei. When he saw the scene of his shattered physical body reforming, Pelayang could not help but suck in a cold breath. What a crazy fellow! A person without great willpower and determination would not dare to cultivate this kind of body-tempering technique. Pelayang knew that he could not do it. It would be a great pain to his physical body and soul. Pelayang finally understood why Lin Fei's physical body was so strong. When one's physical body was strong, one's accumulation would naturally be more profound. This seemed simple, but there were only a few people in the entire Windy Wind Weave who could do it. Not to mention the dangers involved. One mistake and one would die on the spot. The old ancestor is right. Pelayang could imagine that once Lin Fei's physical body made a breakthrough, even if it wasn't at the Celestial Emperor realm, it would still be hard for even a Celestial Emperor to harm Lin Fei. A strong physical body was something that countless experts were helpless against. With such a strong defense, there was no way to attack. There was nothing more complicated than this. The time it took to break through his physical body was longer than before. Took a full year. In this year, Pelayang kept an eye on it. During this time, heaven-breaking Divine Emperor also came once or twice. Each time he came, he left immediately, but from the slight change in his expression, it was enough to show that he was satisfied with the current situation. On this day, 2 powerful auras appeared in the land of extreme yang. When these 2 auras appeared, all the experts could feel the oppressive aura. They couldn't even muster the slightest thought of resisting. God Emperor Fluttering Snow and White Ancient God Emperor are here. As expected of a God Emperor, this pressure is too terrifying and unbearable. Looking at the God Emperor experts that came out of the void, the experts of Heaven-Breaking City could only feel reverence. The 2 of you, what rare guests! Heaven-Breaking Divine Emperor walked out. I don't know what wind blew you here, but this is rare. We are God Emperors, shouldn't we walk more often? Whitebone God Emperor said. After all, unity is power. The words left behind by the ancients are very reasonable. Heaven-Breaking Divine Emperor smiled. This is not the place to talk. Why don't we sit inside? All right. The 2 God Emperors followed Heaven-Breaking Divine Emperor into the City Lord Mansion. Chapter 36-35. Within Heaven-Breaking Residence. Heaven-Breaking Divine Emperor was entertaining the 2 God Emperors. As peak experts of the same level, Heaven-Breaking Divine Emperor had a good relationship with them. After all of them were Emperor Gods, and they belonged to the newly ascended category. Naturally, there was a certain difference between them and the 6 veteran Emperor Gods. Hence, they automatically grouped up. It's rare for you 2 to come to Heaven-Breaking City. Don't say you're here to see me. Let's get straight to the point. Heaven-Breaking Divine Emperor smiled. Fluttering Snow took a sip of tea and didn't say anything. Whitebone's God knew he had to speak. Brother Heaven-Breaking, since you asked, let's get straight to the point. Whitebone's God said. We want to meet Lin Fei. Heaven-Breaking Divine Emperor revealed a playful smile. Is it that simple? Whitebone's God laughed dryly. Indeed, it's just a meeting. After all, Lin Fei is popular in Wind Cloud territory. Who doesn't want to meet him? Brother Fluttering Snow, what about you? Heaven-Breaking Divine Emperor looked at Fluttering Snow. There was no other reason for these two god emperors to come to heaven-breaking city other than Lin Fei. Let's work together. Fluttering Snow put down her teacup. Her gaze became determined. Within the volcano, the fire raged and the temperature was as high as the sun. Pelayong suddenly felt three powerful auras appear. Old Ancestor. Not long after, a figure appeared. It was heaven-breaking Divine Emperor and another God Emperor. Still not done. Heaven-breaking Divine Emperor saw through the end. He was surprised. The awakening should be over by now. Lin Fei seems to be making a breakthrough in his body tempering technique. Pelayong answered honestly. White Bones God and Fluttering Snow's gaze landed on Lin Fei. The sea of fire receded and Lin Fei's true appearance was revealed. This aura seems to be at the critical point. Fluttering Snow was surprised. He's about to make a breakthrough. White Bones God was shocked. God Emperor corporeal body. Boom! Finally, the reassembly was completed. A powerful and overbearing aura swept out, shattering the surrounding flames and turning the surrounding area into a vacuum zone. He broke through. Pelayong's heart trembled. How many people had been unable to break through to the God Emperor realm? Now, one of them had appeared right in front of him. The three God Emperors also had different expressions on their faces. As Emperor Gods, their corporeal bodies were barely at the level of Sir God. They were strong because of their strength, but they rarely cultivated their corporeal bodies. There were only a handful of people in the entire Windcloud Weave who had broken through to the God Emperor realm despite not being a God Emperor. You're late. The heaven-breaking Divine Emperor retracted his gaze and revealed a faint smile. Emperor God Fluttering Snow didn't feel anything. To Emperor God White Bones, the other party's body had broken through to the level of an Emperor God. He instantly had the right to be on equal footing with him. No one would be unhappy. Mountains of white bones. Emperor God White Bones slapped towards Lin Fei. Numerous white bones appeared and turned into a mountain. It howled and pressed down. The void where Lin Fei was collapsed on the spot, and the entire void seemed to sink. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The bone mountain smashed down, and a river of spacetime appeared. It was getting slower and slower. In the end, it smashed onto Lin Fei's body with only 1/10 of its power left. At that instant, Lin Fei opened his eyes and a domineering aura surged out. He roared. You're courting death. Hong! God-killing fist punched out. 500,000 rays of heaven god power surged out. A light pillar streaked across. D***it. Emperor God White Bones humped coldly and punched out. The power that belonged to an Emperor God surged out and collided heavily. Hong hong hong! The two forces collided continuously, stirring up huge waves. The surrounding flames turned into nothingness. Emperor God, what's so great about you? Lin Fei looked over and mocked. Emperor God White Bones was unwilling to accept that his punch didn't break the other party's power. Instead, they were evenly matched. Emperor God White Bones couldn't accept that. Enough! The heaven-breaking Divine Emperor humphed. White Bones, if you attack again, I'll be angry. Emperor God White Bones really wanted to severely injure the other party. It was a pity that he didn't succeed. The other party was so strong. Congratulations, Brother Lin, for your great improvement. The heaven-breaking Divine Emperor congratulated. It was just a misunderstanding. Brother Lin, please don't take it to heart. Just do me a favor. Lin Fei wasn't surprised by the heaven-breaking Divine Emperor's words. Since his 13 stages of golden body technique had reached the 4th stage, his physical defense had increased tremendously. Lin Fei knew that he was qualified to talk to an Emperor God. After fighting with Emperor God White Bones, he was even more certain of his strength. Even though he could only destroy 80% of the other party's power, he was satisfied. The remaining 20% didn't cause as much damage as he had imagined. It was just a light injury. I'll definitely do you a favor, Lin Fei said. The heaven-breaking Divine Emperor was satisfied. Lin Fei was good at dealing with people. Let's have a seat outside. Okay. They went to another place. There were only the 4 of them. There was no one else around. Even the void was filled with the power of an Emperor God. This is Emperor God White Bones and Emperor God Fluttering Snow. The heaven-breaking Divine Emperor introduced. Lin Fei nodded. As for Emperor God White Bones, forget it. This guy was hostile towards him. I wonder why the two emperor gods are looking for me, Lin Fei asked. If it's for the ancient Hung gloves and ancient Hung spacetime pendant, forget it. Emperor God Whitebones regretted coming too late. After observing for so long, he ended up benefiting this kid. An emperor god's physical body was equivalent to having the ability to protect his life. In a one-on-one situation, Emperor God Whitebones wasn't confident that he could take him down. After a short fight, they had an understanding of each other's strength. Cooperation. The Emperor God Whitebones said. Lin Fei was surprised. Are you sure you're not here to snatch my things? The Emperor God Whitebones was speechless. This guy was really hard to talk to. Do you think it's so easy to snatch your things? The Emperor God Whitegua humphed. I said cooperation means cooperation. Lin Fei was curious. An Emperor God wanted to cooperate with him? Are you thinking of getting rid of other Emperor gods? If that's the case, forget it. Lin Fei was clear of his own capabilities. I'm a timid person. I wouldn't dare to do such a thing. The Emperor God Whitebones almost vomited blood. You're timid? So many experts in the wind cloud we've died in your hands. You even dared to come to the heaven-breaking city alone. Chapter 36-36. The news that Emperor God Fluttering Snow brought was shocking to Lin Fei. Territory war? Immortal elixir? There was even a chance to refine experts. This was extremely attractive to Lin Fei as it meant that his power could increase again. Can you tell me more about it? After all, I'm just a newbie and I don't know anything about the territory war. Lin Fei asked curiously. It sounds like a huge event. I'm prepared to understand it better. Embarrassing? Not at all. Lin Fei was thick-skinned. If he didn't understand, he should ask. Emperor God Fluttering Snow wasn't surprised. Less than 20 people knew about the territory war in the entire Wind Cloud territory. It was a top secret and not a single piece of news had been leaked. It was normal for Lin Fei to ask. If he didn't ask, it would be abnormal. They might even start to doubt themselves. No problem. The territory war isn't a small matter. I have to understand it better to be prepared. I see. That's an eye-opener. After listening to the explanation, Lin Fei understood. He couldn't help but think that the world was so big. It was far beyond his imagination. It's not impossible for me to join the territory war. Lin Fei realized that it was a great chance to strengthen his power. According to what she said, the experts going to join the territory war were all Emperor God level. Everyone's chance was to step into the immortal level. The immortal level was truly undying. Even if a territory was destroyed, the immortal level experts wouldn't be affected. They could watch the ebb and flow of the era. It was time to bargain. It was normal for Emperor God Fluttering Snow to hear Lin Fei's request. It would be weird if she didn't mention it. Speak, Emperor God Fluttering Snow said. In the territory there was basically nothing an Emperor God couldn't do. I feel that my power isn't enough. I would like to ask for your help. For example, let me suppress Azura race, Dragon race, and other top races. I don't want to go to the territory war and be killed because I'm not strong enough. Lin Fei said seriously. I believe that all of you wish for me to become stronger, right? Lin Fei didn't forget to increase his strength even though he was participating in the Weave War. If one's strength did not increase, everything else would be meaningless. Moreover, in that kind of place only great power was fundamental. The other tribes won't be a problem, but the Azura tribe and the Dragon tribe won't be easy to deal with. Emperor God Fluttering Snow creased his eyebrows and said, You might not know, but they have the shadow of Emperor God behind them. Frankly speaking, they have submitted to Emperor God. Because of Emperor God's support, they can continue to exist. God Emperor? Lin Fei had never thought about this. In that case, if I were to make a move, I would be fighting against the God Emperor. Breaking Heaven God Emperor nodded. In theory, yes. I don't mind telling you that the three of us are weaker in terms of strength and influence. This is because we have all recruited top clans. Lin Fei came to a sudden realization. So there was such a thing. Even though he hadn't made a move against the top clans, he could be sure of one thing. The old Emperor God indeed had a lot of resources. And the experts of the top clans, no matter how weak they were, had fighting power that was infinitely close to Emperor God. They could be said to be battle generals. Then I think we should make a move. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. Why don't we make a move against Emperor Six Paths first? Lin Fei still wanted to make a move. Emperor God Fluttering Snow and the other two Emperor Gods admired this Lin Fei. He was really young and frivolous. Knowing that there were Emperor Gods behind the top clans, he still dared to make a move. He was really courageous. Compared to them, there was no comparison at all. Brother Lin, if you want to make a move, the only thing we can do is to restrain them. Breaking Heaven God Emperor said. For example, we can help you restrain them as a guest. But once we make a move, it will be different. Restrain? That's fine too. It's fine if we don't make a move. As long as Lin Fei had enough time to suppress those experts, even if an Emperor God came, he wouldn't be able to do anything. It was just losing a few experts. Lin Fei didn't think that the Emperor God experts would dare to make a move. Especially after his physical body reached the Emperor God level. He had the strongest ability to protect himself. An unkillable existence would definitely be an Emperor God's nightmare. Sure. Lin Fei and the three Emperor Gods formed a temporary cooperation. No one mentioned the territory war. Once the small matter was settled, there would be no problem. Everyone was clear about it. Six Paths Mountain. Emperor Six Paths lived on Six Paths Mountain. The Six Paths Mountain was a supreme treasure with a total of 6 barriers. Each barrier was extremely terrifying and even God Emperors wouldn't be able to break through. Emperor Six Paths' name came from Six Paths Mountain. Within the Six Das Palace, the Six Das Emperor God suddenly opened his eyes and looked confused. Why are they here? The three Emperor Gods' auras were like the sun. When they entered this area, Emperor Six Paths sensed them. He was a fourth sky Emperor God. Interesting. Emperor Six Paths walked out of his cultivation place. Welcome. No matter what, an Emperor God was a distinguished guest. As a veteran Emperor God, Emperor Six Paths still gave them face. After all, unless it was a matter of life and death, Emperor Gods wouldn't easily offend each other. The vengeance of a God Emperor was extremely terrifying. As a veteran Emperor God, Emperor Six Paths wouldn't easily offend him. Even if he could kill him, he would have to pay a huge price, not to mention the other Emperor Gods who were watching from the side. It was precisely because of this invisible restraint that the God Emperors would rarely fight. At most, they would stop when the fight was over. The three of you are rare guests. Emperor Six Paths went out to welcome them. The heaven-breaking godly emperor cupped his hands and said, Actually, we are here to look for someone. Not long ago, something happened in the land of Extreme Yang. Someone killed a caravan and took away a treasure of the heaven-breaking palace. As a godly emperor, I have to come here personally. Please forgive me, Brother Six Dao. This reason. Emperor Six Paths didn't believe it. After all, Emperor Six Paths looked down on Emperor Breaking Heaven and secretly mocked him. Emperor Fluttering Snow, what about you? Emperor Six Paths looked at Emperor Fluttering Snow. Recently, my sword skills have reached great mastery. I would like to spar with Six Paths. After all, your Six Paths defense is the most famous Emperor God among us. It's also publicly acknowledged, Emperor Fluttering Snow said. There's a conspiracy. Emperor Breaking Heaven came to look for someone. Emperor Fluttering Snow tested his moves. Emperor Whitebone's reason was even simpler. He wanted to exchange for a treasure from Emperor Six Paths. Chapter 36-37. It's here. Lin Fei walked out of the void and looked at an area shrouded in black fog. It was the famous Abyss Race's base camp. Powerful auras kept pulsing in Lin Fei's eyes. Open. Lin Fei stepped out and punched the Abyss Race's defensive array, causing countless ripples. But moments later, the ripples collapsed, and a huge hole appeared in the defensive array. After increasing my strength, my combat power is not inferior to a god the Arch. Lin Fei walked into the Abyss Race's camp. At that moment, the Abyss Race's experts kept rushing out. Suppress. Lin Fei summoned the Myriad Essence Pool. Compared to the previous time, it was more powerful this time. A huge vortex formed and enveloped the entire area. All god monarchs were instantly sucked in and suppressed. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to attack the heaven gods, so he left them all. There was no point in refining it. Once the Myriad Essence Pool appeared, the Abyss Race's experts' expressions changed drastically. They lost control of their bodies and were sucked into the Myriad Essence Pool. The remaining experts were also horrified. "Sir, who are you?" A powerful aura rushed out, glaring angrily. It was the Abyss Race's patriarch, Lin Fei. Lin Fei laughed loudly and summoned the river of space-time. As soon as these two words left his mouth, the abyssal leader's expression also changed drastically. This person's name, like the shadow of a tree, had spread throughout the entire wind cloud weave. "Lin Fei, how dare you?" The Abyss Race's patriarch roared angrily. "We are protected by the Arch Six Paths." The Arch Six Paths accompanied the three Thearchs. But when the news spread, the Arch Six Paths' expression changed drastically. "Lin Fei." The Arch Six Paths knew Lin Fei very well. He had the Arch Armor treasures from God Emperor Ancient Eternal. He was known as the strongest person below the God Emperor and was invincible. The number of God Lords who died at his hands could be counted on 2 hands. They were all killed head-on. With absolute strength, it could be said that he was extremely terrifying. How dare he attack the elites of the Abyss Race? Doesn't he know I'm protecting them? Emperor God of Six Paths' face darkened, and his eyes flashed with coldness. Six Paths God Emperor quickly understood. When Emperor God Fluttering Snow and the other 2 Emperor Gods arrived, they were afraid that in order to restrain him, they would not deal with Lin Fei. This speculation greatly shocked Emperor God of Six Paths. When would Lin Fei be able to team up with 3 Emperor Gods? With such a lineup, any of the top 6 Emperor Gods would feel extremely pressured. After all, Lin Fei had 2 powerful treasures, the Primordial Emperor's armor. Shameless! How shameless! Six Paths God Emperor cursed. However, Emperor God of Six Paths would definitely not sit back and watch as the experts of the Abyss Race were suppressed and refined. Hua! The God Emperor of Six Paths took a step forward and tore open the void. He said, "It's rare for the 3 God Emperors to come here. Please stay in my residence for a while. I'll be back soon." When Emperor God of Six Paths stepped into the void, a formation appeared. It was the Six Paths Defense Formation that Emperor God of Six Paths was most proud of. The Six Paths Defense Formation sounded ordinary, but in reality it could not only trap people, but it could also block the enemy's attacks. It was a combination of attack and defense. "We miscalculated." Emperor God Fluttering Snow shook his head. "We can only inform Lin Fei." The 3 God Emperors underestimated Emperor God of Six Paths' determination. After the Six Paths Defense Formation was activated, it was basically impossible for them to break out. On the other side, Lin Fei controlled the river of spacetime and the ancient Eternal Glove. He attacked fiercely and continuously suppressed the experts of the Abyss Race. The race that the God Emperor has his eyes on is indeed strong. Lin Fei besieged the Abyss Race's patriarch. This one could also hold on. It was only a matter of time before he was defeated. He could not hold on for that long. "Lin Fei, I am under Emperor God of Six Paths. If you touch me, you won't get any benefits, even if you are the number 1 person below the God Emperor." The Abyss Race's patriarch roared. From the start of the fight until now, he had been defeated in a short time. This patriarch had to admit one thing. This person was indeed as powerful as the rumors said. Divine Lords were no match for him at all. "I am not afraid of threats. Even if Patriarch Six Paths comes, it will be the same." Lin Fei controlled the myriad essence pool to smash down. "I'm still too slow. If I had absolute speed and power, it would definitely be better." The Abyss Race's patriarch was not a God Emperor, but he was much stronger than ordinary Divine Lord experts. "Patriarch, save me." The God-killing fist followed closely, overwhelming power pressing down. The Abyss Race's patriarch could not hold on any longer. "Stop." In the void, a hand stretched out, and a loud Emperor's aura appeared in Lin Fei's ears. Bang bang bang. Lin Fei's body shook slightly, but he was not injured. A God Emperor's body is really powerful. Collect. The river of spacetime swept past the Abyss Race's patriarch. The punch that gathered all its power broke through the Abyss Race's resistance, and he was sucked into the myriad essence pool in the blink of an eye. The myriad essence pool was becoming more and more powerful. As long as one's power could not keep up with the resistance, they would be immediately suppressed and taken away. "Lin Fei." Boom! Boom! Figure walked out. Patriarch Six Paths glared at him. A powerful force immediately descended on the area where Lin Fei was. The space around him collapsed on the spot, and the boundless collapsing force slammed into his body. The force was so fierce that it made Lin Fei sway. "Greetings, God Emperor Six Paths," said Lin Fei with a smile. "So this is what a God Emperor looks like when he's angry. I've learned a lot." The moment God Emperor Six Paths attacked, the 5 veteran God Emperors from the Wind Cloud Weave turned their gazes over to watch the scene unfold before them. God Emperor Six Paths looked at Lin Fei. Such a young guy with a mysterious background had caused such a huge commotion. It was unbelievable. "You know I'm God Emperor Six Paths, but you still dare to attack them?" God Emperor Six Paths said coldly. Even though Lin Fei was only a 5th heaven celestial god, when God Emperor Six Paths attacked just now, he could feel that Lin Fei's body was very terrifying, and he might even have stepped into the God Emperor level. God Emperor Six Paths did not attack. Lin Fei could not be treated with ordinary eyes, but in existence on almost the same level as him. Lin Fei shrugged his shoulders. "There's nothing I can do. If I want to increase my strength, I can only make a move on them. I'm telling the truth. Oh right, I didn't start a massacre. I still have to give you face 6 Daos God Emperor." The 5 God Emperors in the void didn't know whether to laugh or cry when they heard this explanation. What a cunning guy. God Emperor Six Paths was stunned. "You're really straightforward. Wasn't that last sentence a slap in the face? Without the top powerhouses, what's the use of the remaining celestial powerhouses? Lin Fei, you're such a bully." God Emperor Six Paths flew into a rage. 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Boom. Chapter 36-38. 6 Paths Celestial Emperor punched, and a huge 6 Paths world appeared. The reincarnation power immediately rushed over. The space around Lin Fei collapsed on the spot, and waves of energy surrounded him. This is the 6 Paths Reincarnation, 6 Paths Celestial Emperor's most famous killer move. Lin Fei felt the changes around him, and his body felt like it was about to be torn into pieces, leaving bloody marks. The feeling grew stronger and stronger. River of time and space. A river of space-time surged out and surrounded Lin Fei. The strangling force gradually weakened, but a portion of it still struck Lin Fei's body, leaving behind bloody marks. A celestial emperor is indeed a celestial emperor. This power can easily kill a godly monarch expert. After Lin Fei activated the river of time and space, he kept protecting himself. "Senior 6 Paths, if you want to kill me, you have to use all your strength, or you will have to return empty-handed." Boom boom boom. Lin Fei continued punching out. Just like that, a series of afterimages appeared, resisting against the strangling power of the 6 Paths Reincarnation. First reincarnation. The power instantly increased. Lin Fei felt a lot of pressure, and the power of 6 Paths Celestial Emperor was indeed strong. Second reincarnation. Third reincarnation. 6 Paths Celestial Emperor also wanted to know how strong this guy was. All 6 Paths Reincarnation were activated. Once the 6 powers were activated, Lin Fei was almost suppressed, and wounds appeared on his body. At this time, 6 Paths Celestial Emperor's power was no weaker than a 5th Sky Celestial Emperor's. 6 Paths' power has increased a lot again. With just a glance, there was a conversation in the void. 6 Paths Reincarnation is even more perfect. I wonder if that kid can block it. Lin Fei almost never stopped clashing with the power of the 6 Paths Reincarnation. Fortunately, his body was strong, and after reaching the level of a celestial emperor, his body did not break, and he completely withstood the attacks, but his injuries were not light. 6 Paths Reincarnation, 6 powers. Lin Fei's eyes widened. Reincarnation. 6 Paths God Emperor growled, and the entire area darkened. The area was instantly attacked by a terrifying power, and everything was being reincarnated. One more move. The power of reincarnation enveloped him. Lin Fei realized that this power was similar to the river of spacetime. Its might wasn't as terrifying as the river of spacetime, but it still had the ability to resist. Block it. We must block it. Lin Fei clenched his teeth and held on, his injuries becoming more and more serious. From the moment he had made a move against the Abyss race, he had already predicted that the God Emperor would be powerful. However, when he truly fought with the God Emperor, there was still a certain gap between them. Looks like I'm still too weak. Even if I go all out, there's still a gap. Unless I can break through to 100,000 strands of deity power, then I'll have the power to fight a real battle. Now he was far from it. Of course, Lin Fei could also break through the second stage of the god-slaying fist. At the moment, there was still some distance between them. He withstood it. A god emperor's body and 2 treasures. This person's background is mysterious. The 5 veteran god emperors watched with interest. At the same time, they were a little shocked. Lin Fei was stronger than they had imagined. He wasn't a god emperor, but it would be very difficult for a god emperor to kill him. 6 Paths, there's probably no other way. Indeed, 6 Paths god emperor was at his wit's end. He had used his most powerful move, but his opponent had withstood it. Unless 6 Paths god emperor fought to the death with his opponent, that was not something he was willing to do. The god emperors watching from the void were not to be trifled with. Senior, I've experienced your 6 paths of reincarnation. Lin Fei cupped his hands. 6 Paths god emperor glanced at him and said, "Scram!" This was the only thing 6 Paths god emperor could say. In the wind cloud weave, the 9 god emperors restrained each other. No one dared to let themselves be injured, and they maintained their peak strength at all times. It was the same for 6 Paths god emperor. Even if he took action now, he wouldn't be able to kill Lin Fei. All he could do was let Lin Fei leave. Lin Fei didn't feel embarrassed at all. It was normal that he couldn't win. At least he had withstood it, and he had seen how powerful a god emperor was. In less than 1,000 years, his strength had increased. Lin Fei was very satisfied. "Thank you for showing mercy, Senior." Lin Fei smiled. "I hope I'll have the chance to experience your skills again." After saying this, Lin Fei turned around and left. Lin Fei has left. Emperor God Fluttering Snow and the others were paying attention too. Seeing Lin Fei leave, they heaved a sigh of relief. "This guy is quite daring," Emperor God Whitebones said. "But to be honest, 6 Paths strength has increased again. I'm afraid the 6 Paths of reincarnation is about to reach great success." It's good that Lin Fei has left. At least it won't be easy for a god emperor to kill him again. To be able to withstand Emperor God 6 Paths, it was enough to prove Lin Fei's potential. He wasn't a god emperor, but he was better than one. That was enough. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Fei escaped into the void, but he didn't let his guard down. He took out Myriad Essence Pool, and the power of Heaven God surged into his body to heal his injuries. God Emperor is stronger than I expected. Lin Fei was on guard against his surroundings. With my long river of time and space, any power will be infinitely reduced. It's just that my current power isn't strong enough. If that God Emperor Gu Heng were to go all out against him back then, I'm afraid that no attack power would be able to penetrate through and would be disintegrated instantly. I still have a long way to go. In fact, Emperor God Gu Heng was really strong. With the arch armor, he was invincible. The experts in Wind Cloud territory couldn't defeat Emperor God Gu Heng. If not for Emperor God Gu Heng, it wouldn't be easy to overthrow his era. Lin Fei. All of a sudden, a projection descended from the void in front of them. It appeared in the void. The void astral wind howled, but it couldn't touch the projection. Senior Zhan Tianjue. The moment the projection appeared, Lin Fei recognized who it was and was surprised. "You're not bad." Zhan Tianjue's body surged with overbearing might. He was like an army with thousands of men and horses. Lin Fei said, "It's my honor to be praised by Senior." "Lin Fei, you're a smart man. As long as you hand over Ancient Heng's gloves and Ancient Heng's spacetime pendant, I can fulfill 3 of your requests." Lin Fei knew that in his battle with Emperor God 6 Paths, although he was in a defensive state, his performance was enough to make other god emperors take him seriously. With the Time River, any power would be weakened, leaving only 30 to 40% or even less. And his opponent had the body of a god emperor, and could resist an attack from a god emperor. It would be even harder to kill Lin Fei. 3 requests? Any request? Lin Fei asked. Anything up to the sky or down to the ground? Chapter 36-39. The second-ranked emperor god, Zhan Tianjue, had appeared and asked for 3 conditions. Lin Fei was really surprised. Since when did he have so much face? Although he didn't say what the conditions were, it was very tempting. No one could reject such a temptation. Jean Tianjue was very confident. I've already made such a request, why don't you nod obediently? Once you agree, I can guarantee that no one will touch you in the wind and cloud territory in the future. Emperor God Jean Tianjue was very confident. Being ranked second was not as simple as it seemed. Jean Tianjue was very pleased. With this, he was not afraid that this guy would not agree. But would Lin Fei agree? Of course not. Without Gu Heng's glove, his power would plummet. Even if he had an emperor god physique, he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. It was normal for him to be suppressed. An emperor god's physique wasn't indestructible. Senior Jean, your conditions are very tempting. However, I can still agree to them for now. Lin Fei wasn't afraid of Jean Tianjue, especially at a time like this. Don't think that Jean Tianjue's actions were very secretive. He might have been targeted long ago. You reject it. Jean Tianjue was in disbelief. Don't you know what these 3 conditions mean? This was the first time someone rejected a god emperor's conditions. I know. Lin Fei nodded. However, I can't bear to use Emperor Gu Heng's treasure to exchange for it. Unless you can kill the few emperor gods in the wind cloud territory. Jean Tianjue rolled his eyes. Kill emperor gods? That was easy for him to say. If emperor gods were so easy to kill, the wind cloud territory would have been unified and there wouldn't be 9 emperor gods. Are you sure you won't regret it? Emperor God Jean Tianjue really wanted to crack open the other party's head to see what was in it. He rejected the 3 conditions just like that. Was there something wrong with his brain? Perhaps. Lin Fei said. However, I won't regret it now. Of course, if there comes a day when I no longer need it, I might contact you. Jean Tianjue felt that it was quite embarrassing. I hope you remember what you said today. Jean Tianjue disappeared and left a sentence. In the dark, the god emperors were also paying attention. The first 6 emperor gods feared each other, except for Emperor God Tianfeng. After all, he was the strongest among the 9 emperor gods. At the same time, he was recognized as the strongest god emperor. There's something wrong with this guy's brain. The god emperor shook his head. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing. He didn't expect there to be such a person. 3 conditions. Lin Fei secretly heaved a sigh of relief. They're finally gone. Lin Fei could clearly feel the vague aura disappearing. Fortunately, they didn't make a move. Sometimes restraining each other isn't a bad thing. Lin Fei thought to himself. Now that the fiends have been wiped out, it seems that I won't be able to make a move on the other top races. It's a pity that the God Emperor isn't stupid enough to make me fight them all the time. The God Emperors of the Wind Cloud Weave were indeed more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. In the end, it's all because of my own strength. Brother Lin, don't blame us for this. Fluttering Snow and the other 2 God Emperors looked embarrassed. Lin Fei knew that this was beyond his expectations. 6 Paths God Emperor's temper was worse than he had imagined. He attacked the moment he appeared. Fortunately, he managed to resist in the end. This was a good consolation for Fluttering Snow and the others. At the very least, Lin Fei wasn't as weak as he had imagined. It's fine. Lin Fei didn't mind. I underestimated them. I thought I could restrain them, but I was thinking too much. It was unrealistic. To the 3 God Emperors, they naturally hoped that Lin Fei was as strong as possible. That way they would have an advantage in the territory war. It seemed like they could only leave it to fate. Lin Fei didn't want to continue suppressing the experts. After what happened to 6 Paths God Emperor, the remaining God Emperors would have made arrangements. If he wanted to fight again, it might be God Emperors who would attack. Fighting a God Emperor at this time was purely stupid. It would be a waste of energy. In the remaining time, Lin Fei decided to comprehend the second stage of God-Slaying Fist. God-Slaying Fist first stage 10 times. God-Slaying Fist second stage 20 times. Lin Fei planned to use the remaining time to break through God-Slaying Fist and improve his power greatly. Of course, before that, Lin Fei had something to do, which was to find Yi Tianhong from Tianji Hall. He hadn't forgotten that he had tricked him last time. Ever since he fought with 6 Paths God Emperor, Lin Fei was confirmed as the #1 person below God Emperor. Everyone in the territory knew about it. But after that battle, Lin Fei disappeared without a trace. No one knew where he went. It was as though he had vanished into thin air. Those who had been paying attention to him were curious. As time passed, all sorts of gossip appeared. If Lin Fei wasn't suppressed, he was killed by a god emperor. None of it was good news. 10 years later, in a huge mountain, this was a special place in the Wind Cloud territory. It was called Dream Swamp Forest. A figure walked through the forest. Demonic beasts kept appearing, but as soon as they got close, they were killed. Their corpses were unharmed. Then it should be in this area. On a huge tree, Lin Fei retracted his aura. It was as though he didn't exist. I used 10 years to find you. I hope you won't disappoint me. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and sat down. His figure faded. The wind blew and the leaves floated past Lin Fei. For 10 years, Lin Fei had been looking for Tianji Hall. He thought that Tianji Hall definitely had a secret that even God Emperor might not know about. Because of Tianji Hall's mystery, Lin Fei didn't ask Fluttering Snow God Emperor and the others. He didn't want to attract attention. Fortunately, after 10 years, Lin Fei found Tianji Hall's base camp. Dream Swamp Forest was where Tianji Hall's base camp was. However, this place was huge. If Lin Fei wanted to search inch by inch, it might take a long time. Wait, that was the only thing Lin Fei could do now. Fortunately, he had a lot of time. He believed that as long as anyone from Tianji Hall dared to come out, they wouldn't be able to escape his senses. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 5th year. He's really like a mouse. It's been 5 years. He's finally willing to come out. In the void, there was a spatial fluctuation. Lin Fei revealed himself and stepped out. At an inconspicuous cliff in Dream Swamp Forest, 2 figures walked out. They were both Heaven God Realm experts. I can finally come out. That's right. I remember the last time I came out was 30 years ago. I heard that there's a Lin Fei outside now. He's the most powerful person below the God Emperor. Chapter 3640. Lin Fei was too fast. Before the other 2 could react, he killed one, captured the other alive, and quickly disappeared into the void. The flesh and blood of the Heaven God expert who was killed were also wrapped in energy and taken away quietly. No one knew what happened in this place. In a place in the forest, Lin Fei unleashed a great deal of power, sealing the area and creating a vacuum. Who are you? The Heaven God expert who was captured alive was so scared that his face turned pale. He did not expect to be ambushed at the entrance of his base camp. He did not even have the time to react. Scary, very scary. You just need to answer. Lin Fei waved his hand. His energy was like a knife, chopping off one of the man's arms. If you say a word of nonsense, I will take an item from you. I'll talk. Under the shroud of death, the other party became obedient. Is Tianji Hall inside? Lin Fei asked. Yes. The Heaven God expert nodded. That's right. That's the answer. Lin Fei finally felt relieved. The place he had spent 10 years looking for was the right place. This Yunza mountain range was indeed the hiding place of Tianji Hall. Lin Fei could not help but admire the awesomeness of the secret fortune hall. If not for the fact that he had followed the clues all the way here, finding the secret fortune hall would not have been an easy task. Tell me about the experts inside Tianji Hall. Lin Fei did not barge in because he felt that Tianji Hall was not ordinary. He knew where the treasures left behind by God Emperor Gu Heng were. Tianji Hall must have some secrets. Lin Fei felt that he had to be careful. When this Heaven God expert told him the secret of Tianji Hall, Lin Fei secretly rejoiced. In our Heavenly Secret Hall, the strongest expert is the forefather of Heavenly Secret. He's at the peak of 5th sky of King God Realm. In the headquarters of the Heavenly Secret Hall, with the support of the formation, he can have the competence of a God Emperor. With every piece of information that came out, Lin Fei was secretly shocked. A God Emperor expert. Other than that, there were 36 Tiangang protectors in Tianji Hall. When they teamed up, they were 36 pseudo-emperor God experts. When the news came out, Lin Fei was shocked. This Tianji Hall was really strong. There were many experts in their headquarters. Even if they were pseudo-God emperors, any one of them would be an overlord. But Lin Fei did not hear any information about Tianji Hall outside. Currently, Tianji Hall's public image was that it was a second-rate sect with only 2 or 3 insignificant members. It was very inconspicuous and was even holed up in a small place. What a good trick. When he was almost done asking, Lin Fei killed them directly. His strength crushed them into pieces and turned them into nutrients for the earth. Luckily, I didn't barge into Tianji Hall in a hurry. Otherwise, I might be in trouble. Even though Lin Fei had the strength to fight a god emperor, he was still in a passive state of defense. He still needed some time before he could truly fight against a god emperor. This Tianji Hall must be hiding some big secret. I have to go in and take a look. Lin Fei couldn't help but be very interested. Why would such an expert hide in such an inconspicuous place? 10 years. If it was an ordinary person, they wouldn't even think about it without 40 to 50 years. It was too secretive. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Fei's corporeal body muscles wriggled. At the same time his aura changed too. Finally, he became that innate heaven god expert. It's finally time for my mortal rebirth technique to be useful. Lin Fei sized up his current self. There was no flaw in his body. When I get inside, I'll change my face. I'll take it one step at a time. Lin Fei reappeared in the forest and went straight to the cliff. He took out a token and activated it in the void. In the void, a faintly discernible door appeared. Lin Fei took a step in. This door is really well hidden. Even if a god emperor expert came, he probably wouldn't be able to find any traces here. After walking through the door, Lin Fei was amazed by Tianji Hall's means. Amazing! Isn't this brother Tianyun? Why are you back? After passing through the door, Lin Fei came to an independent space. Several figures appeared. The heaven god expert killed by Lin Fei was Yi Tianyun. Now Lin Fei was pretending to be this person. Don't mention it. Lin Fei knew in advance, so he didn't panic at all. He was very indifferent and said helplessly, "Aren't we going out? Who knows, there are many experts outside. I heard that a god king expert is wanted. I sent him to inquire about the news, and I came back first to avoid being framed by them. Don't you think it's an unlucky year to go out today?" While Lin Fei was speaking, he was also observing the place. Then you're really unlucky. Those big forces like to clear the place. It's good that you came back. Our Tianji Hall can't be exposed. Sigh. Lin Fei sighed. I don't know when they will leave. It's not easy to go out. My good mood is gone. Ha 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 ha. The guard roared with laughter. Lin Fei easily dealt with the guard's search and successfully entered Tianji Hall. Tianji Hall was in an independent space. This space wasn't small, but it was also very sturdy. Lin Fei saw many people and felt many powerful auras. As mentioned, there were 36 celestial dipper protectors and an extremely tyrannical aura. Originally, he thought it was like this, but suddenly the ancient hung glove and ancient hung spacetime pendant on his hand emitted a trace of fluctuation. Although it was very subtle, it was still easily detected by Lin Fei. My ancient hung emperor armor has been completely refined by me. How can this be? Lin Fei remained calm and was secretly shocked. According to the normal situation, it shouldn't be like this. Could it be that there are emperor armor parts in this Tianji Hall? This shouldn't be. Lin Fei didn't think that there were extra parts. This was really a puzzling question. If it wasn't a part of ancient hung emperor armor, why would the two treasures on his body emit such fluctuations? Suddenly, a light flashed and Lin Fei's expression changed. Damn, it can't be. Once this thought came out, it was immediately out of control. Tianji Hall. That's really a hidden big fish. That's right, it was a real big fish. Lin Fei himself was shocked. I need to change my identity. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. Perhaps if I catch a celestial dipper protector and change my identity, I might be able to find out the specific situation. Lin Fei was even more glad that he didn't force his way in. At that time, Tianji Hall would definitely suppress him and never let him leave. From the moment they took control of an independent space, this place might have been turned into an iron bucket. Chapter 3641. The Hall of Heavenly Secrets was very spacious. There were heaven god experts everywhere, and there were many divine king experts as well. It was a powerful hidden force. That is, when they entered the city, Lin Fei saw a huge statue. This statue was mighty and domineering. Just by standing there casually, it was as though it was an invincible existence. This was the most imposing statue Lin Fei had ever seen in his life. When he inspected the statue, he was shocked again. The statue gave off an oppressive aura. Under that aura, everyone was like an ant. This is Emperor God Gu Heng. This kind of invincible aura was something Lin Fei had never felt before, even from Emperor God Zhan Tianju. But from this statue, Lin Fei felt it. Emperor God Gu Heng. Lin Fei realized that his guess was correct. The existence of Tianji Hall was very likely related to Emperor God Gu Heng. If this news were to spread, it would definitely cause an uproar among the experts of the wind cloud weave. Who would have thought that an insignificant Tianji Hall would be related to Emperor God Gu Heng? He was an invincible expert who suppressed an era. A true top-notch expert. Lin Fei, why are you here? Tianshan Protector Elder is looking for you. At this time, a figure came to Lin Fei's side with a hint of urgency. Ah! Lin Fei was surprised. Why is he looking for me? Even though he did not know the person in front of him, Lin Fei still pretended to be familiar with him. Who knows? The person said. I was just worrying about where to find you. I didn't expect you to be here. Let's go together. I just happened to pass by and felt a little emotional, Lin Fei said. You won't have to feel emotional soon. The newcomer chuckled and lowered his voice. The ancestor of our Tianji Hall will soon have a great increase in strength. Once he comes out of seclusion, the 9 great emperor gods will all become a thing of the past. At that time, our Tianji Hall will be able to stand tall in this world and become the overlord of the wind cloud weave. Lin Fei was dumbfounded. How is this possible? I heard that the number 1 God Emperor Tianfeng, has an unparalleled defense and is almost completely immune to damage. Emperor God Tianfeng's strength is built on the treasures. What if there are no more treasures? I heard from the guardian elder that the old ancestor will refine them completely very soon. Once he succeeds, all the treasures that Emperor God Gu Heng left behind will return to their original owners. At this moment, Lin Fei's heart shook. There's such a thing. If the news was true, Lin Fei could imagine that any Emperor God's abilities would plummet after losing the enhancement of the treasure's attributes. It was the same for himself. Remember not to say such things. Lin Fei nodded. I won't. I'm a tight-lipped person. When I think about what you said, I can't stay calm anymore. That's right. The disciples of Tianji Hall will have a good life from today onwards. No one can stop us. Very soon, in a mansion in the big city. It was different from other mansions. Lin Fei could clearly feel that the 36 celestial star protectors were arranged according to the position of celestial star, protecting a position in the middle. From that, he came to a conclusion. There was a high possibility that there was a super great formation in the big city. After walking into the mansion, the 2 treasures that Lin Fei had on him were excited. It was unprecedented. Fortunately, he had refined them completely and suppressed any reaction from leaking out. But this also made Lin Fei realize something. Emperor God Gu Heng definitely had something up his sleeves. If he hadn't found out such a secret by accident, Lin Fei might have regretted it for the rest of his life. Emperor God Gu Heng had some tricks up his sleeve. His calculations were precise. Lin Fei admired him more than usual. Elder Tianshan, they are here. There was a strong aura in the mansion. Lin Fei could even feel that there was a powerful formation in the mansion. It was very mysterious and special. He was even more sure that there was a super formation in the big city. Come in. A stern voice came from the door. Lin Fei pushed the door open and entered. I heard that there is a force capturing criminals outside. Yi Tianshan's voice was like a bell, his eyes like knives. He was very strong. Peak 5th sky of God King realm. Lin Fei lowered his head. Yes, there are many experts outside. Luckily, we were careful when we went out. Otherwise, we would be in trouble. Do you know which force it is? Yi Tianhong frowned slightly. We didn't dare to get close. But on the way back, we heard them mention Emperor God Tianfeng, Lin Fei said. I can't guarantee that it's not Emperor God Tianfeng's men. What? Emperor God Tianfeng? Yi Tianshan stood up, his face solemn. If Emperor God Tianfeng's men are here, we will be in trouble. Yi Tianshan understood clearly that Emperor God Tianfeng's men were here. It was an invisible threat to Tianji Hall. If they didn't handle it well, it would be a big problem. You lead the way. I will go with you. Yi Tianshan had to confirm if it was true or not. Lin Fei said, I don't think they are Emperor God Tianfeng's men. Anyway, our place is so inconspicuous. Who would come to our place at this moment? Just in case. Yi Tianshan shook his head. Hurry up. Lead the way. Lin Fei was so happy. He was worried about where to take action and how to avoid making a commotion. Today, the other proactively suggested it. He wanted to be on good terms with them. Lin Fei walked out of the mansion one more time. This time he had Yi Tianshan at the peak of fifth sky of King God realm with him. From Yi Tianshan's solemn attitude, Lin Fei was even more sure that something big was happening in Tianji Hall. Moreover, it was a crucial moment. No one was allowed to destroy it. That was why Yi Tianshan wanted to check it out personally. We saw them over there. But we don't know where they are now. Lin Fei said. Maybe they left. Yi Tianshan didn't feel the aura of an expert, but he didn't dare to belittle them. After all, Emperor God Tianfeng was the acknowledged #1 expert. If the other Emperor Gods didn't join hands, Emperor God Tianfeng would have created a new era. Not good. I can't contact him. Lin Fei suddenly shouted. His face changed. Yi Tianshan raised his hand and slapped the sky. A black shadow came down from the void. It was the myriad essence pool. It was powerful. How dare you ambush me? Yi Tianshan said angrily. At this moment, Lin Fei attacked without any warning. His punch was like a mountain and hit Yi Tianshan's body. Since the distance was so close, half of Yi Tianshan's body was destroyed. Suppress! Yi Tianshan screamed. Aren't you? Chapter 3642. Yi Tianshan was caught off guard and was suppressed by the myriad essence pool. Lin Fei didn't care about the peak 5th stage God King realm. No matter how good Yi Tianshan was, he wouldn't be able to predict that the person beside him was an imposter. Tianji Hall had always been mysterious. Yi Tianshan didn't expect that someone would impersonate him and injure him severely. He didn't even have time to react and fell for the trick. Who? Who are you? In a temporary underground cave residence, layers of sword and tint sealed the void. Yi Tianshan fell out of the myriad essence pool with little strength left. His eyes were filled with hatred as he stared at the other party. A person who is very interested in your Tianji Hall. Lin Fei smiled. You know Tianji Hall? Yi Tianshan's face twitched. Of course I know. Lin Fei said. The Heavenly Mysteries Hall is very low-key. However, no matter how low-key they are still unable to hide the relationship between the Heavenly Mysteries Hall and Emperor God Guheng. In fact, there is an item that Emperor God Guheng had on him that is in the hands of the Heavenly Mysteries Hall. How? How do you know? This is our Tianji Hall's top secret. Yi Tianshan was terrified. Only a few people in Tianji Hall knew about this secret. Lin Fei said disdainfully, Heaven is watching. Nothing can be hidden. Do you know why I kept you here? Yi Tianshan realized that the person in front of him was definitely a God Emperor expert. Even if he wasn't a God Emperor, he was no different from one. This was a nightmare for Tianji Hall. Tianji Hall was at a crucial moment. If this person barged in, the consequences would be unimaginable. What do you want? Lin Fei said indifferently. I want to understand Tianji Hall better. You just need to tell me what you know. I can spare your life. After all, I don't care about trash like you. Yi Tianshan wouldn't forget the painful nightmare of being refined in that treasure. Will you really let me go? Of course, Lin Fei said. It depends on your choice. If you want to die, I can fulfill your wish immediately. Yi Tianshan still chose to lower his head. The headquarters of Tianji Hall was so secretive. Yet someone had managed to find it and even infiltrate it. Even a protector like him could not prevent it. Perhaps no one in the entire Tianji Hall would be able to detect it. How could he fight against such an expert? It was a complete nightmare. He might as well tell the truth. Therefore, every time Lin Fei asked a question, Yi Tianshan would answer. Yi Tianshan told Lin Fei everything he knew. Soon Lin Fei had a more detailed understanding of Tianji Hall. Thank you for telling me everything. Lin Fei knocked Yi Tianshan out with a palm strike and suppressed him in the 10,000 essence pool. He did not refine him, wanting to keep him alive. Now I can finally go in and check it out. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Fei's body wriggled and turned into Yi Tianshan's appearance. His aura gradually changed until it was exactly the same as Yi Tianshan's. It was difficult to tell the difference. Once again he entered Tianji Hall. Lin Fei returned to his residence with ease. Everything was as expected. There were no unexpected changes. Leaving Yi Tianshan alive is still effective, Lin Fei thought to himself. I don't have to worry about exposing my identity. Tianji Hall must have many tricks up its sleeves. It's never wrong to be careful. Lin Fei pretended to be Yi Tianshan and flipped through the information in the residence. There was a lot of information stored in Yi Tianshan's residence. After flipping through it, Lin Fei was shocked to find all sorts of secrets. No wonder Tianji Hall would plot against me. It turns out that the founder of Tianji Hall is Emperor God Gu Heng's nominal disciple. This has never been exposed in the Wind Cloud Weave. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and was secretly speechless. Nominal disciple. He really hid it well. Lin Fei rejoiced that he came to look for Tianji Hall. Unknowingly, he encountered such a thing and unknowingly dug out a huge secret. If this news gets out, the 6 Emperor Gods will go crazy. Lin Fei chuckled. The only thing I can do now is to wait. I believe there will be results soon. Lin Fei waited calmly. It was as expected. On the 10th day of pretending to be Yi Tianshan, a strong aura entered the residence. Brother Tianshan, it's our turn. It was a middle-aged God King expert. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes. The pressure from his body was very heavy and tyrannical. It made people shudder. It was very scary. Lin Fei came out to welcome him. You are still here? I was about to go look for you. Let's go. The middle-aged God King expert did not feel anything wrong. Endure a little longer and we will have a chance. Old Ancestor's refining of the arm has reached a crucial moment. As expected, Lin Fei was secretly delighted. The old ancestor of Tianji Hall really had an idea. He actually wanted to refine Emperor God Gu Heng's arm. Once old ancestor refines it, our Tianji Hall won't need to continue hiding. Lin Fei added. At that time in Windy Weave, all Emperor Gods will have to step aside. Our Tianji Hall will create a new era. That's right. The middle-aged God King expert said proudly. Once old ancestor refines the arm, he will be able to grasp the backdoor of the remaining Emperor God Gu Heng's treasures. From there, he will be able to refine Emperor Gu Heng's armor. Old Ancestor's strength will also skyrocket. He will become the #1 expert in Windy Weave, the #1 Emperor God, and dominate the world. Lin Fei had some guesses about the backdoor. Now that he heard it again, he confirmed his guess. A God Emperor was a God Emperor. Even at death's door he would scheme. Moreover, the backdoor was hidden so deeply. Lin Fei and the middle-aged God King expert walked side by side. In the center of Tianji Hall, Lin Fei and the middle-aged God King expert passed through the array formation. This array formation was very powerful and needed to be opened from the inside. Walking in the array formation, there was a heavy aura of death. Even the current Lin Fei felt threatened. If he forced his way in, he would definitely not have a good ending. He might even suffer a great loss. This was a small matter. The worst-case scenario would be being surrounded. Lin Fei followed without batting an eyelid. After a while, a black palace appeared in his vision. In the void there were many strong auras hidden. The palace was empty, but in the center of the palace, a teleportation door appeared. You're here. Beside the teleportation door, 2 figures floated out. Lin Fei nodded slightly and did not speak. He observed secretly. They were also 5th Heaven God King experts, but their auras were very weak. They seemed to have consumed a lot of energy. You've worked hard. The 2 smiled bitterly. It'll be over after a while. You guys are the ones who have worked hard. Old Ancestor is at a critical moment. There can't be any mistakes. You have to be especially careful. Chapter 36-43. When he came out through the portal, an extremely cold aura hit him in the face. A terrifying chill seemed to penetrate deep into his bones, freezing his entire body. What's wrong? The middle-aged God King expert asked. Lin Fei lamented. Everyone thinks that the land of extreme cold is outside. Every time I come in I find it laughable. The land of extreme cold is definitely here. Boom boom boom. With a shake of his body, The cold aura that swept over was shattered. They are just sitting in a hole and looking at the sky. The middle-aged God King expert sneered. This place is controlled by a formation. Otherwise, even an Emperor God expert would be frozen in less than 10 breaths of time. The middle-aged God King expert walked forward. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. It was just a casual sentence, but he heard a different piece of information. The extremely cold aura here was not at its full power. It was sealed by a formation. Lin Fei did not doubt this. Tianji Hall could be related to Emperor God Gu Heng. It was not impossible for them to control a terrifying land of extreme cold. As he walked inside, there was a constant wave of cold frost. Not long after, about an hour later, a large altar appeared. The center of the altar was emitting a terrifying chill. There were 8 small altars around it. At this moment, there were 2 positions above the small altar. They are all 5th Sky God King experts. Lin Fei observed calmly. The aura around the altar is extremely cold. Even my 13-tier golden body incantation can't withstand it. As Lin Fei observed, his eyes quickly fell on the large altar. On the large altar, there was a white-haired old man sitting cross-legged. His aura was constantly changing. In front of the white-haired old man, there was an arm frozen. This was a crimson arm. Even though it was wrapped in layers of ice, it still emitted an extremely domineering aura, like a peerless beast. This should be the arm that I am looking for. The arm that Emperor God Gu Heng left behind after he was suppressed by someone. At that moment, the part of the arch armor that Lin Fei had hidden emitted a slight commotion and was quickly suppressed. This was truly a case of wearing out iron shoes in fruitless searching, only to find it effortlessly by chance. Lin Fei had been trying to gather information in the wind cloud weave. He had not expected that one of God Emperor Gu Heng's arms would be in a place like Tianji Hall. If he had not been schemed against back then, he would have missed a great opportunity. That explained why Yi Tianhong had sent him the star chart. Many of the treasures that Emperor God Gu Heng had collected back then should have landed on this white-haired old man. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and activate the heavenly flame to refine this ice. The middle-aged divine king said to Lin Fei. Lin Fei came to a sudden realization. He finally understood why the God King powerhouse he had seen earlier would expend so much energy. As it turned out, he had to refine the ice on his arm. This ice had a powerful background. Lin Fei sat on the small altar and followed the middle-aged godly king expert to activate a ball in front of him. When the ball was activated, a ball of fire appeared on the large altar and burned fiercely. This fire was purple in color. When the purple flames appeared, Lin Fei, who was right in front of him, felt a tinge of fear. He felt as though his body was about to burn in front of this flame. Lin Fei had not felt this way at all when he was in Skybreaking City. Heavenly flame. It is definitely a heavenly flame. And it is even an extremely ancient one. Lin Fei thought to himself. The ice that sealed my arm seems to be very frightening. The purple flames are so powerful, but when they burned the ice, they only melted a little. What exactly is the origin of this ice? Lin Fei had not recognized all the treasures in the wind cloud weave. This ice, this purple flames, he was completely confused. Lin Fei maintained his normal output as he pondered how to act. He had finally found Emperor God Gu Heng's arm, but it was wrapped in ice. Even if he snatched it away, it would probably be difficult to remove. Wait! There was only a thin layer of ice left on Emperor God Gu Heng's arm. This was very good news. Among the God King experts here, only the white-haired old man was terrifying. Under the burning of the purple flames, he was completely fine. Lin Fei decided to act according to the situation. No matter how much energy he consumed, he had the myriad essence pool, which could recover his strength rapidly. And his own accumulation was not something these fifth sky of God King experts could compare to. The ice that wrapped Emperor God Gu Heng's arm was very tenacious. Even if it was just a thin layer, it still took 3 months to complete. Lin Fei did the hard labor for 3 months. He kept telling himself that this arm was his. The white-haired old man wanted to refine the arm to retrieve the Emperor God Gu Heng's armor. Since the white-haired old man could obtain a complete set of Emperor God Gu Heng's armor, Lin Fei could also take it. As for the mission that Kong Lin had left behind, Lin Fei had directly forgotten about it. No matter how good the great overarching divine fetus was, who knew if there were any restrictions? But the Emperor God Gu Heng's armor was the real deal. In these 3 months, Lin Fei learned about the origin of the ice and the purple flames. The ice was called the Heaven Frigid Ice, the top ice in the wind cloud territory. The purple flames were the eternal heaven flames. A wisp of the purple flames could kill a God King expert. This place was the place where the Heaven Frigid Ice was condensed. At the same time, the eternal heaven flames were also a special existence underground. This place was a place of death with 2 extremes. There was no other place in the world with such a place of death with 2 extremes. When he learned about this, Lin Fei was shocked. No wonder the headquarters of Tianji Hall was hidden in such a place. It was for this place of death with 2 extremes. Lin Fei even suspected that when Emperor God Gu Heng was still alive, he might have known about this place of death with 2 extremes. Perhaps Tianji Hall had existed at that time. A cunning rabbit had 3 burrows. Emperor God Gu Heng had managed to hide it from everyone. In the 5th month, the last wisp of the Heaven Frigid Ice was finally melted by the eternal heaven flames. A majestic aura swept out and shattered the eternal heaven flames. At the same time, it swept over everyone. The God King experts vomited blood, their faces pale. The white-haired elder, who had been sitting cross-legged on the great altar, erected the Heaven Frigid Ice around him to resist the onslaught of the pressure. He stood up and let out an old voice. Ha 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 ha, my time has come. The white-haired elder grinned maliciously as he stretched out a pair of withered hands. Traces of death aura emanated from his body. Master, since you've already left the wind cloud weave, let this hand fulfill your disciple's wish. Eternal heaven flames, refine it for me. The white-haired elder waved his hand. Under the altar, the eternal heaven flames gushed out and wrapped around his arm. The purple flames rushed into his arm. Lin Fei vomited blood as he sprawled on the altar. He paid full attention to the situation. Luckily, I didn't rush to make a move. This fellow is really an old thing. He has the eternal heaven flames and the Heaven Frigid Ice. He is an invincible existence. How dare you? Chapter 36:44. When he heard this voice, the white-haired old man's expression changed drastically. He revealed a rare solemn expression and cried out, Master, why aren't you dead yet? Yi Wudi was the white-haired old man's name. Ever since God Emperor Gu Heng had fallen, the white-haired old man had almost forgotten his own name. Memories from long ago surfaced one after another. The heavens' frigid ice and thousand-world celestial fire continued to crumble. A vacuum appeared around the phantom. I, your master, am not someone anyone can kill. God Emperor Gu Heng's phantom said. Are you surprised? You've planned for so long, but in the end you still failed. Do you remember that I was the one who gave you the name Wudi? Unfortunately, you've disappointed me. Yi Wudi roared and laughed viciously. You're wrong. You should be the one who's disappointed. Since you've left the wind cloud weave, why did you leave behind all these arrangements? Why don't you disperse your divine consciousness and let me refine your arm? I'll help you unify the wind cloud weave. You're quite ambitious. God Emperor Gu Heng's phantom said. Do you think that's possible? The scene before him shocked Lin Fei, who was pretending to be injured. This is a dog-eat-dog situation. It's best if both sides suffer. Even though it was a phantom's divine consciousness, Lin Fei could still feel its tyrannical power, and even the hint of a death threat. Yi Wudi threw caution to the wind. Nothing is impossible. Even if your divine consciousness fights me, you have no chance of winning. Back then, you found this place of 2 extremes and wanted to seal your arm. This place of 2 extremes was your hope, but it will soon become a place of despair. Heaven's frigid ice, thousand-world celestial fire, be at my disposal. Yi Wudi shouted. The heaven's frigid ice rushed out of the ground and turned into a set of armor. It was silvery white in color and emitted a terrifying chill. Covered his body. Other than his eyes, his entire body was covered. He was fully armed. Damn! The heaven's frigid ice is indestructible. This should be his trump card. Lin Fei thought to himself. The thousand-world heaven fire will probably become the strongest offensive weapon. One for defense, one for offense, and the other for defense. If I were to fight against it, it would be extremely difficult for me to injure the other party. To be able to become Emperor God Gu Heng's unofficial disciple and even be given the name Invincible, it is indeed extraordinary. The heaven's frigid ice turned into a silver-white armor, forming a powerful defense. The myriad world heaven flame gathered together, forming a blazing spear. This armor is known as the Sky Armor, and this spear is known as the Everworld God Spear. Yi Wuti grabbed the World God Spear with one hand and with a slash, the space was sliced open. Flames burned and didn't dissipate. I have to thank Master for leaving such an arrangement back then. It gave me enough strength to deal with you. Ha 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 ha. Emperor God Gu Heng's phantom laughed. You are really not bad. You can use the double extreme lands that Master left behind to comprehend such a move. In addition to the layers of arrangements here, your strength is comparable to an Emperor God expert. You can even be ranked in the top 3. Yi Wuti revealed a hint of pride. Master, since you have seen it, then your era has passed. I advise you to disperse your divine will. Once I make a move, the myriad world heaven fire will make you experience despair and pain again. A great battle seemed to be on the verge of breaking out. Yi Wuti, do you know why Master only accepted you as a disciple in name, and not a direct disciple? Emperor God Gu Heng's phantom said. This question had been bothering Yi Wuti. Back then, his talent was outstanding, not inferior to the other senior brothers. However, they were direct disciples while he was a disciple in name. He was unknown and no one in the world knew him. Yi Wuti was still holding his breath. Why? Yi Wuti said coldly. Because you are the cauldron that Master left behind. Emperor God Gu Heng's phantom laughed. You Yi Wuti are a natural cauldron. You want to refine Master, but in Master's eyes, your entire body belongs to Master. That's impossible. Hearing the answer, Yi Wuti couldn't believe it. I can't be a cauldron. Even if I am, you don't have the right to have me. Whoosh! Yi Wuti's face was ferocious. He shook the myriad world God spear and brought a flame down. After the myriad world heaven fire was condensed, its power increased tremendously. With a furious strike, the sky full of flames enveloped Emperor God Gu Heng's phantom. I said you are a cauldron, and you will always be a cauldron. Emperor God Gu Heng's phantom raised his hand, and the surrounding myriad world heaven fire collapsed silently. The myriad world God spear in Yi Wuti's hand also gradually dissipated. My myriad world God spear. Not only that, even the armor of heaven on his body dissipated silently. Yi Wuti's strongest attack and defense were instantly lost. Master has already refined the heaven ice and myriad world heaven fire. How is it possible for you to control them to deal with Master? Emperor God Gu Heng's phantom said calmly. You tricked me, you tricked me. Yi Wuti's entire life was to refine the arm, so that he could obtain a complete set of the arch armor, and dominate the wind cloud territory. But in the blink of an eye, all his hopes were gone. How could he bear it? I'll fight you to the death. Emperor God Gu Heng's phantom waved his hand. An endless cold air surged over, freezing Yi Wuti. A cauldron should have the awareness of a cauldron. Emperor God Gu Heng's phantom walked out. The moment he was frozen, Yi Wuti lost his life. Yi Wuti himself probably didn't expect such an ambitious person to die under the sky frigid ice in such a humiliating way. No matter how much he thought about it, he still couldn't beat the cunning Emperor God Gu Heng. Whoosh whoosh. Emperor God Gu Heng's phantom came in front of Yi Wuti, and the heaven ice disappeared automatically. Only Yi Wuti's face was pale, and his eyes were wide open as if he died with a grievance. After so many years, I can finally regain my body. Emperor God Gu Heng's phantom sighed. I'm sorry your body, no, this cauldron is going to leave you. A low voice sounded and a majestic force attacked, exploding on Yi Wuti's corpse. A ball of blood exploded, scattering all over the sky. Emperor God Gu Heng's phantom was stunned. Cauldron, this emperor's cauldron, how dare you destroy it? His cold gaze swept across, and he saw a figure on the altar not far away. He was very young, and at this moment he was looking over with a face full of excitement. Fifth heaven of celestial god? Emperor God Gu Heng's phantom felt disgusted as if he had eaten a fly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The cold air of the heaven ice instantly swept over. Chapter 36:45. Once the river of time and space appeared, the endless cold air was disintegrated. Even if a portion of it landed on Lin Fei, Its power became very weak. I didn't expect an expert like you to be hidden here. Emperor God Gu Heng was quite surprised. No wonder you dared to destroy my cauldron. Even if I'm just a divine will, killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Lin Fei actually didn't plan to attack so quickly, but he couldn't withstand the formless deterrence of Emperor God Gu Heng's phantom. Yu Wudi, an expert, was easily killed. Lin Fei secretly decided to attack in advance. No matter what, he had to destroy Yu Wudi the cauldron first. He didn't believe that Emperor God Gu Heng's divine will could last that long. Emperor God Gu Heng, you are an overlord, and I am just a small figure. However, I am very interested in your arm. Why don't you hand it over? Lin Fei pounced forward and punched out with the god-killing fist. The power was like a mountain suppressing the area. 10 times the power. The fist's shadow was like a pillar, trampling through a large area of the void, causing the space around Emperor God Gu Heng's phantom to become unstable. There are actually two. Emperor God Gu Heng's phantom waved his hand, and the sky ice blocked in front of him, shattering heavily. You've really surprised me. A space-time pendant and an ancient hung glove undoubtedly made Emperor God Gu Heng's phantom very excited. It didn't matter that Yu Wudi was gone. Once he controlled this person, his strength would soar in a short period of time. Burn! After the sky ice, the myriad heaven fire spewed out, and the entire space turned into a purple sea of fire. The scorching air wave seeped in, and Lin Fei's entire body seemed to be burning. His body turned red, and even the 13-stage golden body technique was having a hard time resisting. This myriad heaven fire is really terrifying. After its power was weakened by the river of time and space, its influence is still so great. What the hell? Lin Fei gritted his teeth and endured it. He didn't stop attacking and he kept punching. Young man, you can't beat me. The ancient Emperor God Emperor's shadow said calmly. In this double death ground, the heaven's ice and the 10,000 world heaven fire are all under my control. Even if you have the ancient hung glove and the ancient hung spacetime pendant, it will be useless. Lin Fei was suffering, but this was not his limit. He sneered and said, Emperor God Gu Heng, you think too highly of yourself. You're just a divine thought in one arm. I don't believe you can outlast me. It's still uncertain who will emerge victorious. Even though the power that Emperor God Gu Heng had displayed was very frightening, if the real Emperor God Gu Heng was here, Lin Fei would leave immediately without a second word and run as far as he could. The person before him was nothing more than a strand of spiritual will. He couldn't even control the ancient eternal glove. His arm had been frozen for so long. Lin Fei didn't believe that he couldn't defeat his opponent. The moment Lin Fei said those words, the virtual image of God Emperor Gu Heng inadvertently revealed an uneasy expression. After that, it flashed by as though it had never appeared before. Then go ahead and try. The virtual image of God Emperor Gu Heng said indifferently. He raised his left hand, and endless cold air sealed over. One fire, one ice. At that moment they became orderly. The pressure on Lin Fei increased again. The speed of his attacks slowed down. The cold air of the heaven's ice was also very frightening. It was very hard. Frost gradually appeared on Lin Fei's body, and gradually spread. Young man, stop struggling. You will never be able to defeat me. The virtual image of God Emperor Gu Heng said. He couldn't calm down. Under the attack of two methods he could still persist. It was really rare. That might not be the case. Blocking two different attacks, Lin Fei consumed a lot of energy. Whoosh! The myriad essence pool flew out and landed on the top of Lin Fei's head. Mighty divine power surged into his body. Emperor God Gu Heng, are you surprised? Once the exhausted divine power was replenished, Lin Fei became lively again. With a whoosh, the myriad essence pool disappeared. Now, do you still think you can defeat me? Heavenly Dance Divine Nation's myriad essence pool. The virtual image of God Emperor Gu Heng was shocked. As a divine sense, he dominated an era. God Emperor Gu Heng recognized the myriad essence pool on the spot. This was a powerful treasure. No, this guy has the myriad essence pool. His consumption will be replenished, and if this emperor drags on, the last of my source power will be used up. Then it will really be over. A fifth firmament celestial deity guy was so difficult to deal with. It really exceeded the virtual image of God Emperor Gu Heng. If it continued, there would be no advantage. An ancient hung spacetime pendant could resist the power of the attack. A war of attrition was not what God Emperor Gu Heng was willing to see. He had to end it quickly. Ice and fire double kill, one heaven. A low voice sounded. Lin Fei's heart instantly turned cold. An aura of death shrouded over. In his vision, purple flames and white cold air. One on the left and one on the right, two streams of light. They broke through the restrictions of the void and directly strangled him. With this strangulation, Lin Fei vomited blood on the spot, riddled with wounds. Two kinds of power tore apart his body, wreaking havoc in his body. Even the celestial deity power in his body was in chaos, about to lose control. A big move. This is definitely a big move. It seems that the power isn't as terrifying as I imagined. It should have been reduced by a lot by the river of space-time. Lin Fei suffered heavy injuries, but it was still within a bearable range. He quickly mobilized the celestial deity power in his body to suppress it. God Emperor Gu Heng, this big move of yours is really interesting. Lin Fei's body swayed, wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth. However, it's still lacking a little to kill me. With the ancient hung spacetime pendant reducing the power, the God Fiend race's top-notch body tempering cultivation technique, and the encounter with God Emperor Gu Heng's virtual image formed from divine sense, Lin Fei really withstood it. You're actually a body tempering cultivator. Your fleshly body actually reached the celestial emperor level. God Emperor Gu Heng's virtual image looked over, completely moved at this moment. Good eyesight. I indeed have a celestial emperor-level fleshly body. Lin Fei said proudly. Your big move couldn't even kill me. It must have consumed a lot of energy, right? Are you very disappointed? Of course he was disappointed. God Emperor Gu Heng's virtual image wanted to curse. You're a fifth firmament celestial deity realm with a celestial emperor-level fleshly body. Do you have to be so monstrous? Even if it was God Emperor Gu Heng at this realm back then, compared to this guy in front of him, the gap was not an ordinary kind of big, and he could even smash his head to death. What a bully. You can still continue to use it. With this body of mine, I can barely hold on for another 3 to 5 times. Lin Fei said with a smile. I believe that Lord God Emperor shouldn't care how many times you kill a small character like me, right? God Emperor Gu Heng's virtual image was currently just a virtual image. His power was limited. Heaven's cold ice and thousand world heavenly fire were reserved to deal with Yi Wudi. However, encountering a monstrous guy like Lin Fei was truly unexpected. That big move just now consumed a lot of energy, and he originally thought that he could kill the other party. Who would have thought that the other party still had a celestial emperor-level body? It was no different from pouring a bucket of cold water on the spot. Young man, your strength is not bad. How would God Emperor Gu Heng's virtual image dare to attack again? After that big move, his power was mostly consumed, so how would he dare to attack again? It just so happens that this emperor is lacking people by my side. Your talent is not bad, as long as you are willing to follow this emperor. This emperor can not only let you become a celestial emperor, but also an existence above tens of thousands of people. Lin Fei laughed loudly. God Emperor Gu Heng, you are feeling guilty. Chapter 3646. Once the river of spacetime appeared, it quickly suppressed him. The surrounding time started to pass. This power affected Emperor God Gu Heng's projection even more. His entire body started to become blurry, and he kept struggling trying to rush out. This is your treasure. Enjoy it. Don't miss it. Lin Fei smiled as he attacked. He punched directly, overturning the void and forcing Emperor God Gu Heng's projection to raise his hand to block. Brat, must you kill me? Emperor God Gu Heng's projection was not his real body, but a manifestation of his divine sense. Once the river of spacetime enveloped him, he revealed his true form, which was rare for him. You are Emperor God Gu Heng, an existence that dominated an era. How would I dare to kill you? Lin Fei kept attacking, each punch as powerful as a mountain. I just want to destroy this divine sense. I have the guts to do so. Emperor God Gu Heng said coldly. Aren't you afraid that I'll revive and chase you down? Lin Fei bombarded the heavens' frosty ice, causing cracks to appear. Then you'll still have to chase after me. But I remember that your original body has long since left the wind cloud weave. Otherwise, your registered disciple wouldn't be covetously eyeing you like a tiger watching its prey. he wouldn't be thinking of refining your arm and ascending to the heavens in a single bound. Threat? Lin Fei was not afraid now. Moreover, he was in wind cloud weave. Little brother, stop first. We can discuss this. Emperor God Gu Heng's projection's expression changed. This fellow had guessed the core. His divine sense was the only one left in wind cloud weave. Even if it was destroyed, no news could be transmitted. At this moment, Emperor God Gu Heng's projection was anxious. Once it was destroyed, there would be nothing left. You're anxious now. Lin Fei punched out like shadows, laughing proudly. Weren't you very awesome just now? Enveloped by the river of space-time, Emperor God Gu Heng's projection became fainter and fainter. Controlling the heavens' ice to defend also became slower, as though he was powerless. The consumption was severe. You win. As long as you spare my life, I can tell you a big secret regarding God Emperor Gu Heng. That's right, God Emperor Gu Heng said with a sigh. This was also the only capital that the virtual image of Emperor God Gu Heng could take out. Did Lin Fei need it? Of course not. Although the secret left behind by such an old monster was tempting, Lin Fei really did not want to know. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in your affairs. Lin Fei shook his head. With a punch, he pierced through the skyfrost and landed a heavy blow on Emperor God Gu Heng's shadow. I want to kill you right now. This emperor will fight it out with you. Emperor God Gu Heng's shadow let out a miserable shriek. His entire shadow turned into a ball of origin energy and his ferocious and venomous voice reverberated. Possession. This was the only thing that the apparition of Emperor God Gu Heng could do. Take over this guy's body. The final burst of strength broke free from the river of spacetime's restraints, tore open Lin Fei's glabella, and charged in. Your body will soon belong to me. Emperor God Gu Heng's shadow laughed hideously. Idiot! After that, the desperate voice of Emperor God Gu Heng resounded in his mind. Bastard, what exactly are you? The voice stopped abruptly. Who? Lin Fei gasped and rubbed his glabella. I have the system. Even if I am in deep sleep, it is not something that you can fight against. Lin Fei raised his eyelids and smiled. Running in on your own accord and seeking your own death is really rare. If Emperor God Gu Heng's shadow were to struggle, it would be troublesome for Lin Fei to get rid of it. He might even get injured. Emperor God Gu Heng's shadow chose such a method. Lin Fei wanted to clap and applaud. What a great man. This is. Suddenly, a large number of memory fragments appeared in his mind. The memory fragments contained a large amount of information. These are the memories left behind by this consciousness. My luck seems to be too good. Lin Fei laughed and quickly refined them one by one. Immediately, there was a large amount of information in his mind. It was familiar yet strange, but it was as if he had experienced it personally. Half an hour passed. Lin Fei completely refined the vast amount of memory information. From now on, I truly understand the wind cloud weave. I also know some things about the outer regions. Lin Fei took a deep breath. His eyes were filled with joy. These memories came at the right time. Even if 10,000 or 100,000 years had passed, Lin Fei did not think that he could accumulate as much as the other party did. Accumulating one's own knowledge was actually a long process. But Lin Fei did it easily. Emperor God Gu Heng's shadow did not think that he would help Lin Fei and contribute a large amount of memory information. Emperor God Gu Heng has died. From today onwards, this arm belongs to me. Lin Fei stood in front of the floating arm. At this moment, this arm did not have the support of consciousness and became very ordinary. However, it contained frightening power. Myriad essence pool suppress. Take it out of the wind cloud weave? Lin Fei did not have such a thought. From the words of Emperor God Gu Heng's shadow, Lin Fei could clearly hear that this consciousness had betrayed him. It wanted to stand on its own and become a new Emperor God Gu Heng. Lin Fei also seemed to understand why Kong Lin had asked the three of them to come to the wind cloud weave. Emperor God Gu Heng's arm resisted, but it only lasted for a moment before it was sucked into the myriad essence pool. Refining this thing will take a long time. During this time, I can first refine the heavenly ice and thousand world, heavenly fire to make them my strongest attack and strongest defense. Lin Fei had seen the power of this power before. The old ancestor of Tianji Hall was strong, but in front of Emperor God Gu Heng, He was killed by these two powers. He could not even fight back. It was impossible not to be jealous. In fact, Lin Fei had other ideas. But he had to refine Emperor God Gu Heng's arm first. At this moment in a faraway territory, in the depths of the lava flowed and waves of air surged. A crimson figure sat cross-legged in the lava. He suddenly opened his eyes. Who destroyed this old man's divine will? With a low voice, the whole area of magma tumbled and collapsed, and the area around him turned into a vacuum zone. This old man's arm is completely gone. The crimson figure roared. Below his naked body, there were many huge scars. His entire body looked like it had been pieced together. Anyone would have sucked in a breath of cold air. Under the piecing, the crimson figure was missing an arm and looked empty. Everyone in the wind cloud weave should die. Lin Fei sneezed. Who is thinking of me? Chapter 36-47. While Lin Fei was refining heaven's ice and thousand-world celestial fire, Tianji Hall's celestial star protectors had entered, but Lin Fei had killed them on the spot without leaking any news. Lin Fei was truly afraid that the divination hall would leak the news. At that time, he could imagine that once the news spread, the 9 god emperors of the wind cloud weave would rush over. Done. Half a month later, heaven's ice and thousand-world celestial fire were refined without any difficulty. With Emperor God Gu Heng's refining memory, all Lin Fei had to do was erase the imprint and refine them again. It was just a waste of time. Lin Fei stretched out his hands. His left hand was cold air formed by heaven's ice, and his right hand was thousand-world celestial fire. The scorching aura could burn everything. At that moment, Lin Fei easily mastered these two powers. This is good stuff. The strange power of heaven and earth is really not to be underestimated. Lin Fei could feel the terrifying power of these two powers. From now on, this power is mine. Lin Fei refined them completely and turned them into a powerful technique. Even an Emperor God expert would not be able to break through it easily. Now, all that's left is to refine this arm. Originally, it would take a lot of time to refine it with the Myriad Origin Pool. After refining the two powers, Lin Fei controlled thousand-world celestial fire to enter the Myriad Origin Pool and attacked the arm to speed up the refinement and destruction. Day and night he refined it. Emperor God Gu Heng's arm finally started to loosen. Wisps of vigorous energy flowed out and quickly turned into divine power. Lin Fei beamed with joy. Success comes from 2 places of death. Failure comes from 2 places of death. Thousand-world celestial fire is mighty and domineering. Myriad Origin Pool was awesome, but thousand-world celestial fire was even more awesome. Lin Fei was even more motivated. Once he absorbed the power of the Myriad Origin Pool, the god power in his body would definitely rise to an extremely high level. He would have the power to fight an emperor god. In the blink of an eye, 5 years passed. It wasn't a long time. I finally finished refining it. Emperor God Gu Heng's arm is really strong. Lin Fei's spirit, energy and spirit revealed a trace of exhaustion, but his face still revealed a happy expression. Just how powerful was he at his peak? It was just an arm, but it took more than 5 years. Lin Fei had no choice but to accept it. He even suspected that Emperor God Gu Heng's physical body had stepped into the immortal level and was truly immortal and indestructible. If it wasn't at the immortal rank, then it would take 5 years to refine. Now it's my turn to increase my strength. The 13-fold golden body incantation was currently at the 3rd level, and it had not reached its limit yet. Lin Fei could improve and refine it without any worries. I'm really looking forward to seeing how many wisps of heavenly god's power I can condense this time. Lin Fei was excited just thinking about it. Boom! When the majestic power entered his body, he still suffered a huge impact, as if his body was about to explode. It had been a long time since Lin Fei had experienced this. This feels great. A trickle of blood flowed down the corner of his mouth. Lin Fei's eyes were filled with excitement. This is the power I need. The amount of heavenly god's power that had stagnated began to break through again. Each time it increased by dozens of wisps. The aura on Lin Fei's body became stronger and stronger. Boom! 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 I've finally broken through to 100,000 wisps of heavenly god's power. From 5 digits to 6 digits. When the heavenly god's power broke through to 100,000 wisps, Lin Fei was wild with joy. It wasn't easy. Although it was only 100,000 wisps of heavenly God's power, Lin Fei knew how much he had suffered. It's really high risk but high reward. 100,000 wisps of heavenly God's power surged like the sea in his body, and it was extraordinarily ferocious and domineering. After breaking through to 100,000 wisps, Lin Fei's joy did not last long before he realized that this body could no longer condense heavenly God's power. In other words, it had reached its limit. 100,000 wisps of heavenly God's power is the limit. Lin Fei was rather displeased. My river of spacetime can control the flow of time. I can attempt to break through to the 4th level. If not for the river of spacetime, Lin Fei could not guarantee success, but it was different now. Perhaps after breaking through this threshold, the heavenly God's power will be able to accommodate more. This should also be a big threshold. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and summoned the river of spacetime to envelop himself. Bang! Lin Fei's body shattered, and he began to charge. With the support of 100,000 wisps of heavenly God's power, he did not believe that he could not break through from the 3rd level to the 4th level. It took him more than half a year to break through from the 3rd level to the 4th level. That was close. That was close. When he broke through from the 3rd level to the 4th level, Lin Fei heaved a long sigh of relief. How did that God-fiend Lord cultivate back then? I only managed to break through with 100,000 wisps of heavenly God's power, and the help of the river of spacetime. From the 3rd level to the 4th level of the 13 levels golden body art, Lin Fei clearly felt that his body had improved tremendously. As for how much it had improved, he did not dare to be sure, but it was definitely a shocking number. Heavenly God's power injected into me. After his physical body broke through, Lin Fei activated the myriad essence pool, and his body instantly became like a dried-up river, as he frantically absorbed the power that surged in. Whoosh! 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 A large amount of power surged in. This time, the feeling of his body exploding did not appear again. Awesome! A vast amount of power surged in. Lin Fei no longer felt that way as he focused on refining the heavenly God's power. 110,000, 120,000, 130,000, 200,000, 300,000, 400,000, 430,000. The increase in the heavenly God's power clearly exceeded Lin Fei's expectations. 500,000 wisps. This is too scary. Lin Fei's eyes widened as he felt the vast heavenly God's power. He found it difficult to adapt. My body can accommodate 500,000 wisps of heavenly God's power? Is this the limit of the 4th stage? No more, no less. 500,000 wisps of heavenly God's power. His body could not accommodate any more. After Lin Fei recovered from his shock, he laughed maniacally. I've really picked up a treasure. Lin Fei was truly grateful to the divine demon master for helping him so much. 500,000 wisps of heavenly God's power was definitely like reaching the heavens in a single step. With such a burst of power, one could only imagine how terrifying Lin Fei was. His body and power had undergone earth-shattering changes. At this moment, Lin Fei truly had the battle prowess of an emperor god. In fact, he was not inferior to that veteran emperor god. The power of the myriad essence pool was also mostly absorbed. There was not much left. Lin Fei was excited for a long time before he regained his composure. From now on, I can finally do whatever I want in the wind cloud territory. Lin Fei felt the power in his body and the corners of his lips curled up. I can collect the full set of the arch armor. After refining the arm power and obtaining Emperor God Gu Heng's memories, there was a secret method to control the back door of the arch armor. The prerequisite was that he had to be strong. Chapter 3648. Recently, the wind cloud weave had been abnormally peaceful. The commotion caused by Lin Fei had been suppressed. Several years had passed, and there was no news of Lin Fei in the wind cloud weave. No one knew where he had gone. In any case, there was no trace of him at all. Dead or alive, no one knew. After a long time, no one cared anymore. Those who were worried that Lin Fei would become the 10th God Emperor heaved a sigh of relief. They could not wait for something to happen to Lin Fei. Six Paths Palace. Ever since he had failed to suppress Lin Fei, God Emperor Six Paths had not been in a good mood. Having missed such a good opportunity, it would be extremely difficult to encounter it again. That was the only time God Emperor Six Paths had a legitimate chance to suppress him. Unfortunately, once he thought of this, the God Emperor of Six Paths felt uncomfortable. It was a great opportunity. God Emperor Six Paths. A loud voice reached God Emperor of Six Paths' ears. God Emperor Six Paths, who had been daydreaming, recognized the voice. It was Lin Fei, whom he had always wanted to kill. He dares to come again. God Emperor Six Paths was overjoyed. Kill him. This time I must kill him and snatch the arch armor part. At that time I will definitely be able to fight against the veteran God Emperors. Lin Fei. God Emperor Six Paths stepped out of the Six Paths Palace and traveled through the void. In the blink of an eye, he was hundreds of millions of miles away. You're quite bold. God Emperor Six Paths saw Lin Fei in the sky as soon as he came out. He looked like he was taking a leisurely stroll. You dare to come to my territory again. After his strength skyrocketed, Lin Fei's realm was still the same, but his strength far surpassed God Emperor Six Paths. I'll give you two choices. Submit to me or be killed by me. Lin Fei smiled at God Emperor Six Paths. When they met again, the other's aura was no longer threatening and returned to normal. God Emperor Six Paths was so angry that he laughed. Arrogant fellow, do you really think you can kill me with the arch armors? Even God Emperor Tianfeng, who is ranked first, would not dare to say such a thing. Disdain, thick disdain. He was the God Emperor of Six Paths, one of the older God Emperors among the 9 God Emperors. God Kings could be killed, but God Emperors could not. This saying had been passed down for a long time because God Emperors were powerful and proficient in all sorts of secret techniques. Once a God Emperor wanted to leave, no God Emperor would be able to stop them. Looks like you've chosen the second one. Lin Fei said regretfully. The God Emperor and the others can't kill you, but to me, killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. River of Space-Time. Lin Fei summoned the River of Space-Time. Six Paths of Reincarnation. Six Paths God Emperor used his ultimate move to fight against the River of Time and Space. This move is useless against me. The terrifying reincarnation killing force swept over. The River of Space-Time was being strangled by the Six Paths of Reincarnation, constantly collapsing. It was clear that the Six Paths Divine Emperor was still very powerful. Do you see that? You have the River of Time and Space. I have the Six Paths Reincarnation. The power of reincarnation can reincarnate everything. Six Paths Celestial Emperor sneered. You can't kill me. After the Six Paths Celestial Emperor attacked, the remaining 8 God Emperors in the Wind Cloud Weave felt the fluctuations from the battle. Only they, who were also God Emperors, could feel the fluctuations. One by one, their gazes landed on the void. He wants to kill Six Paths Celestial Emperor? Is that guy crazy? If God Emperors were so easy to kill, there would be more than 9 God Emperors in the Wind Cloud Weave. The veteran God Emperor shook his head. This Lin Fei didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He wanted to kill Six Paths Celestial Emperor in 1,000 years. What is he doing? Fluttering Snow God Emperor was surprised to see this. Lin Fei, who had disappeared for so long, attacked Six Paths Celestial Emperor the moment he appeared. He even tried to kill him. This White Bones God Emperor and Breaking Heaven God Emperor were dumbfounded. Crazy, he's really crazy. The God Emperors understood each other the best. If it was so easy to kill, they would have done it long ago. They wouldn't have waited until now. It was because God Emperors were too difficult to kill. Under normal circumstances, it was rare for them to fall out with each other. Lin Fei wasn't surprised that Six Paths Celestial Emperor used the Six Paths Reincarnation killing move to block the River of Time and Space. After all, it was Six Paths Celestial Emperor's ultimate killing move. No one dared to underestimate its power. What about this? Lin Fei laughed and pounced forward. Ancient Heng's glove glowed, and he punched with a terrifying aura. A black flowing light shot over. The punch shook heaven and earth. It was a terrifying destructive power of 5 million strands of power of Heaven God. Oh no! The observing God Emperors were shocked. Six Paths Celestial Emperor is in danger. Even the veteran God Emperors would be afraid of such a powerful punch, unless it was God Emperor Tianfeng, who was ranked first. Six Paths Celestial Emperor was shocked. The surrounding void was shaken by the punch, and it looked like it was going to collapse. Six Paths Protection. A divine wheel appeared behind Six Paths Celestial Emperor. Colorful lights filled the sky. It was Six Paths Celestial Emperor's strongest treasure, Six Paths Pagoda. This treasure could not only attack, but it could also defend. It was a treasure that could both attack and defend. Even though Six Paths Celestial Emperor was ranked 6th, even the top few did not think that he could defeat Six Paths Celestial Emperor. After all, treasures that could both attack and defend were rare. The explosive power collided with the Six Paths Pagoda. The Six Paths Pagoda turned and blocked most of the power, but the rest still penetrated and hit Six Paths Celestial Emperor, causing him to vomit blood. In just a few years, your power has increased so quickly. Six Paths Celestial Emperor was in disbelief. Last time, his opponent could only defend passively, but now a punch could injure him. Even his strongest treasure, the Six Paths Pagoda, could not completely block the power of the punch. It could only be said that his opponent was terrifyingly strong. But even if your power has increased, I still have the Six Paths Pagoda. I think it will be very difficult for you to kill me. Six Paths Celestial Emperor was secretly glad that he had this treasure. What if I lose this treasure? Guess how many punches I'll take to kill you? Lin Fei smiled and raised his left hand. He reached out and said, "Return." Lose? Six Paths Celestial Emperor reacted quickly, and a bad feeling arose in his heart. Buzz. The Six Paths Pagoda, which he had refined, trembled when he heard the word return. He coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood. The Six Paths Pagoda broke away from him and flew toward Lin Fei. My Six Paths Pagoda. Six Paths Celestial Emperor reached out to grab it, but the river of time and space enveloped him. He could only watch as the Six Paths Pagoda left, turned into a wheel, and landed behind Lin Fei. First punch. Lin Fei revealed a faint smile. He took a step forward and punched out. No. Six Paths Celestial Emperor looked desperate. Stop. Stop. Chapter 3649. The 8 God Emperors in the void were completely stunned by the scene in front of them. Six Paths God Emperor's supreme treasure was taken away just like that. That was a treasure that they might not even have a chance to get. But it was taken away by Lin Fei just like that? It was so fast that no one could keep up. Stop it, they must stop it. The God Emperors attacked from a distance. At the same time, 5 powerful forces pierced through heaven and earth and fell from the sky, bombarding the position where Lin Fei was. Lock on and attack. Fluttering Snow and the others widened their eyes, but they did not follow. After all, they were new God Emperors and would not attack Lin Fei. Lin Fei, how did he do it? Emperor God of Six Paths of Reincarnation was snatched away just like that. Emperor God Whitebones opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Did Emperor God of Six Paths go easy on him? It seems like he refined it. I have never heard of such a situation before. Breaking Heaven God Emperor blinked. Could Brother Lin Fei have obtained the secret technique left by God Emperor Gu Heng? Fluttering Snow God Emperor said after recovering from the shock. She could not help but gasp. If it was true, the situation in the Wind Cloud territory would change completely. Ha, you are too late. Feeling the 5 God Emperors' attacks, Lin Fei laughed. He was full of excitement and was not surprised at all. Without the protection of the Six Paths Reincarnation, Six Paths God Emperor was like a toothless tiger. Lin Fei's punch exploded his body. The power of 5 million Empyrean God powers was not something that 6 Tao God Emperors could withstand. After his body was destroyed, the Six Paths Celestial Emperor was seriously injured. He knew that he had lost. Without the 6 Paths of Reincarnation, was he still the Six Paths Celestial Emperor? I am not satisfied. Six Paths God Emperor said hopelessly. A black shadow descended. No. It turned out that Lin Fei had released the 10,000 essence pool to suppress Six Paths God Emperor. After being seriously injured, Six Paths God Emperor had no power to resist Lin Fei's attack, let alone the power of the 10,000 essence pool. Six Paths Reincarnation. The third part was instantly refined. There was a connection between the 3 parts and Lin Fei was overjoyed. This was something that had never happened before, and it indirectly proved that Emperor God Gu Heng's the arch armor was unusual. A massive world appeared, and within this world were 6 other worlds. It was like a cycle of reincarnation. with each reincarnation forming a new world. At the same time, a terrifying aura swept out in all directions, reverberating throughout the entire wind cloud weave. At this moment, figures dashed out one after another. Under this aura, all of them could feel the threat of death. They sensed the aura of the God Emperor. There was a total of 5 Emperor Gods, including the strongest Emperor God Tianfeng. With the help of treasures, the top experts of the various forces saw the scene of the 5 Emperor Gods surrounding and attacking Lin Fei. It's that Lin Fei. He is controlling the 6 paths reincarnation. What's going on? How did the 6 paths of reincarnation fall into that person's hands? Where are the 6 paths celestial emperors? The 6 paths of reincarnation withstood the attacks of 5 God Emperors. How is this possible? A massive world appeared. Lin Fei stood in the center of the world. The power of the 5 Emperor Gods was terrifyingly strong. They smashed the 6 paths world along the way with an overwhelming force. To be worthy of 5 God Emperors dealing with me, just thinking about it makes me excited. Lin Fei laughed out loud. The power of the heavenly God in his body continued to be channeled. The 13th stage golden body art was also pushed to the limit as he withstood the waves of boundless power. It's broken. Lin Fei has been hit. 5 Emperor Gods teamed up against a young man who was not even a God Emperor. This was the first time in the history of the Wind Cloud Weave that something like this had happened. The defense that the 6 paths reincarnation displayed was beyond their imagination. At least it was not like this when it was used by the 6 paths God Emperor. However, when it was used by Lin Fei, it was a completely different story. His Emperor God body seems to be even stronger. Zhang Tianjue attacked with all his might. He could feel that his power landed on Lin Fei's body. However, it only tore through a layer of defense and caused a small area of damage. After that, he could not move an inch. A God Emperor's senses were very strong. Just from this, Zhang Tianjue knew that this Lin Fei was already strong enough. With such a God Emperor body, they could not kill Lin Fei even if they teamed up. His physical body was amazing. Even they had not cultivated their physical bodies to such a strong degree. We miscalculated. Regardless of which God Emperor it was, they all realized that they had missed the best opportunity. Who would have thought that Lin Fei's strength had increased again? Who would have thought that Lin Fei had a secret technique that could quickly refine the 6 paths reincarnation treasures? With the 3 treasures working together, they formed a certain connection. Be it attack power or defense, they all had an obvious increase. After the 5 God Emperors attacked once, they retracted their power and did not attack again. It was as if they knew that it would be very difficult to kill Lin Fei. He won just like that. Emperor God Whitebones opened his mouth. That fellow withstood the attacks of 5 God Emperors just like that? This improvement is too fast. Emperor God Whitebones, who did not think much of Lin Fei previously, was now envious. From today onwards, the Wind Cloud Weave would welcome the 10th God Emperor. Moreover, it was a special God Emperor whose strength was not inferior to the old God Emperors. Too fast. Emperor God Fluttering Snow smiled bitterly. Emperor God Tianfeng and the others are about to give up. The Wind Cloud Weave is about to have the 10th God Emperor. Such a powerful God Emperor was ranked 10th. How would Emperor God Fluttering Snow and the other 2 God Emperors feel? The 10th God Emperor. The Peak God King experts in the Wind Cloud Weave exclaimed. They realized that the situation in the Wind Cloud Weave was about to change. The 10th God Emperor had appeared. To withstand the attacks of 5 God Emperors, if it was not the strength of a God Emperor, what else could it be? They retreated just like that. Lin Fei raised his head. The 5 God Emperor auras had disappeared without a trace. Apart from the remnant aura in the void, it proved that the God Emperors had attacked. It's so boring. Lin Fei shook his head. He was rather disappointed. I was prepared for a big battle. With the 3 parts in hand, Lin Fei witnessed the extraordinary power of the Arch Armor by activating the 6 paths of reincarnation. It withstood 50% of the attacks from the 5 God Emperors, and the remaining 50% was withstood by the 13-stage Golden Body secret art. Even though it looked like Lin Fei was vomiting blood, his injuries were not as serious as he imagined. It's a pity that we alerted them. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. It won't be easy to get the other 5 parts. They won't just sit and wait for death. There was no other way. The news about the 10th God Emperor Lin Fei quickly spread throughout the wind cloud weave. The 10th God Emperor had appeared. The entire wind cloud weave was in an uproar. Chapter 3650. As Lin Fei became the 10th Emperor God, it caused a huge commotion in the wind cloud weave. To be able to withstand the combined attack of the 5 strongest Emperor Gods was not something that just anyone could do, especially when Emperor God of 6 Paths was suppressed. With the 3 parts of the Emperor armor in hand, it once again shocked the other forces. Lin Fei's power surpassed all the other Emperor Gods, and even surpassed Emperor God Tianfeng, who was ranked first. Within the wind cloud weave, news about Lin Fei was everywhere. As for the 10th Emperor Lin Fei, everyone knew very little about him. He seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, which made people suspect his origins. Just when everyone thought that the 10th God Emperor Lin Fei would cause a commotion, this God Emperor did not do anything at all. This was beyond everyone's expectations. The more it was like this, the more uncertain everyone felt. The 10th Emperor God was different from the previous 9. He was someone who could withstand the combined attack of 5 Emperor Gods. Even if he was not an Emperor God, no one dared to doubt his power. Just look at Emperor 6 Path's wind cloud weave, ranked first Emperor God Tianfeng Empire. Within a glorious palace, Emperor Tianfeng was entertaining a few guests. There were only 4 guests, but any one of them was worthy of everyone's attention. To be entertained by Emperor Tianfeng, the ranked first Emperor God. Who else could it be besides a God Emperor? I did not expect Brother 6 Paths to be suppressed just like that. Emperor God Zhang Tianjue shook his head regretfully. If I had known that he had hidden his strength so well, I would not have let him continue to grow. Honestly speaking, Emperor God Zhang Tianjue felt that it was too fast. How long had it been? He had risen. It was completely out of his expectations. Now, even if they did not admit it, Lin Fei was qualified to be the 10th Emperor God. They had to admit it. The remaining 3 Emperor Gods looked serious as well. They weren't as strong as Zhang Tianjue, and they didn't think much of Lin Fei back then. They didn't expect Lin Fei's strength to improve by leaps and bounds after his trip to the 13 Holy Nations. Before this, no one would have cared about such a person. But now, the name of the 10th Emperor God had spread throughout the wind cloud weave. Even if it was them in a one-on-one situation, they didn't have the confidence to defeat the other party, and they even had to consider their own safety. It was really a tangled problem. Tianfeng, you are the strongest among us. What should we do? Emperor God Yuanheng, who was ranked 3rd, was a 4th Sky of God Emperor. He had white hair on his temples and an aged aura. He was asking Emperor God Tianfeng. The moment Emperor God Yuanheng said that, the remaining Emperor God Gong Tianya and Emperor God Fangju looked over. Emperor God Tianfeng felt helpless. It was useless to look for him for such matters. Back then, Emperor God Tianfeng's power was publicly acknowledged to be the strongest. It was the treasure with the best defense among the parts of the Emperor armor that he possessed. It could prevent him from getting injured to a great extent. His true strength was only slightly higher than the 4 of them. If God Emperor Tianfeng was truly the strongest in the world, he would have already unified the windy wind weave. The name of the Tianfeng Empire would have covered the entire weave instead of just controlling a region. The name of the empire did not match. What else can we do? That brat obtained 3 parts and formed a connection. His power increased along with it. Between you and me, none of us is a match for him. Emperor God Tianfeng knew that it was a blow to others, but he still chose to say it. Now the only thing we can do is to form an alliance and not give him a chance to attack. Actually, on the way here the 5 Emperor Gods had thought about it. If they fought one-on-one, they would be defeated easily. Lin Fei had 3 parts. If he were to refine one more, it would be harder to deal with him. Then it would be their doomsday. Emperor God Zhang Tianju sighed. I never expected these Emperor Gods would choose to form an alliance. Among them, they had been fighting openly and secretly. In the dark, they controlled the windy wind weave. In the end, because of the appearance of Lin Fei, they had no choice but to form an alliance. Zhang Tianju's helplessness was the helplessness of the Emperor Gods. Emperor God Tianfeng wasn't confident that he could kill Lin Fei. That Emperor God's physical body seemed to be stronger. Forming an alliance was the only way. However, you don't have to worry, Emperor God Tianfeng added. With the 5 of us working together, Lin Fei wouldn't dare to attack even if he had 100 guts. All we can do is wait. Wait. The 4 Emperor Gods immediately understood. War of the Weave. Emperor God Tianfeng spat out a few words. Alliance. Heaven-breaking city inside the palace. When Lin Fei heard a piece of news, he frowned. It wasn't good news. This news was brought by Emperor God Patian. Ever since Lin Fei became the 10th Emperor God in the Windy Wind Weave and became famous, Emperor God Patian took the initiative to approach him. He was very clear about the current situation in the Windy Wind Weave. Thoughts? Emperor God Patian definitely had some, such as not standing on Emperor God Tianfeng's side. From the short interaction, Emperor God Patian recognized Lin Fei as a person. In the future, Lin Fei could suppress Emperor God Tianfeng and create a new era. With the 3 parts of the arch armor, Emperor God Patian was far from Lin Fei's match. Hence he took the initiative to approach him. Embarrassing? That wasn't embarrassing at all. Was he waiting for Lin Fei to deal with him? Emperor God Patian wasn't that stupid. They're afraid that Brother Lin will defeat them one by one. Emperor God Patian said. I was shocked when I heard the news. Those fellows are so cowardly. I didn't think that such a day would come. As a god emperor who ascended later, Emperor God Patian had always been ostracized. He couldn't compare to the older god emperors in any aspect. Emperor God Patian was more excited than anyone to see them suffer a setback. They're really cautious. Lin Fei shook his head. He had originally planned to defeat them one by one. They were quite fast. If they worked together, it wouldn't be easy to deal with them. Brother Lin, it's not impossible for you to deal with them, Emperor God Patian said. They might be planning to hold out until the day of the Weave War. At that time, true experts will gather. It's normal for them to kill others with a borrowed knife. Lin Fei didn't care much about it. It's not certain who will kill who. For the sake of the complete set of Emperor armor, Lin Fei would definitely attack them. Unless they handed over the parts, Lin Fei could let them go. At this point, Lin Fei would still be merciful. Please pass on a message to them for me, Lin Fei said. As long as they are willing to hand over the parts, they will still be god emperors. Even in the future, no one will be able to shake their position. Regardless of whether it was useful or not, there was no harm in trying. What if it worked? Who knew what would happen? After the news spread, Lin Fei didn't stay idle. With the 3 parts in hand, the only thing left was to find Han Jiang and Flaming Lion. This time Lin Fei entrusted this matter to Emperor God Patian, Emperor God Whitebones, and Emperor God Fluttering Snow. With their strong influence, they would definitely find some clues. Chapter 3651. When the wind cloud weave fell into peace. Some people were not having a good time. For example, Han Jiang. Brother Han, hurry and leave, they're here. In a mansion, dozens of experts charged in, and the subordinates in the mansion collapsed with a single touch. The casualties were disastrous, and blood flowed like a river. Han Jiang, who had been in a daze, finally reacted and left without another word. This was the 6th time he was surrounded by mysterious experts, and he could not hide for long each time. It was simply like seeing a ghost. Who is it, that bastard? Han Jiang escaped from the mansion and tunneled into a vast mountain range as fast as he could, borrowing the aura of demonic beasts to conceal his aura, so as to shake off the pursuers behind him. Could it be sent by Lin Fei? Ever since coming to the wind cloud weave, Han Jiang's luck was not very good. He was captured and became a slave the moment he arrived, and only recovered a portion of his strength after several decades. It was precisely because of this that Han Jiang's strength improvement was not considered fast. Presently, he was barely at the Divine King realm. News regarding the arm had yet to be found, but the news of Lin Fei becoming the 10th Divine Emperor spread, shocking Han Jiang quite a bit. In less than 1,000 years, that person stepped into the position of Divine Emperor. Even if he was not at the Divine Emperor realm, no one would doubt Lin Fei's strength. The 6th rank Samsara Divine Emperor fell because of him. Han Jiang had been hesitating whether to return or not. That guy already became a Divine Emperor, and he was still a Divine King realm. Comparing oneself to others was infuriating, and he wished he could kill himself. Han Jiang did not dare to guarantee, nor was he sure. He would hide first. Hanjiang, long time no see. A voice came from ahead and a figure walked out, standing with his hands behind his back, smiling at the disheveled Hanjiang. It's just that you're not doing well. When Hanjiang heard this voice, long-lost memories surfaced, and his body trembled. Spare me, Divine Emperor Lin. Hanjiang begged for mercy. Even if the current Lin Fei was a fifth firmament celestial deity, to Hanjiang the other party's aura was like a mountain, virtually making him unable to breathe. I really didn't do anything. Hanjiang knelt on the ground with a thud, shivering. I beg you, spare me. Lin Fei said faintly. It's because you didn't find anything that you're still alive. Thanks to the help of the three god emperors, Hanjiang was able to find it quickly. However, the flaming lion seemed to be unlucky. It was killed as soon as it appeared, leaving Hanjiang alone. Lin Fei could only come to Hanjiang. Hanjiang's performance greatly disappointed Lin Fei. In any case, Hanjiang was an expert from a conquered weave. How could he be so cowardly? Yes. Hanjiang lowered his head. Tell me what you know about the outer realms, said Lin Fei. If you're satisfied, you can live. Lin Fei was quite concerned about this outsider. Otherwise, he wouldn't have searched for Hanjiang in secret. He wanted to learn more about the weave situation. Yes. How could Hanjiang dare to hide anything? He spilled everything out in great detail, going on for 2 to 4 hours. Lin Fei found it interesting. Hanjiang's heart was in his throat. Emperor God Lin, this is a grand star map I obtained. I'm afraid even the Windy Weave doesn't have such a grand star map. Hanjiang handed over the Starry Sky Great Star Map. It would be a waste of a heavenly treasure in my hands. It's too wasteful. Only a peerless expert like Emperor God Lin would be able to make use of it. Hanjiang carefully handed over the Grand Star Map. Lin Fei had obtained a Grand Star Map from Tianji Hall. It was quite complete. Now that he heard this, he couldn't help but be curious. He grabbed it and casually flipped it open. It was a very ancient Grand Star Map. Lin Fei took out the Grand Star Map from Tianji Hall. After a simple comparison, his eyes lit up. Hanjiang's Grand Star Map was more detailed and had a larger area. Good stuff. Lin Fei kept looking. Suddenly, his eyes were fixed on one spot. At that moment, that area was marked with 2 simple words. Earth. Speak. What's going on with Earth? Lin Fei grabbed Hanjiang. Even though Hanjiang was a God King expert, he was abnormally weak in front of Lin Fei's strength. Lin Fei had never thought that he would see the word Earth on this Grand Star Map. Coincidence? Or was there a place called Earth? Lin Fei couldn't be sure. These 2 words were buried in the depths of his memory. As they popped up, everything from the past popped up and was suppressed. Hanjiang's face was pale. Emperor God Lin, can I take a look first? Lin Fei grabbed Hanjiang. The Grand Star Map floated in the air. He pointed at a region and said, This is the place. Remember to speak properly. If anything goes wrong, I'll kill you immediately. Cold killing intent shrouded Hanjiang. Hanjiang was very clear that if he didn't speak clearly, he might really be killed. No, he would really die. This great starry sky star map was left behind by a wanderer in the starry sky when he traveled across the great thousand worlds. This Earth should be in the depths of a primitive territory. It is an inconspicuous place. It is said that the name Earth was obtained from a certain place. Hanjiang stuttered as he spoke. Hanjiang didn't have a deep understanding of this grand star map. In order to travel through the real starry sky, one needed to be at the immortal realm. And the immortal realm was definitely a threshold. Countless people were stuck at this step. Hanjiang didn't have the confidence to reach this realm. He didn't really study this grand star map. Lin Fei was quite disappointed. It was as if he hadn't said anything. Where's that space wanderer? He died of old age. Hanjiang said. Lin Fei wasn't surprised. This grand star map could be taken out by someone. That meant that the person was most likely dead. This Earth should be my Earth from back then. Lin Fei thought. There aren't that many coincidences in the world. This Earth is that Earth. Lin Fei was even more certain. Originally, he just wanted to find Hanjiang. Who would have thought that he would accidentally find out the location of Earth? It's hard to reach the immortal realm, but if I can use the ancient eternal emperor armor, I might really be able to return to Earth. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. No matter what, I have to go back and take a look. Even if 10, 20, or even 100 years have passed. This was Lin Fei's wish. Thank you for giving me the Grand Star map. In order to thank you, I've decided. Lin Fei suddenly smiled. Han Jiang was overjoyed. He didn't have to die anymore. Many thanks. Crack. Lin Fei twisted Han Jiang's neck. A monstrous power descended and crushed Han Jiang's entire body. Chapter 3652. Obtaining information about Earth's whereabouts from Han Jiang was Lin Fei's greatest reward. This trip was worth it. After dealing with Han Jiang, Lin Fei left the scene. Finally, he opened up a simple cave abode in a random place and carefully studied this starry sky star map. I really didn't expect that I would actually obtain information about Earth's whereabouts. Lin Fei had never dared to guarantee whether he could return or not. After so many years, Lin Fei had almost forgotten the word Earth. Dealing with Han Jiang was just a thought that Lin Fei wanted to put to rest. He really didn't expect that Han Jiang would have such a good thing in his hands. The starry sky star map in Tianji Hall was simply incomparable to this. It was on a completely different level. After setting up the array formation, Lin Fei took out the starry sky star map and carefully studied it. Earth is in this position. My current position should be in this region. This starry sky star map was very complete. There were many territories recorded on it. Some were big, some were small, and they were all recorded in detail. It made one's eyes light up at a glance. This is the Windy Wind territory. Lin Fei found one place after another. After understanding it, Lin Fei realized that this starry sky great world was very big. It was not as simple as he had imagined. The organization of the territory war is probably this myriad sky empire. Lin Fei looked around and finally, his finger landed on a territory. This territory was so vast that even he was shocked by it. That's right, this territory was called the Myriad Sky Empire. The most frightening thing was that this Myriad Sky Empire controlled hundreds of territories. It could be said to be the strongest existence. If I want to return to Earth, I have to pass through this Myriad Sky Empire, thought Lin Fei. There are almost no records of Earth's location. It must be very barren. I estimate that at the very least I need to be at the immortal rank to explore the way. After putting away the map, Lin Fei had a plan in mind. His current mission was to collect the remaining 5 parts of the treasure and form a complete set of the arch armor. Once the arch armor was formed, his strength would increase greatly and he would have the true strength to leave the territory. At the same time, he could also try to awaken the system. As for returning to Earth, if the system could be awakened, he might have a better understanding. Brother Lin, I'm afraid this matter is going to be difficult. The heaven-breaking Divine Emperor found Lin Fei and said apologetically. None of them were willing to hand over the rest of the arch armor parts. They even said that if you want the parts, you have to go to Wind City. Lin Fei had not been idle recently. He wasn't surprised to hear this news at all. They intend to fight me to the end. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Then don't blame me for not giving them face. The heaven-breaking Divine Emperor was now following his lead. Brother Lin, whatever you want to do, I'll be the first to support you. The heaven-breaking Divine Emperor had suffered a lot from the older god emperors. Now that he had the chance, he would definitely take revenge. There's still a long time before the territory war. I'll have some fun with them. Lin Fei smiled and said, if they want to form an alliance and hide in Tianfeng City, then they can hide in Tianfeng City forever. Lin Fei was prepared to force them out. Let's see who can't hold back first. In any case, there was no loss for him. In the end, the ones who could not hold on would be them. Brother Lin, this is the Abyss Demon Tiger tribe that sought refuge with Emperor God Fangzhu. The heaven-breaking Divine Emperor pointed to a mountain range in front. Beside the heaven-breaking Divine Emperor were Emperor Fluttering Snow and Emperor God White Bones. Hearing that something big was about to happen, Emperor Fluttering Snow and Emperor God White Bones took the initiative to come. The situation in the Wind Cloud territory was in the hands of the alliance of 5 god emperors, led by Emperor God Tianfeng and Emperor God Lin Fei. As for the 3 of them, they were not of much use. Just because they did not have the treasures left behind by Emperor God Gu Heng, there was a huge gap between them. This gap could not be caught up in a short period of time. Abyss Demon Tiger Tribe, the territory war had not started. But it did not stop Lin Fei from continuing to collect God power. The top clans became Lin Fei's targets. Who is it? There was a loud roar and countless ripples appeared in the void. Several experts with tiger heads and human bodies rushed out, their arrogant and overbearing aura crushing over. With the support of Emperor God Fangju, the Abyss Demon Tiger tribe is very overbearing. In addition to their strong fighting power, no one dares to offend them in the Wind Cloud territory. The heaven-breaking Divine Emperor said. Emperor Fluttering Snow and Emperor God Whitebones could not wait for the Abyss Demon Tiger tribe to fall. They are really strong. Lin Fei took a look. I wonder if Emperor God Fangju can sit still without the Abyss Demon Tiger tribe. One had to pick on the soft persimmon, and Emperor God Fangju was that soft persimmon. Humph! The heaven-breaking Divine Emperor snorted coldly, and the pressure of an Emperor God swept out. The experts from the Abyss Demon Tiger tribe felt their blood boil. When they looked, their faces changed. Gosh, heaven-breaking Divine Emperor, Emperor God Fluttering Snow, Emperor God Whitebones, why are they here? And who is that young man? The experts from the Abyss Demon Tiger tribe were shocked as they recognized the three Emperor gods. They were not afraid of others, but they were afraid of the Emperor gods. If they were killed, they would die in vain. I am very interested in your Abyss Demon Tiger tribe, Lin Fei said indifferently. Only a small portion of the entire Abyss Demon Tiger tribe could meet his requirements. As for the rest, they were not very interested. They could only suppress the power of gods that could not contribute much. Those in the God King realm, come out. I can give you a quick death. Lin Fei was not interested in those below the God King realm. If he wanted to suppress, he would suppress those in the God King realm. Those 5 Emperor gods were in Heaven Wind City. It could be said that Lin Fei was unbridled, and he was not afraid of anyone. The experts from the Abyss Demon Tiger tribe rushed out when they heard the news. When they heard the voice, they looked over, and a few of them were not calm. The 10th Emperor God, Lin Fei. When these few words were spoken, the people from the Abyss Demon Tiger tribe knew what was going on. Great Emperor, save me. Emperor God Fangju went to Heaven Wind City, but he left behind a clone that had the combat power of an Emperor God, just in case. Emperor God Fangju's clone, who had his eyes closed, opened his eyes, grabbed with both hands, tore open the void and walked in. Do you really think that those fellows can do whatever they want just because I went to Heaven Wind City? Emperor God Fangju's eyes were cold. Above the Abyss Demon Tiger tribe, all God King realm experts were suppressed. A myriad essence pool augmented the river of spacetime. No one could withstand it, not even the most powerful one. The 3 of you, if you want these Abyss Demon Tigers, feel free to take them. They are enough for me, Lin Fei said to the 3 Emperor gods. Without God King realm experts, the Abyss Demon Tiger tribe was a top race after all. The 3 Emperor gods were still very jealous. With a little nurturing, they would become God King experts. Where else could they find such a good thing? The 3 accepted it with smiles. Who's causing trouble? Emperor God Fangju's clone descended and released his emperor's might. I will destroy you one by one. You sure talk big. If your main body is here, it might be possible. But as an avatar, dealing with you is as easy as flipping my hand. Chapter 3653. God Emperor Fangju was severely injured on the spot. Who is it? Emperor God Fangju, whose body had exploded, let out a horrible shriek. He condensed his body again and revealed a rare look of astonishment. His body had exploded in his own territory. What was going on? He was a God Emperor. So you don't know who I am? Lin Fei smiled as the river of spacetime continued to wrap around him. The myriad essence pool suppressed God Emperor Fangju's head. Then you have to open your eyes and take a good look. God Emperor Fangju didn't know who had attacked at first, but he immediately knew who it was. It's you. How dare you attack me? God Emperor Fangju roared. He finally saw Lin Fei, the newly risen 10th God Emperor, a fellow who forced them to form an alliance. Correct. Lin Fei smiled. Unfortunately, there's no reward. God Emperor Fangju's heart sank when he saw God Emperor Patian and the other 2 God Emperors. He regretted appearing. God Emperor Fangju knew that he wasn't Lin Fei's match from the power of his punch. Furthermore, he was only an avatar. He only had about 30% of his main body's strength. How could a God Emperor avatar with about 30% of his strength be his match? God Emperor Lin Fei, what do you mean by this? God Emperor Fangju said in a low voice. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Lin Fei laughed. You're right. If you're not easy to bully, who's easy to bully? Boom! The 6 paths of reincarnation descended. One samsara, one killing move. God Emperor Fangju's defenses collapsed on the spot. The river of spacetime, myriad essence pool, and 6 paths of reincarnation crushed over. Under the layers of power, God Emperor Fangju was completely defeated. His power was taken away by the myriad essence pool. God Emperor Lin Fei, you will definitely regret this. Fangju gave up struggling. He was filled with hatred as he mobilized the last bit of power in his body and chose to self-destruct. This self-destruction didn't pose much of a threat. It couldn't even destroy the 6 paths of reincarnation. What a pity for a clone. Lin Fei had intended to suppress and refine it. The strength of a God Emperor's clone was not weak. He could only watch as it self-destructed. The heaven-breaking Divine Emperor and the others had witnessed Lin Fei's strength. Once the killer move was unleashed, Emperor God Fangju's clone didn't have any ability to resist at all. They had no doubt that even if his original body was here, he probably wouldn't be able to hold on for long. To Emperor God Fangju, losing a clone was equivalent to 30% of his power. He would need a long time to recover. Brother Lin, this is a good opportunity. Emperor God Fangju's clone is gone. Even if it's his main body, he has lost 30% of his strength. Why don't we take this opportunity to sweep through Emperor God Fangju's nest? Heaven-breaking God Emperor suggested. I'm willing to be the vanguard. Wiping out a God Emperor's lair was definitely a huge matter. Not only breaking Heaven Emperor God, but Emperor God Whitebones and Emperor God Fluttering Snow also had the same expression. Alright. Lin Fei did not object to this suggestion. Then let's wipe out Emperor God Fangju's lair. Windcloud Weave Skywind City. Within a mansion, Emperor God Fangju, who had been meditating, spat out a mouthful of blood. He opened his eyes and roared towards the sky, causing the void to crack. Lin Fei. Emperor God Fangju's murderous intent was cold. My clone 30% of my strength. Once the clone died, Emperor God Fangju's original body was greatly injured. He instantly lost 30% of his power. His power was secondary. His soul was severely injured and it would take a long time for him to recover. Oh no! My lair! Emperor God Fangju's face grew uglier. Heaven-breaking God Emperor and the others will definitely instigate Lin Fei to wipe out my lair. Damn brat! Emperor God Fangju regained his composure after his rage. Damn Lin Fei! He is forcing me to go out. Emperor God Fangju really wanted to look for Emperor God Tianfeng. Once he thought about how he had lost 30% of his power, he couldn't help but worry. Even though the 5 Emperor Gods had temporarily formed an alliance, they were still guarding against each other. For example, Emperor God Tianfeng, who was ranked first. Lin Fei, don't even think about making me go out. Even if I lose my lair, I can still make another one in the future. Emperor God Fangju decided not to go out. Emperor God Fangju's lair. Once Heaven-breaking God Emperor and the others made their move, the formation that was no longer controlled by Emperor God Fangju's clone was easily broken. They rushed in and swept through everything. Brother Lin, these are the God King experts under Emperor God Fangju. They are all here. The 3 Emperor Gods were very good at handling matters. They handed all the suppressed God King experts to Lin Fei. Lin Fei did not do anything and obtained quite a number of God King powerhouses. Now the only things that could interest Lin Fei were these God King experts and the treasures of the universe. After wiping out Emperor God Fangju's lair, the harvest was huge. As for the remaining things, Lin Fei wasn't interested and let Heaven-breaking God Emperor and the others divide them. The next day, the news that Emperor God Fangju's lair had been wiped out by Heaven-breaking God Emperor and the others spread. The entire Windy Weave was in an uproar. That was too fast. Heaven-breaking God Emperor and the other 2 Emperor Gods chose to rely on Emperor God Lin Fei, which shocked everyone. On one side was an alliance of 5 Emperor Gods, and on the other side were 4 Emperor Gods led by Lin Fei. In comparison, there was only a difference of 1 Emperor God, but in terms of strength, Lin Fei's side seemed to have the upper hand. Such a change stimulated a large number of forces. Everyone was watching the 5 emperor gods in Wind City to see what would happen. If this continued, the influence of the 5 emperor gods in the Windy Weave would be greatly affected. Not waiting for any movement from Wind City, another piece of news spread, and the crowd was in an uproar again. The lair of the 4th-ranked emperor god Gongtianya had been wiped out by emperor god Lin Fei and the others. All the god king experts were suppressed, and the rest were divided among the 3 emperor gods. This is too explosive. No matter who heard the news, they were all stunned. Big news. Putting everything else aside, just this sweep alone had dealt a blow to the influence of emperor god Fangju and emperor god Gongtianya, and they themselves had become generals without an army. Without god-king level subordinates, the influence of an emperor god would be greatly affected. The lair of the 2 emperor gods, in addition to the tribes that relied on them, had been wiped out by Lin Fei, which was equivalent to a huge blow to their vitality. If they wanted to recover, it would take a long time. This was definitely the cruelest way to wipe out. Emperor god Fangju and emperor god Gongtianya had left behind their doppelgangers, and in the battle they had lost their doppelgangers, and their real bodies had also suffered a blow. It could be said that they had suffered a huge loss. They are really fast. After Lin Fei wiped out Gongtianya's lair, he headed straight for the next emperor god's lair. There was no trace of emperor god Yuan Heng's doppelganger. It seemed that he had escaped before them. Chapter 3654. 2 pieces of news spread out. It put the 5 emperor gods in a passive position. 5 emperor gods teamed up to fight against the 10th emperor god Lin Fei. Everyone thought that they had a high chance of winning. On Lin Fei's side, only Lin Fei was powerful. The remaining emperor god Patian, emperor god Baigu and emperor god Fluttering Snow were obviously weaker. If there were levels, emperor god Tianfeng and emperor god Lin Fei were at the first level. The second level were the 4 emperor gods. The third level were emperor god Patian and the other 2. This was a very obvious gap and anyone could see it. Emperor god Tianfeng and the others had a high chance of winning against Lin Fei. Many people didn't approve of the 10th emperor god Lin Fei. Brother Tianfeng, we can't let this go on. Just as the outside world was in an uproar. In Tianfeng City, the 5 emperor gods were anxious and restless. Lin Fei had wiped out emperor god Fangju's and emperor god Gongtianya's old lairs, and it had agitated the 2 emperor gods, Zhan Tianjue and Yuan Heng. The one who spoke was emperor god Zhan Tianju. His face was solemn. Brother Feng, Brother Gong's lair has been destroyed. If it wasn't for Brother Yuan and I who reacted quickly and withdrew our doppelgangers in time, the lair of the 4 emperor gods would have been destroyed. Emperor god Zhan Tianjue regretted that he didn't go all out but chose to negotiate with the other party. At the same time, Emperor god Zhan Tianjue was annoyed that Emperor god Fangju and Emperor god Gongtianya didn't do anything and pretended that nothing had happened. Brother Feng, Brother Gong, you are in the wrong. Emperor god Yuan Heng looked at them. Emperor god Fangju and Emperor god Gongtianya had chosen to hide the truth. I was caught off guard by Lin Fei and I couldn't inform everyone in time. I'm sorry. Emperor god Fangju was thick-skinned. He couldn't possibly say that he was worried about Emperor god Tianfeng. Emperor god Yuan Heng snorted coldly. His gaze was murderous. Emperor god Gongtianya hated Emperor god Fangju to the core. If he had reminded Emperor god Fangju back then, he would have suffered a great loss. His doppelganger would have been suppressed and refined, and that would have been the most frustrating thing. Among everyone present, Gongtianya hated Emperor god Fangju the most. Everyone stop. Emperor god Tianfeng looked helpless. Listen to what I have to say, okay? The moment Emperor god Tianfeng spoke, the 4 emperor gods gave him face. In this matter, I think the main culprit is Lin Fei. Everyone's performance has disappointed me. Emperor god Tianfeng's words were a little heavy. I feel that if we continue to make a ruckus, we might really fulfill Lin Fei's conspiracy. By then, everyone will definitely be defeated one by one. Hearing this, the 4 god emperors were shocked. In fact, they all had thoughts of revenge. The previous alliance was also to prevent Lin Fei from destroying them one by one. But after this matter, the god emperors would be at odds with each other, and the alliance would become useless sooner or later. In the future, they would be killed by Lin Fei. Emperor god Tianfeng's words made them break out in cold sweat. Shameless Lin Fei, he is too shameless. Emperor God Fengju scolded. He is so young but his mind is so vicious. Brother Tianfeng, you are the best. Everyone almost fell for it. Emperor God Gong Tianya added. His back was drenched in cold sweat. They had indeed overlooked the reason why Lin Fei wiped out their lair. Seeing that everyone believed him, Emperor God Tianfeng let out a sigh of relief. Among everyone present, the one who hated him the most was Emperor God Tianfeng himself. Once the alliance collapsed, the 5 emperor gods wouldn't have a good ending. A person who knew the secret of the emperor armor left behind by Emperor God Gu Hong was like a sharp sword above everyone's head. They wouldn't know when it would fall. Only then would the alliance have the confidence to resist. If it was a one-on-one fight, it would be extremely dangerous. Then what should we do? We can't always stay in Tianfeng City. That is our base. Emperor God Zhan Tianju frowned. Yet, that Lin Fei even obtained one of the 13 divine nations' treasures, the Myriad Essence Pool. It's precisely because of that treasure that Lin Fei can erupt with a strength not inferior to our divine emperors at 5th firmament celestial deity realm. If we let it continue, once his strength surpasses us one day, our alliance will also become a joke. Emperor God Yuan Heng said solemnly, I think we should attack again. We definitely can't let Lin Fei improve his strength smoothly. Also, Emperor Patian and the other 2 must be taught a lesson. Now the 10th Emperor God Lin Fei had become a huge rock on their chest. If this rock was removed, they wouldn't have a day of peace. It's not impossible to work together again. Emperor God Tianfeng was actually a person who felt very aggrieved. As the number 1 Emperor God, the number 1 expert in Wind Cloud territory, he felt embarrassed that he didn't dare to go out. If they worked together, they could severely injure Lin Fei. It would be a victory. As for killing, it would be difficult. Emperor God 6 Paths contributed the 6 Paths of Reincarnation. This treasure that could attack and defend was not inferior to his armor. It would be very difficult to kill Lin Fei. Emperor God Tianfeng, are you at home? I Lin am here to visit. Boom! A loud voice pierced through heaven and earth, reverberating in the sky above Wind City. The experts in Tianfeng City all raised their heads to look. Unknowingly, 4 figures walked out from the sky. Emperor God, they are Emperor God. Emperor God Whitebones, Emperor Patian, Emperor God Fluttering Snow, and the 10th Emperor God Lin Fei. How dare they come here? The experts in Wind City gasped. Now the name of the 10th Emperor God Lin Fei shook the Wind Cloud territory. There was no one who wasn't afraid of him. Emperor God 6 Paths and the other 2 Emperor Gods suffered a great loss at the hands of Emperor God Lin Fei. Emperor God Tianfeng and the other 4 Emperor Gods walked out of the mansion and looked at Emperor God Lin Fei outside the city. Lin Fei, how dare you come? Emperor God Fengju roared angrily, his emperor might soaring into the sky. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. Isn't it just Wind City? Why wouldn't I dare to come? What a joke. As for you, come out if you can. Let's see if I will kill you. Emperor God Fengju didn't have the courage to come out, but he didn't want to show weakness. Humph, Lin Fei, aren't you strong? Come to Wind City if you can. I will admit that you are strong. As long as you are strong enough, you can kill me. Lin Fei came to Wind City on a whim. Why should I go in? Lin Fei smiled. I am afraid that once I go in, the entire Wind City will be destroyed. That isn't a good thing. I think it is better to stay outside. When he said that, many experts in Wind City felt bad for Emperor God Fengju. No matter the outcome, they would definitely be unlucky. Emperor God Fengju was not kind. Chapter 3655. The 10th Emperor God Lin Fei's presence in Tianfeng City was out of the 5 Emperor Gods' expectations. Why did he dare to come? That was the biggest thought in the 5 Emperor Gods' minds. Wasn't he afraid of being besieged? One should know that they had just discussed to attack again. They never expected him to come to them. If it wasn't for their secret discussion, they might have suspected that there was a traitor among them. It was too much of a coincidence. Emperor God Lin, your presence brings light to Tianfeng City. Why don't you come in and have a seat? Emperor God Tianfeng laughed. No matter what the reason was, Emperor God Tianfeng wouldn't let his name down. Forget it. I'm afraid that you're plotting against me. Lin Fei laughed. You might have already discussed how to deal with me. So I think it's safer outside. The thick-skinned Lin Fei naturally said whatever he wanted to say. As expected, many experts in Tianfeng City had their understanding of the God Emperor overturned when they heard this. Lin Fei was different. Actually, I'm here this time to meet the 5 God Emperors. Lin Fei said. After all, I've wiped out your base, so you must be very angry. So, I'll give you a chance to kill me because I don't like being schemed against by others. Emperor God Fengju and Emperor God Gongtianya looked distressed. One should know that they wiped out their lair. Now, Lin Fei's words were no different than rubbing salt on the wound. It was simply shameless to the extreme. Emperor God Tianfeng had never seen an emperor god like Lin Fei. They were totally different. To be honest, if Emperor God Lin Fei didn't have 3 pieces of emperor armor, Emperor God Tianfeng would admire him. Lin Fei, you're too much. Emperor God Fengju jumped out. His emperor aura surged and he was filled with murderous intention. Do you really think I don't dare to attack? Emperor God Fengju was embarrassed. Lin Fei deserved to die. Emperor God Gongtianya followed up and said furiously, do you really think that you are very powerful? There are 5 emperor gods here. Today this place will be your nightmare. Lin Fei was indeed here to slap them in the face. Getting angry was the right thing to do. You're angry? That's good. I'm right outside. Come out and fight with me. Lin Fei hooked his finger. I came here with my main body. If I die, then I die. I'm not like you guys, hiding and leaving behind an avatar. As long as you can kill me however you want. Speaking of doppelgangers, Emperor God Fengju and Emperor God Gongtianya instantly received over 10,000 critical damage. This Lin Fei really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The moment he came up, he slapped people's faces and exposed their wounds. One must know that they were God Emperor experts after all. Did they know anything about face? They could guarantee that Lin Fei's words were absolutely intentional. I wouldn't dare. Lin Fei smiled. Then I will despise all of you. I took the initiative to send myself to you. Where is your mentality as an expert? I am very disappointed. Emperor God Tianfeng had never seen an emperor god being so unbridled. Except for Emperor God Guheng back then. Emperor God Tianfeng felt that his face wasn't enough. Ever since he became the #1 emperor god in Wind Cloud territory, there had been ups and downs. No emperor god dared to behave atrociously in front of him. Lin Fei wasn't just slapping Emperor God Fengju and Emperor God Gongtianya's faces. At the same time, he was ignoring his existence. Originally, Emperor God Tianfeng had the idea of teaming up to stop Lin Fei. However, with the attitude of the person in front of him, he couldn't hold it in anymore. If he didn't teach Emperor God Lin Fei a lesson, the entire Wind Cloud territory would think that they were afraid of Emperor God Lin Fei. He, the #1 emperor god, would become a dispensable existence and his influence would be greatly affected. Emperor God Lin Fei, are you sure you want to create trouble in front of Wind City? Emperor God Tianfeng looked at Lin Fei and said, even if he wanted to take action, he had to find a justifiable reason. Lin Fei said seriously, am I creating trouble? I don't think so. I am only here to give everyone a chance to take revenge. If Emperor God Tianfeng wants to take revenge, I have no problem. After all, in my eyes, all of you are trash. I am a new emperor god and all of you have to restrain yourselves from taking action. To be honest, I am very disappointed in all of you. Trash? The 5 emperor gods were furious at the same time. Too arrogant. Emperor God Tianfeng, we can't let him live. Emperor God Zhan Tianju said coldly. Attack! We have to kill him. That's right. Gather the 5 of us and suppress Lin Fei. Emperor God Yuan Heng's face turned green and he couldn't calm down. It was too humiliating. God Emperor Tianfeng was infuriated. This Lin Fei was indeed a bully. Then let's do it. Emperor God Tianfeng said word by word. He was filled with hatred. Lin Fei had to be dealt with. Lin Fei was stared at by the 5 emperor gods. The murderous intent from the 5 emperor gods felt great and the pressure was not small. He knew that his plan had succeeded. The quality of these god emperors is still not good. They are so easily provoked. So what if they are cowards? Lin Fei shook his head in his heart. Hey, do you want to attack? Lin Fei said. If you don't dare to attack, I am leaving. Kill. Emperor God Tianfeng was the first to attack. An armor appeared on his body. It was the first armor in the Monarch armor. It had strong immunity. Slash. Emperor God Tianfeng was a saber expert and his speed was extremely fast. When he slashed with his saber, there was boundless aura and the void was slashed apart. Attack. A pinnacle battle. 5 Emperor Gods teamed up against 1 Emperor God. Emperor Lin Fei is too arrogant. Does he think he is the #1 Emperor God? Everyone in Tianfeng City was excited. 5 Emperor Gods against 1 Emperor God. This was definitely the most exciting scene in history. Before Emperor God Tianfeng's attack arrived, a huge reincarnation world appeared. Each reincarnation world was a world. There was a total of 6 worlds. The aura of reincarnation rippled and it was solemn and sacred. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. The moment the reincarnation world appeared, the 6 worlds expanded and formed the strongest barrier. The current 6 paths of reincarnation was in its most perfect form. Lin Fei was rather impressed with Emperor God Gu Heng. Where did he go to get such a supreme treasure? In the end, he refined a set of supreme divine equipment, and his power increased exponentially. After the 3 treasures were connected, Lin Fei was looking forward to the complete set. Emperor God Tianfeng was the first to attack, followed by Emperor God Zhan Tianju. The 5 Emperor Gods attacked and charged into the reincarnation world from 5 directions. Humph, you Lin Fei are just a 5th heaven god. You are too weak to execute the 6 paths of reincarnation. Emperor God Fangju sneered. Today you will definitely die. The 5 Emperor Gods teamed up was really strong. The 6 reincarnation worlds were collapsing. Just because of what you said, I decided to take care of you first. Lin Fei laughed. He walked into the reincarnation world and charged towards Emperor God Fangju. River of Time and Space. Chapter 3656. Once the 6 paths of reincarnation world appeared, all the experts felt the strong pressure from the 6 paths of reincarnation. Emperor God Fluttering Snow and the other 2 Emperor Gods unleashed their power to resist the remaining power. This is intense. I hope Emperor God Lin Fei can last till the end. Emperor God Breaking Heaven felt his scalp go numb. This battle was too intense. If it was him, he wouldn't have been able to hold on. The combined power of 5 veteran Emperor Gods is indeed terrifying. Emperor God Fluttering Snow nodded. This is the difference between a veteran and a newcomer. I wonder how Emperor God Lin Fei can win them. He must win. Emperor God Whitebones said. The 3 God Emperors all hoped that Lin Fei would win and surpass them. If he were to be heavily injured or killed, the 3 God Emperors would not be able to gain any advantage. They might even have to go into hiding. In the eyes of outsiders, they seemed to be standing on Emperor God Lin Fei's side. It was obvious what was going on. Emperor God Fangju instantly felt his movements slow down. He was affected by the river of time and space. Damn the river of time and space. Emperor God Fangju struggled to break free from the river of time and space's influence. I just need to hold on for a while and Emperor God Tianfeng will come to support me. Moreover, Lin Fei is using the Arch Armor treasures. He won't be able to fight for long. Emperor God Fangju was aware of this too. He just needed to hold on. Lin Fei, you can't kill me. Emperor God Fangju laughed. He activated the Arch Armor and blocked off most of the power. This was also something that Fangju was extremely proud of. Lin Fei said calmly, I forgot to tell you. The 6 paths of reincarnation's power has increased in my hands. I just didn't use it fully just now. Hong. The 6 paths of reincarnation world that was about to collapse appeared again. This time it was more realistic than before. It was like a real world. Everything was vivid and lifelike. Not good. Emperor God Tianfeng's saber intent slashed the reincarnation world, but it didn't break. It was full of toughness. This was something that couldn't be compared to before. The other 3 Emperor Gods were the same. Each Emperor God was separated by a reincarnation world. They surrounded him but did not attack. See that? This is the other function of the Samsara world. Lin Fei laughed. If you want them to come and help you, then I'm sorry. God Emperor Fangju noticed the situation of the few God Emperors. They were breaking through the world of reincarnation, but they weren't as fast as before. The distance that wasn't considered far before was now as far as 10,000 miles. God Emperor Fangju seemed to have understood something. You intentionally lured us out. Your goal is the Emperor armor. Lin Fei laughed heartily. Bingo! He stretched out his hand and spoke the secret words, which turned into a formless energy. Seize! No! God Emperor Fangju roared in indignation. This belongs to me. No one can snatch it away from me. Under this formless power, Fangju's the arch armor treasure began to disappear, and his control over it gradually weakened. All of this happened in an instant. The Emperor armor treasure left him. Got it. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and quickly refined it. There were no obstructions. After all, it was a part of the arch armor. After losing the arch armor, God Emperor Fangju spat out a mouthful of blood. His vitality was greatly damaged, and his strength fell drastically. Without the arch armor, God Emperor Fangju's strength was actually on the same level as God Emperor Fluttering Snow and the rest. Explode! Lin Fei's punch landed on God Emperor Fangju's body. All his defenses collapsed. 5 million heavenly god power contained boundless killing intent penetrated Fangju's body. The myriad essence pool instantly flew out and plundered the essence power that belonged to God Emperor Fangju. My power, my treasure. God Emperor Fangju regretted and was in despair. Without the arch armor, his strength fell drastically. He was heavily injured by the punch and was powerless to resist the myriad essence pool's plunder. His strength was constantly draining, and the river of spacetime's influence was powerless to stop it. The 4 god emperors trapped in the 6 paths of reincarnation knew that they had been tricked after witnessing this scene. Shameless! We have been tricked. Retreat! The 4 god emperors broke out in cold sweat. They finally understood why Lin Fei came to Tianfeng City. He had intentionally lured them out. They were at a disadvantage because they did not know enough about Lin Fei, and did not know that the 6 paths of reincarnation's power could be increased. As a result, they were caught unprepared and God Emperor Fangju was suppressed. Retreat! Be it God Emperor Tianfeng or God Emperor Zhan Tianju, their hearts turned cold. Reincarnation strangulation. Lin Fei shouted out a few words in a deep voice. The reincarnation world burst out a hidden killer move without any warning. This is the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Beams of light shot out from the bodies of the 4 god emperors. Every ray of light was filled with great terror. Everyone in Tianfeng City felt powerless. It was an unstoppable power. We won just like that. God Emperor Tian gasped. The power of the 6 paths of reincarnation is really strong. Back then, if Emperor 6 paths could display this level of power, I'm afraid the number 1 god emperor would have to give up his position. Fortunately, we did not stand on God Emperor Tianfeng's side. Otherwise, we would regret it. Emperor God Whitebones broke out in cold sweat. A 6 paths of reincarnation treasure is enough to make one feel despair and death. The 6 paths of reincarnation world disappeared. God Emperor Tianfeng and the others were in a sorry state. 4 rays of light rushed into Tianfeng City. Inside Tianfeng City, the spirit formation was activated immediately. As soon as the huge and dangerous spirit formation appeared, it covered the entire Tianfeng City, making it impossible to see or feel anything. It's a pity that I only killed one. Lin Fei didn't chase after them. I've almost used up all the heavenly gods' power I've accumulated. The consumption of the arch armor's parts is indeed huge. It felt great. The consumption gave Lin Fei a headache. Ordinary people could not activate it. Fortunately, I obtained a part of the treasure. I have 4 treasures with me now. It is equivalent to having half a set of Monarch armor. My power will increase by a lot. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. The damage from the 6 paths of reincarnation will make them not dare to come out for a long time. Lin Fei achieved his goal in this trip. We lost. In Tianfeng City, Emperor God Tianfeng and the other 3 god emperors looked pale and they were vomiting blood. Emperor God Tianfeng did not expect Lin Fei to be so cunning. All of us have underestimated Lin Fei. Now that he has obtained 4 treasures, it is equivalent to half a set of Monarch armor. He will only become stronger. Emperor God Zhan Tianju and the other 2 emperor gods were shocked. The sixth dose of reincarnation was extremely violent and it could not be blocked at all. At least 60% of the damage would land on the body. Just the injuries on the body would require a long time to recuperate. Damn it! What should we do now? Could it be that we have to live under Lin Fei's shadow in the future? The three god emperors did not know what to do. The only thing we can do now is to hand over your body parts to me. Only then will my heavenly wind be able to fight against Lin Fei. Otherwise, none of us will be able to survive. Hong. Chapter 3657. Naturally, Lin Fei did not know what had happened in Tianfeng City. After suppressing Emperor God Fengju and obtaining the fourth part, Lin Fei had gathered half a set of emperor armor. His power had increased by a huge margin and he had become stronger. Emperor God Lin, that was a beautiful battle. Emperor God Tianfeng and the rest have suffered so much. I reckon they will have to lick their wounds for a long time. How delightful. I never thought they would have such a day. Old Emperor God, The three emperor gods revealed a rare look of joy. It was a good thing to celebrate that 5 emperor gods had suffered such a great loss. They could not wait to hold a banquet and drink to their heart's content. Out of the 9 emperor gods from back then, only 5 remained. 2 emperor gods had been defeated by Emperor God Lin Fei. They were very glad that they had made the right choice. Otherwise, Emperor God Six Paths and Emperor God Fengju would serve as a warning. It's harder to deal with them now. Lin Fei shook his head and said regretfully, I don't know when they will come out again. Lin Fei had wanted to suppress a few more, but he had underestimated the consumption rate of the Emperor armor parts. He could not last long and could only end the battle quickly. It could only be said that he had not accumulated enough. The 3 emperor gods were sweating. If the news of today's battle spread, it would definitely shake the entire Wind Cloud territory. It seemed that they were very dissatisfied. This was really infuriating. They were god emperors too, alright? I got the fourth part, half a set of emperor armor. After leaving the 3 emperor gods, Lin Fei did not stay idle. He studied the additional effects of the half a set of emperor armor. Emperor God Gu Heng had dominated the Wind Cloud territory because of this set of emperor armor. Lin Fei naturally wanted to study it. There must be a connection between the 3 and 4 parts. After refining the memories of Emperor God Gu Heng's virtual image, Lin Fei operated for a while and dug out the hidden imprint of the arch armor. Ha ha ha, so the emperor armor has endless uses. Lin Fei laughed. With a thought, he activated the 4 parts of the treasure. I have really underestimated Emperor God Gu Heng. It turns out that these parts of the treasure can not only increase one's strength, but they can also be used in combination. What a great design! In this aspect alone, Lin Fei had to give him a thumbs up. Good stuff, good treasure. Combine! 4 treasures flew out and combined in front of Lin Fei. With the river of time and space as the base, the 6 paths of reincarnation will be fused within, and the ancient Hung gloves will be used as support. Lin Fei stretched out his hand, and a black spear appeared in his hand. The power of time flowed, and the 6 paths of reincarnation appeared. The killing god intent condensed on the spearhead, and it was extremely domineering. Whoosh! Lin Fei grabbed the spear and casually swept it out. The power of time tore through the void and reached the depths of the void with boundless might. This casual strike of mine is no less powerful than the killing god fist of ancient Heng's glove. It might even be more powerful. This is... Lin Fei gasped. I haven't even used my secret technique yet. Lin Fei grabbed the spear, stabbed and slashed horizontally. Every move was filled with boundless power. 6 paths of reincarnation. Another thrust of the spear, and the world of reincarnation appeared. 1 cycle of reincarnation, 1 killing move. This is even stronger than the 6 paths of reincarnation I used previously. Lin Fei saw the void in front of him collapse. 1 cycle of reincarnation, 1 world exploded a total of 6 times, each stronger than the last. Lin Fei could clearly sense the death aura within such a killing move. If I used this move to deal with Emperor God Fengju previously, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to withstand the power of the spear. It's just that it consumes a lot of power. I almost used up 30,000 strands of my heaven god's power, but such power is completely worth it. While Lin Fei was shocked, he also gasped at the huge consumption. I reckon no one can survive such a killing move after using it 3 times consecutively. Lin Fei quickly recovered. 4 parts are already like this. I'm really looking forward to the remaining 4 parts. Lin Fei kept the spear. Time-space reincarnation spear, it lives up to its reputation. Lin Fei fell in love with this long spear. In the past, he had also used a long spear. I have to properly comprehend it. When the time comes, I will go and collect a batch of heavenly gods' power. Then I will go to Tianfeng City to stop them. I don't believe they can hide forever. In Tianfeng City, Emperor God Tianfeng had caught the 3 emperor gods off guard. However, he had to pay a great price to suppress the 3 emperor gods and snatch the remaining 3 parts of the treasure. Cough, cough. Then, Emperor God Tianfeng was covered in blood, and he was coughing blood continuously. Every time he coughed blood, his face would turn paler and he would become extremely weak. It seemed like he would fall from the wind. Tianfeng finally won. Emperor God Tianfeng grabbed the 3 treasures. Not far away, there were the corpses of the 3 emperor gods. Emperor God Lin Fei, I have to thank you. You helped me a lot, and gave me the chance to get 4 treasures at one go. For the 3 treasures Emperor God Tianfeng had planned for a long time, but he failed again and again. This time Emperor God Tianfeng succeeded. With the 3 parts he had 4 treasures. In addition to the armor that prevented him from getting hurt, Emperor God Tianfeng's power soared instantly. After I refine them, we will fight again. I will definitely defeat you fair and square and rule Wind Cloud territory. I will become the #1 Emperor God and create a new era. Emperor God Tianfeng wiped the blood off his face. His eyes were beaming with ambition. However, before that, I have to give you a gift. Ever since he got the time-space reincarnation divine spear, Lin Fei had been immersed in learning. His spear skills improved by leaps and bounds and his power soared. Some secret realms in Wind Cloud territory became a good place for Lin Fei to practice his spear skills. No matter how dangerous it was, they basically couldn't withstand Lin Fei's spear attacks. Lin Fei performed the spear in his hands. With a thought, any attack was filled with great power. Die! The spear was like rain. Black rain fell and the power of space-time shrouded the area. Bloody holes appeared in the head of a huge ferocious beast. Then it fell to the ground, blood gushing out like a fountain. In the secret realm, Lin Fei stood with his spear. I have almost comprehended my spear skills. These days, I have gained quite a bit of Heaven God's power. Looking at the time, it's time to go to Wind City. Lin Fei couldn't bear to part with the remaining 4 treasures. Subconsciously, Lin Fei believed that as long as he got the 4 parts, he would improve tremendously in every aspect. Someone came in. Lin Fei's ears twitched. Such a strong aura. It's a half-step Emperor God with a slight trace of Emperor's aura. This secret realm wasn't famous. Lin Fei hadn't met anyone since he came in. However, when Lin Fei ran into 7 or 8 people with Emperor's might, he could not help but feel surprised. However, he did not mind. After all, there were many people out on experiential training. It was normal for them to come here. It's in front. Everyone get into formation. Chapter 3658. This secret realm wasn't very big. After the formation sealed off this area, Lin Fei noticed the change immediately. The huge secret realm was plunged into endless darkness. The oppressive aura made it hard for one to breathe. Are they here to deal with me? Lin Fei didn't think the Emperor Gods had the guts to do so. They were probably licking their wounds silently, and wouldn't have the mood to deal with him. After the arch armor treasures formed the time-space reincarnation divine spear, Lin Fei's combat power skyrocketed. Even if Emperor God Tianfeng attacked again, he wouldn't be a match for him. Who is it? Lin Fei said. He wasn't in a hurry to attack. Come out. No matter who it was, the outcome was determined the moment they attacked. As expected of the 10th Emperor God. He knows that this secret realm is sealed by a formation, but he is still so calm. In the void, a person walked out. His body was shrouded by thick fog. Let me formally introduce myself. I am Yi Xian. We are from Acheron sect. You are our assassination target this time. The 4 semi-finished immortal treasures on you are also our target. Acheron sect? Lin Fei didn't recognize it. He could guarantee that there wasn't such a force in the windy domain. Kill! The figure in the fog disappeared with a swoosh. The formation was activated. Endless black fog shrouded the area. Layers of space were covered. Lin Fei's vision was limited. He could only see a few meters in front of him. He couldn't see anything else. It was a blur. It was the first time he encountered such a situation. A chill came from behind him, and the sound of flesh being pierced rang out. He had been attacked from behind, and his powerful body was pierced by the other party. Fresh blood flowed out, dyeing his clothes red. My physical body was actually unable to defend against the other party's assassination. The pain surprised and shocked Lin Fei. Weapon. There must be something wrong with the opponent's weapon. It might be an immortal-level weapon. After countless thoughts appeared in Lin Fei's mind, a dazzling sword light suddenly gushed out from his body, continuously piercing into Lin Fei's body. In the blink of an eye, his body had suffered an unknown number of attacks and was riddled with thousands of holes. The scene was extremely horrifying. Although the person who attacked was not a god emperor, the combat power of this attack was not inferior to a god emperor's. At least Emperor God Tianfeng had never put Lin Fei in such a difficult situation before. They might not even be able to damage his physical defense. However, the assassins from Acheron cult were really unbelievably strong. They did what Emperor God Tianfeng and the others couldn't do. Reincarnation. Lin Fei stretched his hand out, and the time-space reincarnation divine spear appeared in his hand. With a casual slash, the world of reincarnation appeared. With him as the center, a terrifying might erupted. The black fog in front of him continued to collapse. With the time-space reincarnation divine spear in hand, Lin Fei's casual attack contained the might of an emperor god. His might was even greater than those emperor gods. The power of spacetime swept out, and the area around Lin Fei turned into an absolute territory. In this territory no one could be his match. The sword light that was piercing towards Lin Fei gradually dispersed and disappeared without a trace. The original black fog dispersed rapidly. You want to kill me? It won't be so easy for you to leave. Feeling their aura gradually leaving, Lin Fei was instantly furious. After all, he was the 10th emperor god. How could it be so easy for him to leave just like that? Acheron cult is belittling me. Lin Fei roared in rage. The time-space reincarnation divine spear was the most direct and simple method. He pierced forward with the spear and erupted with the strongest power. Straight to the root of the problem. The endless reincarnation whirlpool strangled him. 100 million miles, 500 million miles, 1 billion miles. Within this region, everything was crushed by Lin Fei's reincarnation. With Lin Fei as the center, time seemed to have stopped at that moment. All the broken things floated in the air. This is a big move. It consumed 50% of my power of heaven. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this move. The greater the consumption, the greater the power. It was a big move that he could completely endure. The experts of Acheron cult who attacked him were all floating in the air. The experts of Acheron cult are all very capable. As Lin Fei walked, time seemed to have stopped. This was the effect of the time-space reincarnation divine spear. The dead experts of Acheron cult were all wearing a set of powerful armor. At that moment it was covered in cracks, and the armor was penetrated. Even so, the armor was mostly intact and not truly broken. Just from this point one could see the background of Acheron cult. You can't kill me. Lin Fei soon saw the person who attacked him. He had lost an arm, and his body was covered in wounds. He was on the verge of death. If you kill me, the experts of Acheron cult will definitely kill you. Now you know how to be afraid. You wanted to kill me just now. You looked very powerful. Lin Fei extended his hand and grabbed the opponent's neck. He lifted him up casually and gave him a slap, knocking out a few teeth. Now show me how powerful you are. Yi Xian had indeed underestimated Lin Fei's strength, especially the divine spear in his hand. It was so powerful that he could not resist it. Under the triple effect, even if he had treasures with him, he could not resist it. After all, he was not a real god emperor. Lin Fei, you are indeed powerful. A peak 5th heaven of heaven god is no weaker than a 4th or 5th heaven of god emperor. But you don't know how powerful Acheron cult is. As long as you hand over the divine spear treasure, I can ask the elders of the sect to accept you as a worshipper, Yixian said loudly. There was even a hint of pride in his eyes. Acheron cult, humph. Lin Fei smiled faintly. I'm sorry. I have no interest in your Acheron cult. I'm not interested in the worshipper position either. However, as long as you tell me who asked you to kill me, I can let you go. After all, your Acheron cult has a great background. Yixian was delighted. As long as he could leave alive, he could ask the experts of the sect to come and snatch this semi-finished immortal divine weapon. It would definitely be a great contribution. As long as you let me go, our Acheron cult will definitely not interfere in this matter, Yixian said repeatedly. Tell me, who asked you to deal with me? Lin Fei said. Remember, you only have one chance. Once I find out that you are lying, I'm sorry. It's God Emperor Tianfeng, Yixian said. God Emperor Tianfeng contacted our Acheron cult. He said that you have obtained 4 parts of Emperor armor from God Emperor Guheng. Your strength is only at the 1st or 2nd heaven of God Emperor realm. That's why we came. God Emperor Tianfeng. Lin Fei had already expected this. In the Wind Cloud territory, who else could ask someone to deal with him other than God Emperor Tianfeng? Just him alone? Lin Fei asked. Yes, just him alone, Yixian said. I won't lie to you about this. It is indeed God Emperor Tianfeng's intention alone. Lin Fei could not help but reveal his doubts. Then you can go on your way. Chapter 3659. What Netherworld Sect? Lin Fei had never been afraid of them. From the moment Yixian made his move, he had no intention of letting him live. He had to kill him. Emperor God Tianfeng must be desperate to find an assassin to kill me. Lin Fei could not understand why. Could it be that he could not defeat him? Lin Fei could not come up with a good conclusion. No matter how he looked at it, it was very strange. Fortunately, I assembled the 4 parts and mastered the time-space reincarnation divine spear. My strength increased a lot. Otherwise, I would have been at a disadvantage. In the short fight, Lin Fei saw the experts from other domains. He had never seen Netherworld sect before. They were obviously experts from other domains. Lin Fei admired Emperor God Tianfeng for being willing to spend so much to find such powerful experts. Unfortunately, God disposes. They were all here to die. Heaven-breaking city. After Lin Fei killed Yixian, he destroyed the evidence. The power of space and time completely messed up the time in this area. Even if an expert came, he might not be able to find out. Brother Lin, did you meet an expert from Netherworld sect? Lin Fei didn't look for God Emperor Tianfeng to take revenge. If an expert from Acheron cult was left behind, Lin Fei wouldn't be foolish enough to walk right into a trap. He came to Heaven-breaking city immediately. Heaven-breaking Emperor's expression changed. How is this possible? They actually came here. Lin Fei learned a lot of information from Yixian. Connecting this to Heaven-breaking Emperor's current state, he was even more certain that Netherworld sect had a powerful background. Are they very powerful? Heaven-breaking Emperor nodded bitterly. Very powerful. I did not expect you to find them. Netherworld sect is not a force from our Windy Weave. It is a force from another domain. They are considered a top-notch force. They have an immortal level expert. Lin Fei had underestimated Netherworld sect's power. They actually had an immortal level expert. At this realm, they could be said to be an unkillable existence. No force would dare to provoke them. Netherworld sect is different from other top-notch forces. They usually kill people. Heaven-breaking Emperor took a deep breath. As long as it is not a top-notch force with an immortal level expert, Netherworld sect dares to attack them. They are publicly known as a mad dog. Mad dog. Lin Fei did not doubt Heaven-breaking Emperor's words. Emperor God Tianfeng really put in a lot of effort to deal with me, Lin Fei said coldly. The hairs on the Heaven-breaking Divine Emperor's back stood on end. He was frightened by Lin Fei's killing intent. Emperor God Lin, you must be careful. Netherworld sect of killing people. Netherworld sect's killers are all mad dogs. You have killed their men. They will definitely hate you. God Emperor Breaking Heaven reminded. However, our Wind Cloud Weave is considered a remote weave. The Yellow Springs cult will have to pay a huge price to arrange for their experts. They won't be coming for a while. Lin Fei snorted. As long as they dare to come, I will make sure that they will not be able to return. Do they really think that I, Lin, am a pushover? With his current strength, it was not difficult for him to leave the domain and enter the starry sky. He could kill them with the help of the system's skills. This matter is not so easy to resolve. I will have to trouble Brother Heaven-breaking Emperor to send people to watch Wind City. I want to know Emperor God Tianfeng's every move. This matter isn't that easy to solve. I'll have to trouble Brother Patian to arrange people to keep an eye on Tianfeng City. I want to know Emperor God Tianfeng's every move. If Emperor God Tianfeng dared to ambush him, Lin Fei dared to ambush Emperor God Tianfeng. Who was afraid of who? At the same time in Wind City, Emperor God Tianfeng was in high spirits as he received an important guest. Brother Yi, I have troubled you this time. Emperor God Tianfeng raised his wine cup. Cheers. As a God Emperor, the #1 God Emperor in Wind City, it was rare for Emperor God Tianfeng to take the initiative to drink. Sitting opposite Emperor God Tianfeng was a middle-aged God Emperor expert. However, as he casually sat down, his aura was extremely heavy. It was stronger than Emperor God Tianfeng's. You always do this. It's just a small matter. Emperor Night Demon smiled faintly. Moreover, you have helped me greatly. Half a set of immortal rank treasure. Hehe, I can definitely exchange it for many treasures when I bring it back. Emperor Night Demon came from Acheron cult. His position was not low and he had been friends with Emperor God Tianfeng for many years. Which God Emperor did not have a few friends? Emperor God Tianfeng and Emperor Night Demon were friends. At the same time, he had the intention to rely on Acheron cult. Even though they were all God Emperors, there was still a huge gap between them. Back then, Emperor God Guheng used the arch armor to enter the immortal rank. He dominated Wind City for an era. Experts from other regions were all well behaved. God Emperors also needed allies and backers. Emperor God Tianfeng had paid a huge price to invite Emperor Night Demon. For example, he gave up half a set of the arch armor. Subconsciously, Emperor God Tianfeng was worried that Lin Fei had a killing move. Leaving such a person in Wind City would cause trouble sooner or later. It was better to get rid of him as soon as possible. Hence, the scene of Yixian leading a group to kill Lin Fei happened. Looking at the time, Yixian should be back soon. Night Demon God Emperor was very confident in Yixian. Their group of people had treasures in their hands. Once they set up the array, Lin Fei would definitely die. There was no doubt about Acheron cult's strength. God Emperor Tianfeng believed in Night Demon God Emperor's words. No matter how strong Lin Fei was, even if he had 4 parts of the treasure, he wouldn't be able to defend against an expert from Acheron cult. The outcome wouldn't change much. Lord, something has happened. Just as he finished speaking, a person rushed in. It was a level 1 God Emperor. Captain Yi, they are all dead. Their soul imprints have shattered. The cup in Emperor Night Demon's hand fell to the ground. All dead. Emperor Night Demon felt as though he had heard wrongly. Emperor God Tianfeng's smile froze. How is that possible? Emperor God Tianfeng had witnessed Yixian's strength before. Even he could only fight to a draw. In addition to the team that Yixian brought, Emperor God Tianfeng would definitely lose if they worked together. But such a strong team was actually annihilated. Emperor God Tianfeng did not believe that Lin Fei's strength had reached such a level. Yes. Night Devil God Emperor's expression was gloomy. This Lin Fei is truly capable. Whoosh! The void was torn apart. Emperor Night Demon turned into a flowing light and flew out. Emperor God Tianfeng did not hesitate and chased after him. They left Wind City one after another. This is it. Not long later, Emperor Night Demon barged into a secret realm. Yixian died here. Emperor God Tianfeng walked out. This place has been disrupted by space-time energy. It is impossible to recreate the scene. What a great Lin Fei! Emperor Night Demon had boasted previously. Now that the team he brought was annihilated, he was embarrassed. Chapter 3660. The appearance of the Netherworld sect made Lin Fei realize one thing. This immortal rank treasure should be extremely precious, perhaps even rare. This also made Lin Fei decide that he had to stop God Emperor Tianfeng. The time-space reincarnation divine spear formed by the 4 treasures had all sorts of supporting effects. When the spear was thrust out, all sorts of attacks would merge together. No matter who it was, they would feel pressured and it would be hard to defend against. God Emperor Lin Fei. Within Heaven-breaking City, a shout could be heard from afar. A figure appeared in the sky above Heaven-breaking City. Emperors might press down and a sword light pierced over, locking onto Lin Fei. The sword light was dazzling like a blazing sun, radiating light in all directions. In an instant, Lin Fei was attacked by countless sword intents. The void in front of him was riddled with holes. 6 paths of reincarnation. Lin Fei grabbed the time-space reincarnation divine spear and stabbed out. 6 reincarnation worlds appeared, but the opponent's sword intent was very strong. It swept over like a flowing light and broke multiple reincarnation worlds. It's not God Emperor Tianfeng. Lin Fei stabbed out his second time. When he stabbed out, a flowing light pierced out from the shattered reincarnation worlds. Night Demon God Emperor's figure appeared. Dark Night. Night Demon God Emperor changed his move and slashed across the sky. The heaven and earth seemed to have turned dark, and the entire world stopped moving. This sword was very dangerous. Lin Fei had rich combat experience. The moment the opponent appeared, he knew that it was an expert left behind by Yellow Spring's cult. This is a fight to the death. Lin Fei couldn't feel the changes in the surroundings. He knew that the opponent's sword move was affecting the heaven and earth, and also his personal battle. Such a killing move was indeed very powerful. It won't be so easy for you to kill me. Lin Fei snorted. 6 reincarnation worlds appeared and the power of time and space filled them. The spear in his hand turned into a bright light and stabbed out. Hong hong hong. The void in front of him collapsed and spread out in all directions. Layer by layer, the void collapsed and spread out for thousands of miles. How is this possible? Lin Fei's strength has increased again. Emperor God Tianfeng, who came out a step later, was swept by the remaining power as he wasn't in a hurry. His blood churned and his expression changed greatly. The speed at which Night Devil God Emperor and Lin Fei fought was too fast. In the void, Night Demon God Emperor, who was continuously retreating, also encountered a dangerous attack. Damn it, the spear in this guy's hand is already not inferior to a semi-finished immortal weapon. Night Demon God Emperor's entire body was covered by a set of armor. Only his eyes could be seen. However, at this moment the armor was filled with cracks that could be seen clearly. From the moment he attacked, Night Devil God Emperor treated his opponent seriously. But when the fight started, Night Devil God Emperor realized how terrifying the other party was. With a spear in his hand, his power was peerlessly tyrannical. With 3 types of attacks, Night Devil God Emperor did not dare to get close. This kind of unrestrained power was very frightening. No one was willing to fight head-on. You are from Yellow Spring's cult. Lin Fei caught up. The time-space reincarnation divine spear in his hand turned into a sky full of starlight as he attacked Night Devil God Emperor. Do you really think that I, Lin, am easy to bully? Night Devil God Emperor regretted coming personally. Under Lin Fei's attacks, he was in a completely passive position. White spots would occasionally be left on his armor. The huge power caused his blood to churn and he was having a hard time defending. With such power, Night Devil God Emperor had no confidence in defeating the other party. 5th sky of Celestial God Realm. This accumulation was too terrifying. If he condensed a godly elixir and stepped into God King Realm, wouldn't his power increase by another level? Emperor God Lin Fei, your power is really not bad. No wonder Emperor Tianfeng wants to deal with you. Night Devil God Emperor blocked the attacks from both sides. However, you have killed people from my Yellow Springs cult. Ordinary people would definitely die, but your power is not bad. As long as you are willing to join Yellow Springs cult, we can treat it as if nothing happened. Night Devil God Emperor could not pull apart the distance. Under the ferocious attacks he consumed a lot of energy. He could only use Yellow Springs cult to suppress the other party. What is your Yellow Springs cult? You are not worthy of me joining. Lin Fei sneered. With a furious slash of his spear, a black streamer smashed against Night Devil God Emperor's long sword. Night Devil God Emperor's body sank, nearly smashing into the ground. This is Wind Cloud Weave. Since you dare to cross over, you have to know the consequences of offending me. Outside Heaven-breaking City, Heaven-breaking God Emperor suddenly received Lin Fei's order. Brother Heaven-breaking, can I trouble you to restrain Emperor Tianfeng? I just need a few breaths of time. Lin Fei's voice transmitted. At first, the heaven-breaking Divine Emperor was also frightened by Lin Fei's aura. However, when Lin Fei crushed his opponent, he couldn't help but feel overjoyed. All right. Heaven-breaking God Emperor knew what Lin Fei was thinking. Heaven-breaking demon flame. Seal the skies and decimate the earth. The heaven-breaking Divine Emperor shouted as he took control of the formation. A huge area was enveloped by the formation. Hong hong hong. Pillars of fire rushed out from the ground and formed a great formation, trapping Emperor God Tianfeng. Emperor Tianfeng had hoped that Night Devil God Emperor would kill Lin Fei, and he would seize the opportunity to obtain the 4 treasures. By then, with 8 treasures, he would be able to refine a full set of the arch armor. By then, he would not be at the immortal realm, but he would have the combat power of an immortal realm. Even if the cult leader of Yellow Springs cult knew about it, he would not say anything. But the scene in front of him had shocked Emperor Tianfeng. Not only did Lin Fei refine the 4 parts, but he had also grasped the usage of half a set of the arch armor. His combat power had increased tremendously, which Emperor Tianfeng could not comprehend. This invisibly formed a sizable gap between them. Heaven-breaking, you are courting death. The void closed. Emperor Tianfeng was furious and sent a punch over. Heaven-breaking God Emperor controlled the array. Layers of flame spread in front of him, forming formless protection. Naturally, he was not afraid of Emperor Tianfeng. Tianfeng, look carefully. This is my territory. You want to kill me? You really have the guts to shout it out. Heaven-breaking God Emperor was fearless. The flames formed giants. Every giant's combat power was no weaker than an Emperor God. There was a total of 12 giants. This was heaven-breaking God Emperor's full power. He wanted to restrain Emperor Tianfeng. Break. The power of Emperor God Tianfeng's punch was extremely strong. It pressed down like a mountain and crushed everything. The fire giant couldn't withstand the power of the punch. The overbearing power hit Emperor God Tianfeng's body, and half of his body exploded on the spot. Heaven-breaking God Emperor vomited blood. His body dissipated and blended into the surrounding flames. Fire dragon trap. An even bigger array appeared. Flames appeared. They were like swimming dragons soaring in the sky. In an instant, they entangled Emperor Tianfeng. You can't escape. Chapter 3661. This fire dragon formation used the heaven-breaking divine flame as its core. It was a top-notch flame in the wind cloud territory. Fire dragons coiled around God Emperor Tianfeng. His entire body was covered in fire dragons. Patian, you can't trap me. God Emperor Tianfeng only wanted to leave this place, but God Emperor Patian wanted to attack. Today, I will destroy your heaven-breaking divine flame. Boom boom boom. God Emperor Tianfeng used his strength to shake off the fire dragons on his body. After all, he was the #1 God Emperor in the wind cloud territory. His power was naturally much higher than the other God Emperors. I said, you can't trap me. God Emperor Tianfeng underestimated the power of the fire dragons. After breaking it once, the heaven-breaking divine flame coiled around him again. Tianfeng, didn't you want to see the power of the heaven-breaking divine flame? Today I will let you experience it. God Emperor Tianfeng said proudly, I might not be able to kill you, but I think it won't be a problem to trap you. Don't even think about it. God Emperor Tianfeng roared. It's a pity that he escaped and left the wind cloud territory. Lin Fei grabbed the time-space reincarnation divine spear but failed to trap him. The other party was 1 level stronger than God Emperor Tianfeng, and he was protected by armor. Although Lin Fei was stronger than many 5th Sky of God Emperor, it didn't mean that he could defeat all 5th Sky of God Emperor experts. Night Demon God Emperor was one of them. It was normal for the other party to leave. You won't be so lucky next time. Lin Fei snorted. Luckily, I have 4 parts. Otherwise, I would be in a passive position. Lin Fei turned and left. He still had another God Emperor to deal with. God Emperor Tianfeng, you can't escape this time. Lin Fei sneered. After I kill you, those God Emperors from Heavenly Wind City will have no choice but to hand over their parts. God Emperor Tianfeng, I will definitely kill you. Emperor God Tianfeng roared and pushed away the fire dragon on his body. His face was filled with murderous intent. Ever since he was trapped by the formation, Emperor God Tianfeng had shattered the fire dragons countless times. However, he was unable to break free. The heaven-breaking divine fire kept surging towards him endlessly. As time passed, Emperor God Tianfeng could not take it anymore. God Emperor Tianfeng did not know how Night Devil God Emperor was doing. It was fine if he won, but if Night Devil God Emperor retreated in defeat and Lin Fei returned, they would be finished. Come on then, I'll be waiting for you anytime. The heaven-breaking divine emperor, who had transformed into the origin of flame, spoke in a relaxed manner, but he was inwardly anxious. Brother Lin, you have to come quickly. I can't hold on much longer. Breaking Heaven God Emperor was having a hard time and he was almost at his limit. Once he revealed his true form, he would definitely not be a match for Emperor God Tianfeng. Emperor God Tianfeng's heart was as anxious as fire. He shattered the flames again and again. Finally, he noticed the change in the flames. He extended his hand and grabbed. Come out! The heaven-breaking divine emperor was forced to reveal his true form with an unparalleled aura. He sent the heaven-splitting divine emperor flying with a palm strike. You're dead this time. Emperor God Tianfeng chased after him. You fence-sitter. Breaking Heaven God Emperor had exhausted a lot of energy. Moreover, he had been struck by the other party's palm strike. Half of his body was about to collapse. He suddenly shouted, Brother Lin, save me! Emperor God Tianfeng did not treat him seriously. He clasped his 5 fingers and punched. This punch was blocked by a force. His attack, his power rapidly dissipated. The heaven-breaking divine emperor, who had been in front of him, had disappeared into the distance. Lin Fei, who had rushed back, had replaced him. Hong! The time-space reincarnation divine spear in Lin Fei's hand pressed against Emperor God Tianfeng's fist. Along with a snort, the reincarnation energy along with the space-time energy swept over. A total of 6 sounds. After the 6 reincarnation worlds crushed him, Emperor God Tianfeng knocked over several mountains and fell into ruins. Even Emperor God Tianfeng is not a match for him. Breaking Heaven God Emperor's face turned pale. I did not expect the defensive armor that I am so proud of to be sealed. I am not willing to accept this. When he was fighting with Lin Fei, Emperor God Tianfeng was defeated in less than a few moves. He was the best at defense. For parts of his body had lost their effects and he was completely suppressed. It was totally unexpected for Emperor God Tianfeng. Lying in the ruins, Emperor God Tianfeng was severely injured. He had underestimated the power of half a set of the arch armor. Cough, cough, cough. I admit defeat. Emperor God Tianfeng coughed out blood and said to Lin Fei. Lin Fei was not surprised that he defeated Emperor God Tianfeng. He did not expect that half a set of the arch armor could suppress his opponent's parts and defeat Emperor God Tianfeng so easily. Emperor God Tianfeng could not make up for such a difference. In addition, he had encountered a powerful person like Lin Fei. It was normal for him to lose. A spot of cold light landed in between Emperor God Tianfeng's eyebrows. I am really disappointed in you. Lin Fei looked at Emperor God Tianfeng and said, You even found someone to kill me. Do you think I should kill you or? Emperor God Tianfeng's aura suddenly tightened and he smiled maliciously. Winner takes all. There is nothing to be disappointed about. The only thing I am not satisfied with is that you are 1 step ahead of me. I am not concerned about that. Wow! An extremely powerful power seemed to be exploding with Emperor God Tianfeng's roar. The time-space reincarnation divine spear in Lin Fei's hand had pierced through Emperor God Tianfeng's head. The power of space-time covered his entire body, and the power that was about to explode disappeared. You shouldn't be talking to me because this is your last chance. Lin Fei looked at the dead Emperor God Tianfeng and extended his hand to grab the parts. Swoosh! 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 4 parts flew out from Emperor God Tianfeng's body. Lin Fei opened his eyes wide on the spot. How is this possible? There are 4 parts and not 1. He killed the other 3 God Emperors. Breaking Heaven God Emperor rushed over and sucked in a breath of cold air. He almost succeeded. Lin Fei gasped. What a good Emperor God Tianfeng. He's really good at scheming. If I'm not careful, I might really be tricked by him. If he had not refined one of Emperor God Gu Heng's arms and obtained the memories within, Lin Fei might have suffered a great loss. Under such circumstances, I have successfully collected the remaining 4 parts. Lin Fei grabbed the 4 parts and integrated them into his body instantly. He was not in a hurry to refine them. Emperor Breaking Heaven cupped his fists when he saw the scene. Congratulations, Emperor Lin, for ruling the world and ruling the universe. At this moment, Emperor Breaking Heaven let go of his pride and chose to submit. Everyone knew that a complete set of the arch armor would allow Lin Fei's strength to soar. He could step into the immortal realm and rule the entire Wind Cloud territory, creating a new era. Emperor Breaking Heaven was a smart man and naturally chose to submit. Chapter 3662. It was out of Lin Fei's expectation that Emperor God Tianfeng would come to his death. However, it helped him to get the remaining 4 parts and saved him a lot of trouble. Lin Fei finally gathered all the parts for a set of the arch armor. In a temporary cave dwelling in Wind Cloud territory, there were many formations set up. I've got all 8 parts. In the cave dwelling, Lin Fei looked at the 8 parts, especially the last 4 parts, and sighed. Emperor God Tianfeng is really good at scheming, but in the end it helped me to get a set of Immortal the Arch Armor. I'm looking forward to it. Lin Fei's eyes were beaming. As the Arch Armor was extraordinary, it was related to the improvement of his power and his return to Earth. Hence, Lin Fei had to treat it carefully. It was better to be safe than sorry. Even Lin Fei couldn't guarantee it. Now let me see what secrets this set of Immortal the Arch Armor has. Lin Fei took a deep breath, extended his hand and formed hand seals. It wasn't difficult to refine. The only difficult part was to fuse the 8 parts completely. This required a certain amount of time. The 5th part was refined. The 6th part was refined. As compared to the first 4 parts, the last 4 parts were auxiliary. Lin Fei could refine them easily. Now the 8 parts revolved around Lin Fei. The cave dwelling was filled with a terrifying aura. This aura surpassed the Emperor's aura. It was a more terrifying pressure. This is the immortal aura. Feeling the surging aura, Lin Fei felt a certain amount of pressure. Under the influence of the immortal aura, the divine god power in his body was suppressed. Under the suppression of the immortal aura, he could only use 80% of his original divine god power. It's not without reason that Emperor God Gu Heng could dominate Wind Cloud territory. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. Now there's only one step left. Let me refine it completely. Fuse. Lin Fei's throat moved and he uttered 2 words. The 8 parts began to fuse under Lin Fei's control. With the memories left behind by the virtual image of Emperor God Gu Heng, Lin Fei was able to do it very smoothly and there was no obstruction at all. Lin Fei did not dare to let his guard down as he stared at the fusion of the parts. The 8 parts quickly turned into a black fog. The black fog flashed with all kinds of runes. These runes were very old, and they gave Lin Fei an inexplicable pressure. This was an eye-opener for Lin Fei. This shouldn't be something from the Wind Cloud Weave. It might be something from the Myriad Sky Empire. Lin Fei thought to himself. According to the information I received, the Wantian Empire is the strongest existence that truly rules over this vast world. They are fully deserving of the title of king. This Emperor armor is 100% from the Wantian Empire. After the runes that exuded a mysterious aura appeared, they actually began to form powerful combinations. Every time they formed, they would release a terrifying aura. Fortunately, Lin Fei's body was extraordinary, and he was able to endure it. In order to prevent any accidents from happening, he took out the Myriad Essence Pool to supply for the consumption. If he could not keep up with the consumption during the refinement and everything went to waste, it was something that Lin Fei did not want to see. Soon. Time ticked by. As the refinement and fusion continued, Lin Fei gradually realized that the situation seemed to be a little different. This doesn't seem to be heading towards the direction of the Emperor armor. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and a thought popped up. Could it be that the core of the ancient Emperor armor isn't what everyone thinks it is? Even Lin Fei was shocked by this thought. He subconsciously searched for the memories in his mind, and there was actually no record of what the ancient Emperor armor looked like. This is unbelievable. Lin Fei smiled bitterly to himself, and finally realized something. It seemed that he really did not pay attention to what the Emperor armor looked like in the end, as if he had subconsciously forgotten about it. Now it seemed that it did not appear in his memory. In this situation, Lin Fei did not know what to say. He could only take one step at a time. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. The Emperor armor is going to absorb energy. Lin Fei exclaimed. A burst of light burst out from the black fog, and instantly turned into a black vortex formed by layers of runes. The divine god's power in his body surged out uncontrollably. 10%, 20%, 30%. The speed was so fast that Lin Fei could not control it at all. This is the last step. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and opened the myriad essence pool. I'm really not afraid of you absorbing the divine god's power. Swish, swish. A large amount of divine god's power flowed into the vortex. The vortex was like a bottomless pit, constantly absorbing the divine god's power, and there was no sign of it stopping. You have to hold on. As the divine god's power continued to be absorbed crazily, Lin Fei himself began to worry. What if the divine god's power was not enough? This ancient emperor armor was really beyond his expectations. The divine god's power in the myriad essence pool was being consumed very quickly. 10%, 20%, 30%, 40%, 50%, 60%. Ever since he obtained the myriad essence pool, he had never consumed it like this. No more. When the last part of the divine god's power was absorbed, Lin Fei's heart sank. This is too good at absorbing. 1 myriad essence pool, how many enemies can I kill with it? Lin Fei could not help but curse. The divine god's power in his body also began to quickly flow into the black vortex, without any resistance. It's over, it's really over this time. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. This emperor armor really caught him off guard. Now I can only resign myself to fate. If he had known how difficult it was to fuse with the emperor armor, Lin Fei might not have acted so rashly, and ended up being tricked by this emperor armor. In the blink of an eye, only 20% of his strength was left. Lin Fei was almost in despair. The last 20% of power was being lost. If this continued, there was really nothing left to absorb. The majestic absorption of the divine god's power suddenly stopped. It came without any warning. Lin Fei did not even notice that the vortex had stopped automatically. The black fog began to dissipate. Lin Fei wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead. The last 20% of the energy had been mostly absorbed. That scared me to death. I almost lost my life. Buzz! When the black fog completely disappeared, a golden sphere appeared in front of Lin Fei. It kept spinning, radiating light in all directions. When the light landed on his body, it quickly seeped into his body and transformed into divine god's power. This divine god's power was even more vigorous. It was completely incomparable to the previous divine god's power. Lin Fei, who was originally extremely weak, recovered his essence, qi, and spirit. It was as if he had eaten the fruit of life. This divine god's power is completely on a different level. Lin Fei's breathing quickened involuntarily. Treasure, this thing must be a super treasure. Where did Emperor God Guheng get it from? Withdraw. Lin Fei was shocked. He did not forget the important thing. Such a treasure must be in his hands. The last mark was struck on the golden sphere. What he worried about did not happen. He successfully left the mark. Before Lin Fei could do anything, the golden sphere rushed into Lin Fei's body with a swoosh. A vast and scorching aura almost burned his whole body. Crack, 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 crack. Chapter 3663. The might unleashed by the golden ball caused Lin Fei to explode. He could not defend at all. Lin Fei himself was shocked. His body exploded just like that. I've cultivated the 13-fold golden body incantation, but I can't bear the power of this golden ball. What's the origin of this ball? In shock, he hurriedly operated the 13-fold golden body incantation to reconstruct his body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This change was indeed beyond Lin Fei's imagination. The golden ball was very domineering. As soon as his body was reconstructed, the power released by the golden ball again exploded Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei continued to reconstruct his body. Once, twice, 3 times, in a short period of time his body exploded dozens of times, nearly 100 times. Another resurrection. Lin Fei was surprised, and his eyes widened subconsciously. Everyone underestimated the ancient emperor god's means. Perhaps the ancient emperor armor is just a cover. I'm afraid the real important thing is this golden ball. As for the reincarnation power and the space-time power, I'm afraid they're all derived from this golden ball. This is also a conclusion beyond everyone's imagination came to Lin Fei's mind. Once this idea came to mind, it could no longer be suppressed. It should be known that Lin Fei's body was very strong. The body of an emperor god became fragile in front of this power. This was definitely a heaven-defying treasure. This golden ball is too heaven-defying. It's completely a source of power. Lin Fei squinted. It's more appropriate to call it a core, or the heart of power. After dozens of times of body explosion, every time his body was reconstructed, some power would gush out of the golden ball. Lin Fei didn't need to use the remaining power in his body at all. This was what really shocked Lin Fei. A golden ball, a real peerless treasure, had a great origin. Now the only thing I can do is to cultivate my body, and strive to withstand the power of this golden ball. Lin Fei thought to himself. Fortunately, I obtained the 13 golden body incantation from the demon god lord. Otherwise, without the corresponding cultivation technique, I would have been killed sooner or later. Lin Fei shuddered subconsciously. This possibility was really terrifying and dangerous. Another thought popped up. When Kong Lin sent us to the wind cloud weave, perhaps it wasn't for that arm at all. Instead, it was for this golden orb. That's what Emperor God Gu Heng wanted. This was also a thought that came to Lin Fei subconsciously after seeing the golden ball. The unknown golden orb seemed to have a terrifying effect. Back then, God Emperor Gu Heng had not only been strong in combat, but his physical body was also very strong. He could be said to have the best physical body in the entire wind and cloud weave. Everything seemed to have been intentionally concealed by Emperor God Gu Heng. After all, if such a heaven-defying treasure was known by those immortal realm experts, they would definitely come to snatch it. It would definitely not be easy for Emperor God Gu Heng to keep the golden sphere. My luck seems to be pretty good. Unknowingly, I actually obtained a heaven-defying treasure. Let's call it the heart of power. Lin Fei took a deep breath and started to immerse himself in cultivation. The wind and cloud weave was very peaceful. Ever since Lin Fei had personally made a trip to Tianfeng City and killed an emperor god, all the major forces had their eyes on the upcoming great battle. In the end, the war did not happen. The entire wind and cloud weave entered a peaceful atmosphere. Emperor God Tianfeng did not make a move. Emperor God Lin Fei did not make a move either. Time passed from 1 year, 5 years, 30 years, 100 years. Heaven-breaking city. Emperor God Fluttering Snow and the other 2 emperor gods sat together. It's been 130 years. Could something have happened to Emperor God Lin? Emperor God Whitebones said, his eyes shining. Emperor God Fluttering Snow shook his head. It's hard to say. It's been 130 years. Who knows how many forces have been watching? Emperor God Lin will come out sooner or later. Heaven-breaking God Emperor said. The experts from Acheron cult are no match for him. If something happened to Emperor God Lin, he must still be refining the arch armor. Heaven-breaking God Emperor had personally seen the battle. Not appearing for 130 years, Heaven-breaking God Emperor was not worried at all. The ancient eternal the arch armor was famous throughout the wind and cloud weave. It would be strange if it was so easy to refine. That's true. Emperor God Fluttering Snow nodded. Emperor God Tianfeng courted death. He could have looked for anyone, but he chose the experts from Acheron cult. In the end, he lost his life. Now that the wind and cloud weave was peaceful, the 3 emperor gods were not used to it. But in the 130 years, their forces expanded rapidly. Their influence in the wind and cloud weave was not inferior to that of Emperor God Tianfeng. In the 130 years, Emperor God Tianfeng did not appear. The 3 emperor gods kept fighting for territory, and their influence spread. This was something that had probably exceeded the expectations of many major powers. They could only shrink their territory. They could not afford to offend emperor gods. It's been 130 years. I'm back. In the wind and cloud weave, 3 figures walked out of the void. The one in the lead was none other than Night Demon God Emperor. His eyes were emitting cold killing intent. Ever since he left the wind and cloud weave pathetically, Night Demon God Emperor had been sulking for 130 years. Finally, he came back for revenge. At the same time, he snatched the semi-finished immortal rank treasure. Night Demon, you're really something. You failed in such a small weave like the wind and cloud weave. You've really embarrassed our Acheron cult. A frivolous voice came from a young man. Night Demon God Emperor's eyes narrowed. He did not dare to make a sound. This person's position in Acheron cult was higher than his. Moreover, his power was much higher than his. Young Master Fan, you're right. I failed. That's why I invited young Master Fan over. Night Demon God Emperor said respectfully. Ha 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 ha. I like hearing that. Fanlai laughed. When I get that semi-finished immortal rank treasure, I'll definitely put in a good word for you in front of the sect master. The team he brought previously was lost. Night Demon God Emperor had to bear a huge blame. Only by performing meritorious deeds could he redeem himself. Young Master, I just sense that there are only 3 Emperor gods in the entire wind and cloud weave. Their power is average. An elder standing behind Fan Lai said in a low voice. His eyes were as sharp as knives. 3 Emperor gods? Fan Lai said. There's no one called Lin Fei. Not at the moment. Fan Lai did not doubt the elder's words. Chapter 3664. Heaven-breaking City. Ever since Lin Fei disappeared in seclusion, Heaven-breaking God Emperor and the other 2 God Emperors would often gather together. They all understood one thing. The future number 1 expert of Wind Cloud Weave would belong to Lin Fei. No one could snatch it away. Boom! On this day, as Heaven-breaking God Emperor and the others were chatting, a horrifying pressure pressed down. An invisible power swept over them, causing their blood to churn. They could barely stand. Who? Heaven-breaking God Emperor was shocked. This power surpassed even Heaven Wind God Emperor, and was not inferior to the Yellow Springs cult experts. How long has it been? Don't you recognize me? Night Demon God Emperor appeared in the courtyard, his eyes fierce, smiling at Heaven-breaking God Emperor. Not good, run. Heaven-breaking God Emperor reacted. Yellow Springs cult was here for revenge. After more than 130 years, Yellow Springs cult experts had finally arrived. Heaven-breaking God Emperor's first reaction was to run. The 3 of them were not a match for Yellow Springs cult experts. Seal! Fan Lai walked out of the void, waving his hand. The array was like a mountain, sealing the sky and earth. Want to leave? Ask me first. Heaven-breaking God Emperor and the other 2 were instantly sealed. Despair appeared on their faces. They had underestimated the power of Yellow Springs cult experts. They did not even have the chance to struggle in front of the Yellow Springs cult's experts. Tell me, where did Lin Fei go? Night Demon God Emperor rushed into the array, sending Heaven-breaking God Emperor flying with a punch. Layers of power exploded in Heaven-breaking God Emperor's body, causing blood to flow. And you too. Night Demon God Emperor had suffered a great loss. After suppressing the 3 God Emperors, he tortured them and used all sorts of methods to obtain the information he wanted. Young Master Fan, that brat went into seclusion to refine ancient Emperor armor. Night Demon God Emperor frowned. This is bad. That's ancient Emperor armor. As experts of the Netherworld cult, they had naturally heard of the primordial Emperor's armor. Back then, God Emperor ancient Emperor armor dominated Wind Cloud Weave and created a new era. He had even fought with immortal rank experts, and was quite famous in the circle. Even though Emperor God Gu Heng was no longer around, no one dared to underestimate the prestige of the ancient Emperor armor. Emperor God Fan Lai laughed heartily. It's good to refine it. It will save us quite a bit of time. Just like what you said, we shall wait here for the heir to come to us. Night Devil God Emperor said worriedly. But that brat. Emperor God Fan Lai disagreed. So what if he refined it? Ancient Emperor armor is a set of immortal grade treasures. Do you think that kid can activate it? If I'm not careful, I might not be able to hold on for long. Now that he thought about it, it did make sense. We shall wait for him. As long as Lin Fei dares to come to the Broken Heaven City, he is dead. Night Devil God Emperor said hatefully. He had been suppressing this anger for a long time. 130 years. 150 years. 200 years. After Fan Lai and the others had arrived at Skybreak City, they had imprisoned 3 God Emperors. No news of this had spread, and the entire Wind Cloud Weave was calm and peaceful. In the blink of an eye, 300 years had passed. The three god emperors, who had been waiting bitterly, frowned. Young Master Fan, we have been in the wind cloud weave for close to 100 years. Did that brat hear the news and run away? Night Devil God Emperor gritted his teeth. The wind cloud weave was huge. If the other party wanted to hide, even if they were god emperors, they would be helpless. In terms of searching for people, they were not good. If they were to return to the Yellow Springs cult and invite experts to search for Lin Fei's whereabouts, the price would be huge. They did not dare to try it. They were worried that if they invited someone over, what if that person left the wind cloud weave? The resources in the wind cloud weave were more or less developed. To a god emperor, it was not that attractive. This was the only thing they were worried about. God Emperor Fanlai said, "Wait. That brat will refine the ancient emperor armor. He will definitely come. It won't be easy." With a long sigh, Lin Fei charged out of the cave dwelling and came to the sky. With a thought, a set of black armor filled with baleful aura flowed like flowing water, covering his entire body. This is the ancient emperor armor. I can also call it the Lin Fei emperor armor. Lin Fei did not expect that refining the emperor armor would take a total of 300 years. Most of it was spent on cultivating the 13-stage golden body technique. Now that my 13-stage golden body technique has broken through to the 10th stage, with the strength of my fleshly body, I'm afraid that even the master of gods and demons is not as strong as me. Lin Fei could not help but feel proud. He did not think that the master of gods and demons was stronger than him. On this matter, Lin Fei had absolute confidence. That person was definitely weaker than him. It's a pity that after 300 years, I have yet to understand the origin of the golden ball. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. I still have a long way to go to find out what it is. Lin Fei was not in a hurry. Even that god Emperor Gu Heng did not seem to have a real use for it. One could imagine that the origin of this thing was not simple. When I return, I must capture God Emperor Gu Heng and interrogate him. Lin Fei thought. After 300 years, it's time to have a good rest. For more than 200 years, he had been training his fleshly body day and night. This kind of day after day really could not be persevered. Lin Fei walked into the void. My movement speed has increased to such a terrifying degree. After a few thoughts, Lin Fei came to the sky above Heaven-breaking City and stepped into the courtyard. This was the courtyard that God Emperor Pation had arranged. It was also the place where Lin Fei temporarily stayed. After Lin Fei stepped into the courtyard, the world darkened. The entire void seemed to be stripped away, and the world and time became chaotic. The surroundings fell into darkness. Bang bang bang. 3 figures fell in front of Lin Fei. They were God Emperor Pation and the others. They had been tortured beyond recognition, and were on their last breaths, as though they would die at any moment. Leave quickly, the experts from Yellow Springs cult are here. God Emperor Pation used his last breath to shout. In the past 200 years they had been tortured by Night Demon God Emperor. If not for their long lifespan and fast recovery, they would have been tortured to death. But now they were not far from death. Lin Fei, the fate of your 3 allies is due to you. Night Demon God Emperor walked out with killing intent, glaring at Lin Fei. Lin Fei waved his hand, and the 3 flew behind him. Thousand-bone heart-piercing needle. The moment the 3 God Emperors landed behind him, one of them, White Bones God Emperor, shot a black shadow at Lin Fei. The black shadow hit Lin Fei's body, and instantly Lin Fei's heart was pierced, and his body was riddled with thousands of holes. The original Emperor God White Bones shook his body and turned into a gloomy middle-aged Emperor God. He lifted his hand and there was a resplendent sword light that exploded in front of Lin Fei. 10,000 sword flow. The sword lights were like flowing water, washing over Lin Fei's body, advancing wave after wave in a majestic manner. Chapter 3665. The ambush was extremely fast. It did not give Lin Fei any chance to react. For this day, Emperor God Fan Lai and the others had waited for over 100 years. Ancient Emperor armor is just SOSO. Emperor God Fan Lai shook his head in disdain. What a waste of our time. Fortunately we got the ancient Emperor armor. Our wait was not in vain. Acheron sect had never failed to kill anyone they wanted to kill. But Emperor God Fan Lai's target was the ancient Emperor armor. Back then, the ancient emperor armor was divided by the god emperors of Wind Cloud territory. Moreover, an undying expert had spoken, so no one dared to snatch it. Now that the undying expert was gone, Acheron's sect had the confidence to snatch it. Night Demon, go get the ancient emperor armor. Emperor God Fanlai said. Let's leave after that. Night Demon God Emperor was elated. Even though he did not kill Lin Fei in the end, he had vented his anger. This was the outcome of offending him and Acheron's sect. Under the ambush of the three, Night Demon God Emperor did not believe that Lin Fei could survive. That was a treasure specially used to deal with God Emperors. Those who were hit by it would have their power greatly reduced. Moreover, with their attacks he would definitely die. Night Demon God Emperor flew over and prepared to find the ancient emperor armor. Even if he died, the armor would still be there. Moreover, it was refined. Just as he charged into the array, a hand extended over. Night Demon God Emperor lost control of his power and was easily grabbed by the throat. Space-time power enveloped his body. Night Demon, long time no see. I did not expect you to send yourself to me. In the darkness, Lin Fei's figure appeared. His entire body was wrapped in a layer of black murderous aura armor. Why aren't you dead? You were hit by the 1,000-bone piercing needle. Night Demon God Emperor struggled, but he could not mobilize the power in his body. He could only widen his eyes in shock. Not dead. Emperor God Fanlai noticed it too, and he couldn't help but be shocked. Then his gaze was fixed on the emperor armor and there was greed in his eyes. It turns out that you have refined the emperor armor completely. The ancient emperor armor really lives up to its name. Lin Fei was indeed caught unprepared. That treasure's attack was extremely vicious and dangerous. If it was any other emperor god, they definitely wouldn't be able to withstand such an attack and they would definitely die. However, with the ancient emperor armor, Lin Fei could withstand it easily. After the 13-tier golden body incantation broke through to the 10th tier, his physical body became stronger. Although he suffered heavy injuries, he recovered extremely quickly. You really know how to court death. Lin Fei never thought that the Yellow Springs Church would seek revenge on him, so he set up a powerful formation in his temporary residence. Emperor God Fanlai said faintly, No, I think you are mistaken. None of the people that Acheron cult wants to deal with has ever survived. It is the same for you, even if you have the ancient emperor armor. Are you sure? Lin Fei smiled. Without the primordial emperor armor, one would never know how powerful and heaven-defying the primordial emperor armor was. Of course, even though Emperor God Fanlai was surprised by Lin Fei's performance, he didn't take it to heart. You will be here soon. If you are willing to hand over the primordial emperor armor, I can spare your life. Then I think it is better for me to experience your killing move. Lin Fei shook his head. Because once I attack, I am afraid you won't have a chance at all. Emperor God Fanlai snorted. Since you don't want your face, I shall fulfill your wish. Obliterate. He struck out a hand seal and activated the formation. Young Master Fan, don't. Night Demon God Emperor said in fear. If you do that, I will die too. Night Demon, it is better for you to die. Then, no one will know that the primordial emperor armor is in my hands. God Emperor Fanlai said sinisterly. It's the primordial divinity armor. What an alluring existence. With it, this emperor can ascend to the heavens in a single step and become a true expert. Netherworld cult will have to step aside. The black energy instantly swept over, and was filled with terrifying destructive aura. Emperor God Emperor Night Demon screamed in pain. His body was instantly obliterated without any ability to resist. It was an instant kill and he was a god emperor. Emperor God Fanlai said proudly, Night Demon, this fool. The primordial emperor armor is famous. Who would be willing to hand it over? This emperor just needs to find a place with no one and hide for hundreds or thousands of years. By then this emperor will be an undying expert. A true top-notch expert. The black energy swept across Lin Fei's black armor, instantly leaving white marks on it. After that, the black energy was unable to penetrate any further. This is your killing move. Lin Fei shook his head. You can't even break my primordial emperor armor. I really don't know where your confidence comes from. The power of obliteration was terrifying. Lin Fei, who was protected by the armor, didn't feel much other than the huge consumption. If you can't do it, then it is my turn. Lin Fei smiled. To those who want to take revenge on me, I will never be lenient. I will send them to heaven one by one. The great formation that Emperor God Fan Lai set up was an ancient formation, and it had never failed before. No, the primordial Emperor armor won't be so strong. Emperor God Fan Lai was unwilling. If the formation can't kill you, then this Emperor will kill you personally. With the primordial Emperor armor in front of him, Emperor God Fan Lai definitely wouldn't give up. You have no chance. Lin Fei took a step forward and stepped out of the range of the formation. It was as though the formation didn't exist and he walked out. How is this possible? Emperor God Fan Lai exclaimed. In the next second, his eyes were wide open and he was astonished. Why is this Emperor's energy dissipating? Emperor God Fan Lai couldn't move at all. The energy in his body was dissipating rapidly, and so was his dense life force. In the blink of an eye, he aged until he was on his last breath and turned into dust. What a domineering attack. Lin Fei let out a long sigh. But the consumption is too great. I've directly used up all of my heavenly god's power. It's powerful, but the consumption is too much. The move before him was the true power of spacetime. Previously, the river of spacetime could only unleash 10 to 20% of its power. Comparisons were odious. Lin Fei had no choice but to be convinced. Breaking Heaven God Emperor and Fluttering Snow God weren't affected, and they saw everything clearly. The expert from Acheron cult, Young Master Fan, was killed just like that? Was the primordial Emperor armor so terrifying? They were all rising stars and naturally hadn't seen the power of the primordial Emperor armor. Thinking about it sent chills down their spines. They understood why Emperor God Gu Heng had the confidence to create an era. In front of such a terrifying killing move, how many people could withstand Emperor God Gu Heng's attack? Lin Fei waved his hand and a vast power entered Breaking Heaven God Emperor and Fluttering Snow God Emperor's body. It healed their injuries and restored their essence, chi and spirit to their peak. Emperor God Lin, we had no choice. Breaking Heaven God Emperor said apologetically. They were too ruthless. We. Fluttering Snow God Emperor explained. Lin Fei shook his head. It's just a small matter. Even without you, they would still ambush me. Oh right, where's Brother Whitebone? Dead. Breaking Heaven God Emperor said. Chapter 3666. After the 3 Emperor Gods from Yellow Springs cult died, Lin Fei found out about what happened in the past 300 years from Heaven-breaking God Emperor and the others. Guarding him for 200 years? How patient. They did their duty, but unfortunately, they made the wrong decision. Lin Fei smiled. Heaven-breaking God Emperor and Fluttering Snow God Emperor submitted immediately, becoming Lin Fei's subordinates. With the ancient Emperor armor, Lin Fei became the #1 expert in Wind Cloud Weave. In front of the #1 expert, if Heaven-breaking God Emperor and Fluttering Snow God Emperor did not know how to choose, they would be the #1 idiot in the world. Lin Fei underestimated Yellow Springs cult's appetite. He even suspected that Night Demon God Emperor did not report the news to Yellow Springs cult, but called for help in private. For example, God Emperor Fan Lai, who wanted the ancient Emperor armor. Lord, you are now the #1 expert. It is time for you to head to Thousand Sky Empire to register. Heaven-breaking God Emperor said. Register. Lin Fei was not interested in this. Wind Cloud Weave's resources were mostly taken. There was no meaning in being a local tyrant. Lin Fei did not care about this place. Heaven-breaking God Emperor nodded. Yes, any Immortal Realm expert can register at Thousand Sky Empire. From now on, no one will dare to enter Wind Cloud Weave. Outsiders will not dare to cause trouble. This was equivalent to official recognition. This thought appeared in Lin Fei's mind. Heaven-breaking God Emperor and Fluttering Snow God Emperor were looking forward to it. Wind Cloud Weave had suffered great losses because there were no Immortal Realm experts in charge. Once they heard that they were Wind Cloud Weave's God Emperors, they did not even look at them. There is no rush. Lin Fei was not in a rush. The registration would happen sooner or later. Back then, Emperor God Gu Heng was killed. Do any of you know where we can still see him? Lin Fei asked the 2 of them. That's right. I remember God Emperor Tianfeng has many materials. Zhan family seems to have them too. If Lord needs them, I will personally go and get them for you. The two god emperors automatically entered their vassal mode. If nothing unexpected happened, the Wind Cloud Weave would soon welcome a new master, and that would be Lin Fei, an expert with immortal rank strength. From today onwards, the primordial emperor armor is a thing of the past. From now on, you are the unparalleled emperor armor. This is my era. Lin Fei did not take off the peerless The Arch armor. The Arch armor was just a cover. The real core was the golden ball. Lin Fei still did not know what it was. Since Emperor God Gu Heng could use the Arch armor to conceal himself, Lin Fei naturally couldn't be an exception. He simply changed his name so that his mind wouldn't be filled with the words Gu Heng's The Arch armor. I have the Emperor armor now, but it consumes a lot of energy. Lin Fei thought to himself. I wonder how Emperor God Gu Heng solved it. The secret skill derived from the golden ball was powerful, but the consumption was not something Lin Fei could bear. This was something that Lin Fei needed to consider. Hence, he asked Heaven-breaking Emperor God and Emperor God Fluttering Snow about the information left behind by Emperor God Gu Heng. I hope Emperor God Gu Heng left behind relevant information. Lin Fei opened the storage ring of Emperor God Fan Lai from Acheron Cult and checked the items inside. Lin Fei controlled the spacetime power very well. He killed Emperor God Fan Lai but did not damage the storage ring at all. Emperor God Fan Lai should have a certain status in Acheron Cult. He might have some unexpected items. Lin Fei opened the storage ring. Hua hua hua. A large number of items fell out and piled up like a mountain. He is quite wealthy. After taking out the items, Lin Fei set up a spacetime barrier to form a vacuum. No one could sense it. This was because this area had been completely isolated. The most popular currency in the 10,000 Sky Kingdom seemed to be purple crystals. Lin Fan took out a purple crystal. This purple crystal was sparkling and translucent, and there was a purple light flowing within it. This is good stuff. This should be a type of energy. Lin Fei had not seen it in Wind Cloud territory, but he had heard of it. It was said to be a high-grade energy replenishing crystal. Keep. Lin Fei tried it and a warm current flowed into his body. It was very overbearing, as though it was going to burst everything. It is very violent. However, no matter how violent it is, it has to be obedient in my body. Lin Fei thought and suppressed it. He refined it in an instant. The effect is not bad. However, for me now, it is just a drop in the bucket. Lin Fei took out the Myriad Essence Pool. Although his power had increased, the unparalleled Emperor armor, no, the golden ball consumed a lot of energy. The Myriad Essence Pool was still very useful. Before he found a way, Lin Fei could only use this stupid method for the time being. Once the Myriad Essence Pool was taken out, it absorbed all the purple crystals that piled up like a mountain. The only bad thing was that the effect was average. Pills? Not interested. Weapons? They were also useless. With the unparalleled Emperor armor, he could change everything. Apart from the high consumption, everything else was not a problem. This is the Thousand Sky Country's local journal? After a while, just as Lin Fei was about to be disappointed, he found an ancient book. It was very new, as though it had not been flipped through much. After seeing the words, Lin Fei smiled. This is good. I was just worrying about not understanding the Thousand Sky Country. Lin Fei obtained a star chart and a rough location to return to Earth. However, there were no specific markings, so Lin Fei had to spend some time to find it. Right now, this book was better than anything else. After obtaining the golden ball, Lin Fei was really not interested in anything else. Lin Fei flipped it open and began to read. The book was not thick, but the information inside made Lin Fei's eyes light up. His expression changed. There was a lot of information inside. To Lin Fei, the more information, the better. Only then could he understand the Thousand Sky Country more clearly. It seems that I am definitely going to be the Region Lord of the Wind Cloud Weave. After reading for a while, Lin Fei digested the information. Region Lord is someone with status in the Thousand Sky Country. It is easier to roam the Thousand Sky Country. Originally, Lin Fei did not care much. After all, he would have to leave sooner or later. After reading this local journal, Lin Fei changed his mind. He still had to be the Region Lord. Not only that, he also suspected that this place might have something that God Emperor Gu Heng wanted. The importance of the golden ball was clear to Lin Fei. That God Emperor Guheng probably knew as well. As for why he did not come personally, that was a question. However, there had to be a secret behind how he ruled over